We open on a news crew conducting a man-on-the-street interview. The reporter poses a simple question: what would you do if you suddenly got 100 million won? One woman immediately dismisses the amount, saying it's far too little to even buy a house. A middle-aged man thinks for a second and decides he'd probably just get a new car. A young couple gives the most practical answer, claiming they'd put it all in a savings account first. After hearing the mundane answers, the reporter decides to up the ante with a final question. He looks straight at the camera and asks what would happen if you became the richest person in the world. The question is so out of left field that the man who wanted a car is left completely dumbfounded. Another woman figures she'd just spend her entire life doing absolutely nothing. But the last interviewee scoffs, saying she'd like to see how someone could even become that rich in the first place. The scene cuts to a news studio, where the anchor summarizes the public's skeptical responses. She then turns to our boy, asking him directly for the secret behind becoming the world's youngest and richest person. The interviewer even brings up the rumors, asking if it's true he's a clairvoyant who can see the future. Our boy just smirks, casually brushing off the idea of future sight as pure fantasy. But a sudden golden glint in his eyes reveals he's not telling the whole truth. His mind flashes back to a strange press event with a tribal elder at its center. He remembers the shaman's overwhelming spiritual presence filling the entire room. Suddenly, the eagle on the shaman's arm erupts in a torrent of golden, fiery energy. The majestic bird soars into the air, a blazing spectacle of raw power. This was the origin, the moment he witnessed something that would change his destiny forever. As the fiery vision fades, our boy snaps back to reality, the golden aura dissipating around him. With a subtle smirk and a glint in his eye, he keeps his true power completely under wraps. He coolly breaks the silence, prompting the interviewer to get on with it. He begins his carefully constructed lie, playing the part of a humble man. He claims he's just an ordinary investor who got incredibly lucky, a total fabrication. But the scene shifts, and we see him waking up in a shabby little room, looking far from a successful tycoon. He jolts upright, a voice from a nightmare still ringing in his ears, calling him Sergeant Kang Jin-Hoo. Annoyed and exhausted, he sighs, clearly fed up with these recurring dreams. He can't figure out why that damn eagle from his military days keeps showing up in his head. Turns out, this is Kang Jin-Hoo, a recently discharged and unemployed 2-3-year-old, and the eagle is ruining his sleep. He's living with his mother in a cramped, semi-basement apartment, a far cry from the high life. But our boy wasn't always down on his luck. Life used to be pretty damn good. His father ran a respectable business and his mother was the gentle heart of the family. Back then, he was raised like a prince, completely sheltered from the harsh realities of the world. Snapping back to the present, he grabs his phone, a new resolve hardening his expression. He arrives at a familiar apartment building, knowing exactly who he's here to see. Stepping inside, he's greeted by a wall of figurines and can't help but think his friend is still the same old nerd. His buddy, Taek-gyu, boasts that his collection has doubled, but Jin-Hoo just scoffs, saying it's always been an overflowing mess. Taek-gyu just grins, calling him as oblivious as ever while cracking open a soda. Getting serious, Taek-gyu asks what his plan is, suggesting he use his prestigious degree to start tutoring and ease the burden on his mom. Jin-Hoo decides he can put off school for a bit, and Taek-gyu raises a can, approving of his friend's dedication to his family. Our boy then thanks him for keeping his mom company last Christmas, but Taek-gyu just waves it off, saying his mom is like his own. Changing the subject, Taek-gyu asks about military life, but Jin-Hoo just scoffs, saying there's nothing to tell an exempt guy like him. Taek-gyu just smirks, teasing him for being jealous, before revealing he has some news that'll make him even more envious. Jin-Hoo is completely clueless, wondering what on earth his nerdy friend could possibly have that he'd want. Leaning in like he's sharing a state secret, Taek-gyu whispers that he found his Bantcoin encryption key, leaving Jin-Hoo dumbfounded. He has to jog his memory, reminding him it was the crypto he got from selling his character in the online game Lutnia. Suddenly, it all clicks for Jin-Hoo, who remembers Taek-gyu crying his eyes out after losing the key to a fortune worth 50 million won. Taek-gyu grins, explaining he stumbled upon it while cleaning his figure case and then asks if he knows what it's worth now. He drops the bomb that as of yesterday, it's worth over $1,000, and Jin-Hoo's mind immediately starts racing to calculate the conversion. Jin-Hoo is stunned, blurting out the number he just calculated. 1.22 million won, but Taek-gyu just holds up a single finger, leaving our boy completely lost. He clarifies that the number isn't the total value, it's the price for just one Bantcoin. As Taek-gyu reminds him that he owns a whopping 11,000 of them, the math starts to sink in. Jin-Hoo's mind races, trying to process the sheer scale of this unbelievable fortune. The calculation finally clicks, and you can practically see the gears in his brain grind to a halt. His eyes widen in pure, unadulterated shock as the reality of the situation hits him like a truck. The grand total is an astronomical 13.5 billion won, enough to buy a whole building. Jinhoo snaps, grabbing his friend and accusing him of dreaming. But Taekyu just tells him to admit he's jealous. Taekyu admits it took him a while to process it too, saying he's so stunned he can't even feel happy yet. Having accepted the reality of the situation, our boy immediately starts begging for just 100 million won, but Taekyu shuts him down flat. The newly minted billionaire explains he's already put the coins up for sale, expecting the price to keep skyrocketing for a while. Jinhoo calls him a stingy jerk under his breath, kicking himself for not taking gaming more seriously back in the day. But then a memory hits him, a flashback to his friend, yelling at him to keep up during a game session. The realization dawns on him and he explodes, grabbing Taekyu and reminding him that he sold Jinhoo's character along with his own. He violently shakes his friend, demanding his rightful share from that sale, leaving Taekyu utterly confused. But when Taekyu asks him to name the price, our boy suddenly freezes, unable to remember the exact amount. His mind races, trying to recall the details of a deal made so long ago, but he's drawing a complete blank. Just then, his gaze is pulled towards the window, distracted by an unexpected visitor. Perched on the ledge is a magnificent eagle, glowing with a powerful, almost divine, fiery aura. The eagle's gaze is intense, piercing directly into our boy's soul. Jinhoo is dumbfounded, his eyes glowing as he wonders why this vision is happening again. The fiery bird lands on the windowsill, its wings blazing with a powerful spiritual energy. In a flash, that same fiery aura surges from the eagle and pours directly into him. He drops to his knees, completely overwhelmed by the sudden influx of power and information. The vision ends, but the fiery aura lingers, now forming into distinct shapes in front of his monitor. The flames coalesce into glowing characters, spelling out a specific, cryptic name. Taekyu snaps him out of it, asking why he's suddenly freaking out. Still dazed, Jinhoo asks his friend if he's ever heard of a place called Mountain Hill. Taekyu is stunned, revealing that's the exact crypto exchange he's using, leaving Jinhoo speechless. Jinhoo presses his friend, asking if there are any rumors about Mountain Hill going bankrupt, but Taekyu thinks he's crazy. The pieces click into place for our boy. The eagle, the fiery letters, it's exactly like what he experienced in the army. A cold sweat runs down his back as he realizes this isn't some random hallucination, it's a real premonition. He gets dead serious, telling Taekyu to listen up because what he's about to say is life or death. With a look of pure intensity, he gives a single command: sell every last bit of his Bantcoin right now. Taekyu is dumbfounded, but Jinhoo grabs him, pleading with him to just trust him and sell without asking questions. His friend looks him dead in the eye, trying to figure out if he's completely lost his mind. But all he sees is the sheer, desperate conviction on Jinhoo's face. After a tense moment, Taekyu relents, agreeing to sell everything and mentioning he was already preparing to do so. But he makes one condition. Once the deed is done, Jinhoo better explain every last detail of this madness. Jinhoo explains that the vision is gone now, leaving him to make sense of the madness he just witnessed. He recalls the fiery eagle and the strange letters, questioning how he could possibly know the name of an exchange he's never even heard of. He tries to rationalize it, wondering if he's just confused or misremembering something he heard in passing. But before he can think any further, Taekyu suddenly leaps up, staring at his phone in a full-blown panic. His friend yells that the Mountain Hill server just went down, confirming Jinhoo's premonition was terrifyingly accurate. Jinhoo scrambles forward, his heart pounding as he demands to know what happened to the coins. Taekyu lets out a sigh of relief, showing him the screen the sale went through just moments before the crash. He tries to calm the situation, suggesting it might just be server maintenance while he checks for more info. But our boy knows better. A cold sweat drips down his face as he realizes this is no coincidence. Suddenly, Taekyu is frozen in shock again, prompting Jinhoo to desperately ask what on earth is happening now. Taekyu explains with a grim face that while the server is back online, there's a huge problem. The worst has happened. Every single user's account has been completely wiped clean, and the community is in an uproar. His friend grabs him, completely freaking out, and demands to know if Jinhoo somehow predicted this disaster. Our boy just looks away, unable to meet his friend's desperate gaze, which only confirms his suspicions. Taekyu gets even more agitated, yelling at him to spit it out and stop being so damn cryptic. After a heavy sigh, Jinhoo finally decides to drop the bombshell he's been holding back. He looks his friend dead in the eye and admits that he thinks he's developed the ability to see the future. The story then flashes back 1 year, to a mortar firing range during his mandatory military service. A superior officer is seen chewing out a younger Jinhoo for being clueless and not paying attention during the drill. Private Kang Jinhoo snaps to attention, saluting sharply, but he still looks a little out of it, as if his mind is somewhere else entirely. But as the drill continues, our boy suddenly zones out, his mind completely blank. An ethereal vision of a glowing eagle appears before him, perched on a branch that isn't there. He sees it hovering right in front of his squad, but nobody else seems to notice a thing. The spectral bird then takes flight, crackling with a strange, otherworldly energy. Jinhu flinches back as the vision rushes past him, leaving his fellow soldiers utterly baffled by his reaction. He frantically asks the soldier next to him if he just saw a massive eagle fly by. His buddy just looks at him, completely clueless, while Jinhu points insistently at the empty sky. Our boy can't believe it, yelling about how anyone could have possibly missed something that big. Just then, a blinding flash lights up the sky, labeled as a KM-188 explosion in his mind's eye. He stares up, dumbfounded, trying to rationalize if this is some new AR tech or just a part of their training. He's still trying to make sense of the vision, wondering what a KM-188 explosion could possibly mean. Then his eyes lock onto the mortar shell being loaded, and a horrifying realization dawns on him. The shell is an 81mm. The KM-188 is a type of 81mm mortar round. He reflects that this was the moment he learned what happens when a person instinctively senses their own death. Without a second to spare, his body moves on its own, screaming for his squad to hit the deck. Before anyone can even process his warning, the world is torn apart by a massive explosion. Back in the present, the weight of that memory hangs heavy on our boy's shoulders. His friend, Taek-gyu, reminds him how incredibly lucky he was to walk away from that incident without a scratch. It was a fatal accident, but Jinhu survived thanks to that mysterious warning. And now his friend wants to know what the military doctor said. Jinhu just deadpans that the doctor chalked it up to trauma and memory confusion, an answer that satisfies absolutely no one. Taek-gyu argues that experiencing this kind of premonition twice isn't a coincidence, it's a straight-up superpower. Our boy is dumbfounded, questioning why his friend is so quick to believe in something so unbelievable. With a smug grin, Jinhu knows his friend's reasoning is going to be something completely ridiculous. Turns out, Taek-gyu's mental fortitude has been forged by anime. He'd believe it even if an elf girl appeared. Jinhu decides to pivot to more practical matters, leaving his friend confused. He gets right to the point, demanding his share of the money, a staggering 1.24 billion won. He reminds Taek-gyu that when he sold his high-level Lutnia account, he also sold Jinhu's low-level one. That accounts for 9.1% of the total 13.5 billion won, and he threatens to burn all of his friend's figures if he doesn't pay up. Taek-gyu tries to weasel his way out, claiming he can't pay everything at once because of tax issues. But Jinhu saw that coming, asking if he's planning to use a tax haven and reminding him he's an economics major. Taek-gyu explains that his sister, a tax accountant, warned him he'd have to pay billions in taxes on his Bantcoin earnings. So, like any reasonable person, he set up a shell company called OTK Company in a US territory to dodge the taxman. Jinhu can't help but mock him, guessing OTK stands for otaku, but his friend indignantly clarifies it's just his name. With the business settled, Taek-gyu celebrates his new life of leisure, but Jinhu dryly points out he's been doing that for years. His friend gets defensive, asking if he thinks living off item trades is easy, and Jinhu has to admit the Bantcoin fortune was a solid play. Our boy cuts through the chatter and gets back to the point, demanding his 1.24 billion won share. With a holy light shining down on him, Taek-gyu gives a solemn thumbs up, promising on his name to transfer the money. The scene shifts to Jinhu's military discharge day, where he reflects on how his foresight and his dim-witted friend changed his life. And just like that, thanks to his loyal buddy, he walked out of the army with 1.24 billion won waiting for him at the bank. Staring at his bank book, Jinhu's hands tremble as he sees the 9-figure sum. This is the start of a whole new life. Just as Jinhu is ready to celebrate, Taek-gyu hits him with a reality check, saying he can't transfer the full amount just yet. But our boy is 2 steps ahead, explaining he already knows about the insane gift tax that would gut their earnings if sent directly. Dumbfounded by his friend's knowledge, Taek-gyu lays out the plan. 500 million won now, with the rest funneled through his sister to dodge the taxman. Finally, out on the street, the reality of his newfound wealth hits Jinhu, and he desperately hopes this isn't all just a dream. His first thought isn't for himself, but for his mom. He wants to let her finally stop working and buy her something nice. With a clear goal in mind, he heads straight for a high-end department store to start his new life. Riding the escalator, he soaks it all in, a man with a full bank account and endless possibilities. He looks around, a confident smirk on his face, wondering where a newly rich guy should even begin. But his shopping trip is immediately interrupted by some commotion. Some trash-tier guy is yelling at an employee nearby. The jerk demands the employee get on their knees. And as a crowd gathers, Jinhoo can't believe people this pathetic actually exist. The trash-tier woman screeches that her shoes cost more than the employee could ever earn scrubbing floors. A manager rushes over, bowing and apologizing profusely for the inconvenience. But she's not having it, demanding the cleaning lady get on her knees immediately. From the back of the crowd, our boy Jinhoo looks on, completely dumbfounded by the scene. He pushes through the onlookers, and his heart sinks as he gets a clear view of the person being humiliated. It can't be the cleaning lady being forced to bow her head is none other than his own mother. The customer gives her an ultimatum. Either get on your knees or pay for the shoes you supposedly ruined. Even the spineless manager sides with the customer, telling his mother to apologize or risk getting fired. Jinhoo is in shock. He thought his mother worked at the department store's call center, not as a cleaner. A single bead of sweat rolls down his face as a cold, dangerous fury begins to boil inside him. Seeing no other choice, his mother closes her eyes, bracing for the humiliation. Her knees begin to buckle as she prepares to kneel on the cold, hard floor. But before she can, a firm hand stops her. Our boy Jinhoo has stepped in. He pulls her up gently, his voice dangerously calm as he asks what could possibly warrant this level of disrespect. His mother is completely flustered, unable to even look at him as he stands protectively by her side. The entitled customer scoffs, mockingly asking if he's her son coming to the rescue. Without a shred of hesitation, Jinhoo confirms it, leaving his mother utterly shocked. She immediately panics, trying to push him away and pretend she doesn't know this young man, desperate to protect him. But he just looks down at her, cutting through her frantic denials by asking if she's embarrassed by him. He tells her plainly that he isn't embarrassed by her at all, and the words hit her like a ton of bricks. Both the customer and the store manager are completely dumbfounded, the manager finally realizing who the cleaner is. The woman tries to justify her trash-tier behavior, claiming the cleaner's mop dared to touch her shoe. As she speaks, a crowd begins to gather, and every single one of them has their phone out recording. Jinhoo's gaze turns ice cold as he asks if she really forced someone's mother to kneel for such a pathetic reason. The entitled customer is visibly shaken, clearly not used to being challenged like this. She makes a last-ditch effort to save face, screaming that her shoes cost a whopping 600,000 won. Unfazed, our boy just pulls out a fat stack of cash and offers her an ultimatum right then and there. He tells her she can either apologize to his mother and take the money, or keep her precious shoes and walk away empty-handed. He then casually points out that she's being filmed, suggesting it's probably smarter to just take the cash. To seal the deal, he asks if he should just throw the money on the ground and make her kneel to pick it up. Cornered and humiliated, the woman stammers out a pathetic apology, asking if that's enough for him. Without a word, Jinhoo hands over the cash, the transaction feeling more like an insult than a payment. She immediately starts counting the money, her greed overriding any sense of shame as our boy watches in disgust. But Jinhoo isn't done yet. He turns to the dumbfounded store manager who has no idea what's coming next. He declares that since he bought the shoes with his money, they now belong to him and orders the manager to collect them. The woman is absolutely floored as Jinhoo warns that if the shoes aren't there tomorrow, he'll report them stolen. He grabs his mother to leave, but the customer latches onto him, screaming about how petty he's being. Our boy turns back, feigning surprise and asking if she really thought he was going to wear them himself. With a cold smirk, he reveals his true plan. He's just going to throw them in the trash tomorrow. The woman is left shaking with pure rage, realizing she's been utterly and completely played by an absolute savage. Back inside, the store is in an uproar as the customer continues to shriek, leaving onlookers totally confused. Jinhoo and his mother simply walk away from the scene, putting the drama and the department store behind them. His mom, bless her heart, starts to panic, suggesting she should go back and apologize to fix the situation. But our boy stops her in her tracks, asking a heavy question. He knows this isn't the first time she's been treated like dirt. Before she can even answer, he pulls her into a tight, comforting hug, leaving her stunned. Holding her close, he realizes just how frail she's become and quietly asks when she got so thin. She tries to deflect, claiming this is the first time she's ever had to go through something so awful. Jinhoo pulls back and tells her she's done working at that trash-tier job. From now on, he'll take care of everything. He gives her a gentle, reassuring smile, filled with a confidence she's never seen in him before. His mother is left completely speechless, just staring at the powerful, dependable man her son has become. His mother gently cups his face, still in disbelief at the man standing before her. A warm, proud smile finally breaks through as tears well up in her eyes. In her heart, she can't help but wonder when her little boy grew up so much. To celebrate this new chapter, Jinhoo takes her out for some seriously good Korean BBQ. She asks about the bant coin he mentioned, confused by its price, but he just shrugs it off, telling her to think of it like a rare game item. He assures her that college tuition is no longer a concern. From now on, he can take care of everything. But she insists he use that money for his own future, revealing she's already saved up what he needs for school. Jinhoo brushes that aside, saying their first priority is moving because he's sure their old, moldy house is the cause of her cough. She immediately starts to protest, worried about the expense, but he cuts her off with a single, firm word. With a confident smile, he declares that it's his money and he's going to use it for something truly worthwhile, her well-being. His mother just sighs, remarking that he's just as stubborn as his father was. But their heartfelt dinner is suddenly interrupted by a call from his buddy, Oh Tae-gyu. Jinhoo picks up, clearly annoyed, but Tae-gyu is on the other end screaming that it's an emergency. He frantically yells that she has finally shown up, leaving our boy completely in the dark. The scene cuts to an airport, where a pair of expensive-looking heels clicks across the floor. Tae-gyu finally clarifies who he's talking about as a stylish woman pulls her luggage through the terminal. It's his sister, and she's just landed back in Korea after being away. Meanwhile, at the high-end Namsan Shilon Hotel, things are about to get interesting. A couple of guys on the street stop dead in their tracks, pointing at an unbelievable sight. A hotel staff member is left absolutely dumbfounded as a ridiculously flashy, anime-themed car pulls up. The car is an absolute monstrosity, plastered with a cutesy anime girl named Kumi. Turns out, our boy Jinhoo is inside, dying of embarrassment while Tae-gyu happily offers to park his weeb mobile for him. Jinhoo drags his friend inside, begging him not to pull him into his trash-tier otaku world. But suddenly, Jinhoo's whole demeanor shifts. He grabs Tae-gyu, deadly serious, pointing out that they're 3 minutes late. Standing before them is a sharp, intimidating woman with her arms crossed. Oh Hyunju, Tae-gyu's sister. She greets Jinhoo, who politely asks how she's been, cutting through the tense air. Later, in the hotel lounge, she gets straight to the point, asking him about finishing his military service. She continues her questioning, wanting to know if he has any plans to return to school now that he's out. Then comes the bombshell. She offers him a job at her company, Golden Gate, and he just casually agrees if they'll even have him. His laid-back answer earns him a silent, piercing stare from Hyunju, who is clearly not messing around. Our boy Jinhoo breaks the tension, casually noting that she looks pretty worried about something. She ignores him and pivots to her brother, asking Tae-gyu if he's alright since she heard his big investment, Mountain Hill, just went bankrupt. Tae-gyu, however, just flashes a smug peace sign, bragging that he sold off all his shares right before the crash. Dumbfounded, she asks if he really sold everything, and he confirms he moved a whopping $1.19 million into his company account. Her piercing stare completely vanishes, replaced by a look of pure, unadulterated shock. She takes a shaky sip of her drink, finally letting out a breath and admitting that's a massive relief. Jinhoo watches her reaction, asking if she was really that worried about her brother's financial gambles. Without a word, she slides a handwritten note across the table, telling them it's for them. Turns out, it's the private contact for a bank manager who can help them transfer that huge sum of money, no questions asked, if they just use her name. Later, Jinhoo confronts his friend, asking why he sold everything at once, but Tae-gyu just says it was a sudden gut feeling. Jinhoo asks if she came all this way just for her brother, but she clarifies she's here for due diligence and will be staying for 10 days. The news that she's staying for 10 whole days makes Tae-gyu visibly nervous, but his sister calmly asks if he has a problem with that. He quickly backpedals, saying he's happy about it, and awkwardly asks where she's staying, shocked to hear it's this very expensive hotel. She explains her entire due diligence team is staying here, and besides, the company is footing the bill. As she leans over to take a phone call, our boy Jinhoo marvels at how a global investment bank can afford rooms that cost over 500,000 won a night. With his sister gone for a moment, Jinhoo asks Tae-gyu if he isn't terrified of her, but Tae-gyu just blames Jinhoo for making him feel that way. She returns, cutting the conversation short, and correctly guesses they've been waiting for news on the OPEC meeting schedule. Tae-gyu, trying to sound smart, chimes in that he knows OPEC is the organization of the petroleum exporting countries, but then adds Hes pretty sure the F stands for factory. Jinhoo is left speechless by his friend's stupidity as Hyunju calmly corrects him, confirming it's a group of oil-producing countries. But as she reveals the results of the OPEC meeting will be announced the day after tomorrow, Jinhoo's eyes suddenly start to glow. His power is kicking in. A vision suddenly hits him, manifesting as a majestic eagle of golden light. The eagle's intense gaze seems to pierce right through him as his own eyes begin to glow. The world around him erupts into a blur of fire and light, completely overwhelming his senses. He sees ethereal flames begin to creep across the hotel lobby, a sight only he can perceive. Our boy is completely dumbfounded, wondering what the hell is happening this time. The vision then gives him a clear message, forming fiery words, OPEC production cut agreement. He snaps back to reality as Oh Hyunju calls his name, asking if he's alright. Jinhoo tries to play it off, blaming his days on being tired of Taekyu, much to his friend's annoyance. But he can't shake the vision, and turns to his sister with a dead serious expression. He asks what the meeting is about, and she confirms his premonition they're discussing a production cut. Jinhoo's expression shifts to one of deep concern, realizing the gravity of his vision. Taekyu, completely out of his depth, asks why it matters, so Hyunju starts schooling them on global economics. She lays it out simply: oil is a massive real asset, and even the US has historically been a huge importer. However, the game changed with the shale revolution, which turned America into a major oil supplier. But there's a fatal flaw: shale oil is expensive, and if the price dips below $50 a barrel, the industry is toast. She explains that OPEC has tried to cut production before, but the meetings always fall apart due to greed and politics. Jinhoo asks for her prediction, and she's confident this meeting will fail just like the others, tanking the price. But our boy, knowing what he saw, pushes her, asking what would happen if, by some miracle, they actually agreed. She scoffs at the idea, saying prices would skyrocket, but dismisses the possibility as practically zero. With dead certainty, Jinhoo declares that this time will be different, leaving his sister completely stunned. Realizing he's revealed too much, Jinhoo quickly backpedals, claiming he was just speaking without thinking. His sister isn't fooled, coolly reminding him that hope and a solid prediction are two very different things. Later, our boy hits the road, his mind buzzing with the future he's seen. He cruises through the city in his ridiculously decorated anime car, a stark contrast to his serious thoughts. Inside, he's dead certain. If the OPEC agreement goes through like he saw, oil prices are about to go to the moon. The gears in his head start turning. If he buys crude oil in advance, he could make an absolute killing. He steels his resolve, remembering how his visions have never failed him, like predicting that mortar explosion in the army. And just like he foresaw the bankruptcy of Mountain Hill, he feels this OPEC deal is another guaranteed win. The only problem is cash. After his recent expenses, he's left with just over 300 million won, including Taekyu's money. He sighs, turning to his passenger, already knowing this familiar conversation is about to get intense. Oh Taekyu cuts right to the chase, saying he saw our boy's expression when he was talking to his sister earlier. Kang Jinhoo is internally annoyed by how perceptive his friend is, as Oh Taekyu demands to know what vision he just had. But then, a brilliant idea strikes our boy. He realizes there's another path they can take. He leans back, a smirk forming as he thinks about this new, alternative plan. Oh Taekyu quickly puts the pieces together, realizing the plan is to bet on the OPEC production cut agreement. He confirms that if oil prices rise, they'll buy it in advance, and Kang Jinhoo is just glad his friend gets it so quickly. But Oh Taekyu hits him with a reality check, asking how they're supposed to buy oil. Are they going to stack barrels at home? Kang Jinhoo, completely done with the dumb questions, just tells him to watch the road as they arrive at their destination. Back in their apartment, Oh Taekyu mentions that his sister, Hyunju, said oil is at $60 a barrel, but he admits the number doesn't feel all that serious. Our boy has to break it down for him, explaining that crude oil is the lifeblood of countless industries, not just car fuel, so a price hike will wreck the entire economy. Oh Taekyu asks how much cash is left, ready to wire his share, but our boy reveals they have over $11 million. Suddenly flush with cash, Oh Taekyu is buzzing, asking where to buy the WTI crude oil futures. Since it's a gamble, he cautiously suggests betting $300,000, but Kang Jinhoo tells him to buy some for him too. When asked how much, our boy casually says 10 million, and Oh Taekyu almost has a heart attack before realizing he means dollars, not won. His friend is completely dumbfounded, thinking the money has gone to his head, so Kang Jinhoo reluctantly lowers the bet to 5 million. Oh Taekyu grabs him, freaking out that this isn't a sure thing. But our boy reminds him that foresight isn't a 100% guarantee. After some intense back and forth, Oh Taekyu declares his absolute bottom line is 3 million, and our boy, completely done, just tells him to do it. Kang Jinhoo internally reasons that since the market already expects the deal to fail, the oil prices have already bottomed out, minimizing their risk. He figures if his vision is wrong, they can just cut their losses quickly, making it a calculated, albeit massive, risk. Still, he can't shake the feeling that this is a huge bet based on uncertain information, and a flicker of doubt crosses his mind. He reflects on how a few simple finger movements can decide the fate of millions, and with a final, decisive click, the $3 million bet is officially placed. Oh Taekyu, looking absolutely wrecked, asks if the deed is done, and our boy confirms it. Now comes the hard part. Waiting for the OPEC meeting to conclude, a gamble so insane it has Kang Jinhoo's heart pounding. This whole situation reminds him of the past, when he managed to get a small, old 2-room villa for his family. He remembers moving in with his mother, anxiously asking if she liked their humble new home. His mother was overjoyed, telling him the place was perfect with its 2 rooms and great sunlight. He was relieved she was happy, but a part of him felt guilty, wishing he could have provided a much better place for her. But as his mother was unpacking, her hand suddenly froze over one of the boxes. He looks over, sensing the sudden shift in the atmosphere, wondering why she's gone completely silent. He realizes that with every move to a smaller place, more of his father's belongings ended up packed away in boxes. She pulls out an old family photo, one of the few keepsakes of his father she could never bring herself to throw away. That house in the picture was his mother's dream, a home his father built from the ground up, where all their best memories were made. Seeing the sad look on her face, our boy quietly asks if she still thinks about his father. Her voice cracks as she admits she does, wishing he could have lived to see a happy day like this after working himself to the bone. Her words pierce right through him, a heavy mix of sorrow and responsibility settling in his heart. Hes haunted by the image of the family he lost, a constant reminder of the man Hes trying to live up to. The wave of grief suddenly becomes too much for his mother, and she lets out a sharp cry of pain. But she quickly pulls herself together, telling Jin-Hoo to go unpack his room while she gets back to cleaning, trying to hide her tears. He just nods, knowing full well she's just putting on a brave face for his sake. Taking a look around their new, empty place, Jin-Hoo realizes they'll have to buy all their furniture and appliances from scratch. He walks over to his mom and tells her she needs to take a break from work, but she immediately protests, saying she's perfectly healthy. He insists she take at least 3 months off, and seeing his resolve, she reluctantly agrees. To make sure she's comfortable, he hands her a bank book, explaining he's deposited 100 million won for her to use. His mother is completely floored, stammering as she asks where in the world he got that kind of money. She even gives him a smack, thinking he's gone crazy just giving away cash. But he quickly reminds her she's not just anyone, she's his mother. She tries to refuse, urging him to save the money for his own future, like buying a house or for a wedding fund. With a warm smile, he tells her to just think of it as holding onto the money for him. A stubborn streak, she says, is cut from the same cloth as his father. Jin-Hoo mentally calculates his finances. He's still got a hefty sum left, not even counting the 740 million won Taekyu still owes him. Watching his mother, he feels a sense of peace, confident that he's secured their financial stability for at least the next 20 years. Our boy Jin-Hoo reflects on his recent success, almost dumbfounded at how easy making money has become for him. The scene shifts to a new apartment building, a clear sign that he's putting that money to good use. Turns out, it's moving day, and Oh Taekyu arrives with housewarming gifts, greeted warmly by Jin-Hoo's mother. Taekyu happily declares he'll treat them to noodles, but then playfully calls out Jin-Hoo for his trash-tier gift of tissue paper. Jin-Hoo just gives him a deadpan stare, asking what he was supposed to bring instead. With a wicked grin, he suggests a TV or a fridge, causing Taekyu to panic, and jokingly accuse him of extortion. As they snack, his mother brings up the news about Mountain Hill going bankrupt, and Taekyu confirms it's been absolute chaos. The world's largest crypto exchange was hacked, with damages estimated to be in the hundreds of billions, maybe even $1 trillion. The scale of the disaster was so massive that the company couldn't compensate anyone and was forced into bankruptcy proceedings. Taekyu wonders what will happen to the bounty coin investors, but Jin-Hoo coldly states the obvious. They're all completely broke. Unlike a bank failure where the government might step in, these crypto investors are on their own. Absolutely no one is coming to save them. Taekyu is dumbfounded, admitting that Jin-Hoo predicting the bankruptcy was incredible, though he wonders if it was just a lucky break. But our boy gets a deadly serious look in his eyes, insisting that nothing ever happens by chance. Taekyu leans in, intrigued, asking if he has some kind of secret theory behind it all. Suddenly, Taekyu explodes with a wild idea. It must be a latent superpower, awakened in a moment of crisis, just like a superhero. He gets right in Jin-Hoo's face, excitedly christening the new power Oracle Eye, and asking if it isn't the coolest name ever. Jin-Hoo is completely unimpressed, telling his friend to stop being an idiot and focus on the upcoming OPEC meeting instead. But Taekyu is already sold on the name, deciding he'll call it that from now on, while Jin-Hoo just begs him to stop. Jin-Hoo then lays down a challenge. If he can predict the OPEC meeting too, then hell believe it's a real power. Taekyu agrees to the terms, and Jin-Hoo, completely exhausted by the conversation, just tells him to do whatever he wants. The next day, Jin-Hoo shows up at their apartment, ready for the verdict. He finds Taekyu gaming and asks about the OPEC results, only to hear they've been delayed until tomorrow. Our boy immediately gets a bad feeling, thinking the delay means the negotiations are falling apart. A quick check of the market confirms his fears, They're already down 100 million won and still dropping. He starts to spiral, wondering if he completely miscalculated the entire situation. Taegyu tries to reassure him by bringing up their oracle eye, but Jinhoo just scoffs internally at how it's suddenly their power. Trying to get his mind off it, Jinhoo tells him to just play his game, deciding they'll face the music tomorrow. But when he asks what game it is, he's left speechless to find out Taegyu is playing a dating sim. Jinhoo grips the controller, his mind flashing back to the 1.24 billion won he'd made in a single night. Yet, even as he plays, he coldly calculates that it's not nearly enough to retire on, his focus already locked on the next move. As Jinhoo plays, he knows that if he wastes this fortune, he'll go broke fast, all while Taegyu yells at him for his terrible dating sim choices. Taegyu is absolutely losing it, shaking our boy and screaming that he's losing favor with the girl in the game. But Jinhoo is laser-focused, knowing he has to stay sharp to avoid the fate of lottery winners who lose it all. He has a sudden realization. With this kind of money, the days of scrounging for tutoring jobs are officially over. The next morning, Taegyu wakes him with a shout, announcing the OPEC results are out, sending a startled Jinhoo tumbling to the floor. He snatches his phone and sees the headlines, "The production cut agreement is real," just as his vision predicted. His heart pounds as he frantically checks the one thing that matters: the WTI oil price. The number is staggering. $73 a barrel, a massive spike of over 20% in mere minutes. Taegyu tells him to check his account, but Jinhoo is already a step ahead. He declares that his vision only showed him the cut, not the aftermath, and makes a snap decision. They're selling everything, right now. With the trade officially closed, a giddy Taegyu immediately asks for the final profit number. Kang Jinhoo is left completely dumbfounded by the result, a whopping 700 million won from their initial investment. Taegyu immediately regrets not betting more, but Kang Jinhoo points out that this is the third time his vision has come true. The gears in Taegyu's head start turning as he lists them off: the bomb, the bankruptcy, and now the oil deal. He realizes that once is luck and twice is a coincidence, but a third time is an undeniable pattern. With a burst of conviction, he grabs our boy, declaring that his foresight is absolutely real. The revelation finally sinks in for Kang Jinhoo, who wonders if he's actually become a real-life superhero. He mulls over the classic comic book powers, the ones that seem so much flashier than his own. His mind conjures images of heroes who can fly or smash buildings, making his foresight feel almost trash tier in comparison. But then it hits him. Those physical powers can be replicated by machines, making his unique ability far more valuable. Our boy realizes his foresight is irreplaceable. Not even the most advanced AI can truly predict the future. Taegyu's mind explodes with the possibilities, imagining accurately predicting elections, sports, and even natural disasters. The sheer scale of this ability finally hits Kang Jinhoo, who's left dumbfounded by his own unbelievable power. He starts to wonder when this all began, but Taegyu explains it's a classic awakening, a latent power triggered by a crisis. Kang Jinhoo is still confused, asking why the power vanished for so long only to reappear now. He muses that if Head had this kind of foresight before, he would have been cleaning out casinos during his military leave. But after that one mortar incident, the visions completely stopped, so he just brushed it off and forgot about it. Taegyu points out the recent visions were all triggered by conversations about finance Bitcoin and the OPEC meeting. This sparks an idea for Taegyu, who excitedly suggests the ability might be specifically tied to finance, but our boy brings up the mortar explosion. Taegyu quickly reasons that the mortar incident was a one-off exception, triggered only because it was a life-threatening situation. A glint in his eye shows Taegyu has just connected the dots. He leaps up, frantically asking Kang Jinhoo what happened after the explosion, insisting it must have been big news. Turns out, he's already looked it up, revealing the incident was tied to military procurement corruption involving a defective mortar. This caused the supplier's stock to crash and sent the entire defense sector into a nosedive, proving it was a financial event after all. Our boy has to concede that he's not wrong, but he's still not fully convinced. He points out the flaw in the logic. By that standard, almost everything in the world is somehow related to finance. But Taegyu isn't listening. Suddenly hit with what he calls a great idea, Kang Jinhoo immediately gets a bad feeling, knowing his friend's ideas are usually trash tier, but tells him to spill it. Taegyu proposes a partnership. He'll front the cash. Kang Jinhoo uses his power, and they split the profits 50/50. The offer is tempting, but our boy asks the critical question about losses, only for Taegyu to casually say he can't pay what he doesn't have. Kang Jinhoo is deep in thought, realizing any losses would come from his friend's marriage fund, and he's not even sure a contract like this is legal. Taegyu admits it's basically a gamble, but he's desperate to try if there's even a sliver of a chance it could work. Our boy pushes back, questioning the reliability of his power. What if it's not perfect foresight, but just shows random high-probability futures? Even Take-yu has to pause, acknowledging that real investment needs a solid source, and foresight alone is basically useless information. Kang Jin-hoo hammers the point home, using the black swan analogy. If his power fails just once and they lose billions, they're finished. But Take-yu flips the script, pointing out that he has 13 billion won, and our boy has a superpower, a combination that could make them a fortune. He extends his hand, formally proposing they join forces. With visions of raining cash, he grandly invites his friend to dive into the world of high-stakes investment with him. When Kang Jin-hoo asks what happens if he refuses, Take-yu deadpans that their friendship is over, making our boy scoff at how shallow that is. Back in reality, Take-yu eagerly awaits the handshake, but Kang Jin-hoo just groans, completely fed up with this insane proposal. Take-yu stares with manic intensity, practically begging our boy to hurry up and shake his hand already. Kang Jin-hoo is sweating, feeling completely cornered by his friend's absurd and high-pressure proposition. But just in the nick of time, his phone starts buzzing on the table, a potential lifeline out of this mess. He snatches up the call from an old friend, ignoring Take-yu, who desperately tries to stop him. Turns out his army buddy wants to meet for drinks, and Kang Jin-hoo immediately agrees, seeing the perfect escape route. He tells Take-yu they'll talk later and tries to leave, but his friend latches on, refusing to let this opportunity go. Having finally escaped, our boy arrives at a bustling bar district, ready for a normal night out. Inside, his friend Gi-hong spots him right away, cheerfully waving and calling out to Sergeant Kang. After greeting his pal, Kang Jin-hoo is asked if military service is worth it, and he grimly advises against it. He then notices two unfamiliar faces, and Gi-hong introduces the first-year students to their newly discharged classmate. The two juniors introduce themselves as Hwang Ji-hai and Shin Yu-ri, and our boy politely returns the greeting. Turns out Gi-hong had to step out for a bit, so the group decides to get the drinks flowing without him. While they wait, Kang Jin-hoo tells another friend he's thinking of going back to school since his finances are finally sorted. The blonde junior, Shin Yu-ri, decides to liven things up, pouring a drink for her new senior. She then confidently downs a shot herself, proving she's not here to play games. Our boy is genuinely impressed, commenting that she can really hold her liquor. Just as she boasts about her high tolerance, another senior, Jong Gi-hong, arrives at their table. Jong Gi-hong greets everyone and seems completely shocked to see Kang Jin-hoo, asking when he got discharged. He sits down to catch up, immediately asking our boy how he's been and if he's started the dreaded job hunt. The mood gets a little heavy as Jong Gi-hong admits he's barely hanging on because the finance sector is in a hiring freeze. Jong Gi-hong explains that his company, KYB Securities, is merging with another firm, spelling doom for the employees. While it's great for the industry, he knows restructuring is just corporate speak for massive layoffs. Things are so bad that even new hires are being pressured to quit, so he's already looking for an escape to private equity. The whole table sobers up a bit, realizing that landing a job isn't the end of the struggle, but just the beginning. After a few more drinks, Jong Gi-hong starts ranting that the country is full of great entrepreneurs but has a trash-tier pool of investors holding them back. He slurs that what they really need is a ruthless investor who can compete globally and isn't afraid of getting dragged through the mud by the media. Shin Yu-ri wonders aloud if a legendary figure, like a Korean Warren Buffett, could ever actually emerge. Suddenly, one of the other friends gets a phone call and tells the person on the line to just come on inside. Shin Yu-ri reveals it's senior Siona, who was supposed to meet her but is now crashing their get-together. The entire group is left completely dumbfounded by the unexpected arrival. Our boy Kang Jin-hoo is completely frozen, his mind short-circuiting at the mention of her name. As the door slides open, his friends frantically whisper about why on earth Siona was invited, completely oblivious to the drama. A woman with long, flowing hair steps inside, the group's awkward silence hanging heavy in the air. And there she is, Yoon Siona, looking every bit as elegant and intimidating as he remembers. Kang Jin-hoo can barely get her name out, his voice laced with disbelief. She locks eyes with him, equally stunned to find him here of all places. Turns out, this is the first time they've seen each other since they broke up, and the tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. The scene flashes back 2 years to a coffee shop, right after he was discharged from the military. We see them sitting across from each other, making awkward small talk about his time in the service. She then asks the million-dollar question, if he's still getting along with that senior, and he coldly confirms that they are. The senior's name was Ko Jun-hyung, the third son of some big-shot construction corporation. Our boy recalls hearing from a friend that not long after he enlisted, Siona was already dating that guy. The memory stings as he stares at her across the table, the past finally making sense. She tries to break the ice, remarking that he's changed and used to be more modest, but he just coldly agrees that time has passed. She then offers a weak apology for breaking up with him during his service, but he just brushes it off like it's ancient history. But then she throws him a curveball, confessing that back then, she really, truly liked him. Kang Jin-hoo is completely dumbfounded, wondering what kind of game she's playing now. He asks what she's even talking about, and she explains his confidence always made him stand out. He cuts right to the point. If she liked him so much, why'd she dump him? She admits she simply took the opportunity to date the rich guy. She has the gall to say she can't defend her actions, but she had to put her own dreams first. Kang Jin-hoo is completely lost, demanding to know what she means by chasing her dream. Yoon Seona just stares into her coffee, offering nothing but a cold silence. Fed up with the games, our boy gets up to leave, but he has to ask one last time what this dream of hers was. She just gives him a knowing, almost condescending look, and he realizes he's not getting a straight answer. Later, sitting outside a convenience store, he finally feels a sense of success washing over him. He lets out a heavy sigh, his mind drifting back to the absolute rock bottom he hit just 2 years ago. He remembers losing his house before he could even hold his father's funeral, with his relatives and girlfriend abandoning him all at once. With no time to grieve, he joined the army, leaving his poor mother to work herself to the bone just to get by. But then his life turned around. He hit the jackpot with Taek-gyu's help and even made more through smart investments. He smirks to himself, wondering if a mere 1.3 billion won is even enough to be called a true success. But as he sits there, a familiar golden aura begins to swirl, and a spiritual eagle manifests right before his eyes. He sighs, asking the ethereal bird what kind of future it plans to show him this time. The eagle lets out a cry and takes flight, its golden energy enveloping the entire area. Suddenly, our boy is yanked into a vision, his perspective shifting as the eagle soars above him. He sees a glimpse of his own body, lying on the ground with a small, but fatal-looking, wound. His eyes widen in horror as he realizes he's just witnessed his own grim future. Snapping back to reality, he immediately sprints to Oh Taek-gyu's apartment and starts yelling for him to wake up. He barges in and violently shakes his friend, who groggily complains about being woken up. Without a word of explanation, he grabs Taek-gyu's wrist, leaving his friend completely dumbfounded. He declares that from this moment on, the two of them are going to achieve true success together, no matter what it takes. The next morning, the sun rises on what's supposed to be the first day of their new lives. Kang Jin-hoo wakes up on his friend's floor with a splitting headache, wondering how he even got there. Oh Taek-gyu is already up, casually gaming, and tells him he ordered a burger to cure his hangover. He then asks Jin-hoo if something big happened last night, sensing the strange atmosphere. Our boy flashes back to the intense vision of the golden eagle, the source of his newfound resolve. But he plays it cool, pretending he doesn't remember a thing, which sends Taek-gyu into a panic. Taek-gyu grabs him, desperately asking about the vow they made, but Jin-hoo just tells him to chill until they've eaten. Getting down to business, Jin-hoo asks about his friend's investment experience, and Taek-gyu admits he has none. Taek-gyu remembers Jin-hoo joined an investment club and asks if he learned anything useful. Turns out, our boy's record is trashed here. He confesses he lost half his money on his first try. Taek-gyu is dumbfounded that our boy studied business for a year and learned basically nothing. Jin-hoo gets down to brass tacks, confirming they have a war chest of 13 billion won, not counting Taek-gyu's recent earnings. He stares into the distance, realizing this is a life-changing amount of money they're playing with. He explains the basic principle of investment. With small capital, you need insane returns to make a dent. But with their massive 10 billion won, even a tiny 1% return yields an absolute fortune. This is exactly how Taek-gyu made his 700 million so easily, but Jin-hoo knows the risk is just as massive. Taek-gyu is practically vibrating with excitement, but Jin-hoo wonders why they even need to risk it when they're already set for life. His friend just shrugs, stating the obvious, more money is always better, a point Jin-hoo can't really argue with. Taek-gyu then compares it to a fun game, but our boy knows it's only fun when you're not losing everything. When asked what he wants, Jin-hoo falls silent, admitting he doesn't actually have a goal for all this money. Jin-hoo explains that true investment requires foresight, like seeing a sign from the heavens. He admits his own ability isn't so clear. It feels more like a reflex that triggers when he encounters specific information. So he starts to wonder, could this power of his really foresee financial matters like Taek-gyu believes? For the next few days, our boy dives headfirst into research, scouring every economic article and stock listing he can find. He knows that in the world of investing, information is just as crucial as capital itself. Thanks to modern disclosure systems, he can access tons of company data, but he quickly realizes a fatal flaw. By the time good or bad news becomes public, the stock prices have already shot up or plummeted. After days of getting absolutely no reaction from his foresight, he collapses in frustration, realizing he needs real insider information. Taekyu, casually snacking on the bed, tells him to take his time, but Jinhoo just feels a wave of deprivation watching him. His friend then casually brings up the idea of drafting a contract to ensure they split all the profits 50-50. Taekyu says his sister taught him to be clear about money, but he trusts Jinhoo anyway, as our boy signs the 50-50 contract. With the deal sealed, Taekyu gets up to grab some coffee, but Jinhoo reminds him they're completely out. Just then, Jinhoo's phone starts buzzing an unknown number he almost dismisses as spam. He answers, and a woman's voice asks for him, introducing herself as Shin Yu-ri, a name that rings a faint bell. His mind flashes back to his college days, remembering a blonde freshman with the same name. He confirms he remembers her, wondering what on earth she could possibly want after all this time. Turns out, she's calling to ask if he's free to grab a coffee sometime. The scene shifts to a trendy Moonbucks coffee shop, the designated meeting spot. Our boy walks in, looking a little out of place as he scans the cafe for her. Before he can even get his bearings, Shin Yuri spots him from her table and calls out his name. His mind flashes back to the classroom, remembering her as the energetic freshman who always stood out. Back in the present, she thanks him for coming on such short notice, but he just brushes it off, saying he was nearby anyway. He casually mentions she reminds him of a girl group member, leaving him dumbfounded when she cheekily asks if he's calling her pretty. When she asks what he's doing so far out in Gangnam, she reveals she lives in the ultra-rich neighborhood of Cheongdam. Our boy sips his coffee, his mind racing. A freshman living in Cheongdam must mean she's the daughter of some big shot. He cuts through the small talk and asks why she really called him here, and she nervously admits she wanted to apologize. She bows her head, sorry for not realizing he rarely attended department gatherings, but he just tells her not to worry about it. Relieved, she asks if he's returning to school next semester, excited they might be taking second-year classes together. But then the mood shifts as she nervously asks if he could do her a favor. Jinhoo waits, a little confused, as she struggles to find the words for her mysterious request. As she hesitates, our boy's mind starts racing, wondering if this is going where he thinks it is. He's completely dumbfounded, suddenly realizing the apology might have just been an excuse to ask him out. His heart pounds as he debates how to respond, already thinking about rejecting a confession that hasn't even happened. But damn, he admits she's way too pretty to turn down, even though he's sweating bullets and not ready for this at all. Turns out, his panic was for nothing. She just wants him to go with her to change her phone so she doesn't get ripped off. Mortified by his overthinking, Jinhoo admits he's clueless about electronics, but she says just having him there is enough. This whole tech problem makes him think of his buddy, Oh Taekyu, a true expert who splurges on all the latest gadgets. Without another word, the two of them head straight to a nearby electronics store. A clerk greets them, and she immediately asks for the Seesong Electronics L6, which he confirms is the hottest model right now. Jinhoo tries to sound like he knows his stuff, asking about the payback policy, all while worrying about the complicated world of phone subsidies. Our boy wonders why she even brought him along if she knows so much, deciding he might as well take a look around. He wanders over to the display counter, casually checking out the rows of brand new smartphones. Picking up the L6, he gets a little nostalgic, remembering he used the L3 model before joining the army. But the moment his fingers touch the device, his clairvoyant eye flares to life, catching him completely off guard. A sudden, violent vision floods his mind, showing a fiery explosion ripping through a building. He's completely disoriented, trying to make sense of the chaotic premonition that just slammed into him. The vision zooms in on what looks like the phone's internal processor, glowing with an ominous, fiery energy. Then, burning letters form in the flames, spelling out L6 Edition Limited, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Snapping back to reality, Jinhoo stares at the phone in his hand, trying to process what that cryptic message could possibly mean. Shin Yuri notices his daze and asks if something's wrong, but he quickly brushes it off, claiming he saw a mosquito, much to her confusion. Internally, our boy tries to play it cool, thinking he must have just imagined that crazy vision. But a sly grin creeps across his face as he realizes his clairvoyance was crystal clear. Something big is about to happen. Meanwhile, Shin Yuri is happily chatting about her new phone, mentioning she settled for sky blue since pink gold was sold out. As she talks about being a slave to the contract, Jinhoo suddenly blurts out that her phone model will probably be discontinued soon. She's completely taken aback, asking why he'd say that, but he's lost in thought, trying to piece together the fragments of his premonition. He quickly backtracks, laughing it off as a joke and announcing he has to leave, leaving her utterly dumbfounded. Waving a quick goodbye, he just walks off, not giving her a chance to say another word. Shin Yuri is left standing alone, confused and a little disappointed, as she was just about to offer to buy him a meal. Without wasting a second, Jin-Hoo sprints through the city, desperately yelling for his friend, "Oh Taek-gyu." He bursts into the apartment to find Taek-gyu gaming, and frantically tells him they need to get their hands on the Soseong Electronics L6. Taek-gyu whips out his own L6, asking if this is the one, but Jin-Hoo is just dumbfounded that his friend bought the pink gold model. After confirming he saw the L6S discontinuation in a vision, Jin-Hoo admits to Taek-gyu that he has no clue why it's going to happen. The narrator explains that Soseong Electronics is a giant, and their L-series is the company's flagship, top-of-the-line smartphone. But the high-end market is currently dominated by their arch-rival, Empel, making the L-series Soseong's main weapon in the tech war. In fact, the L6 was designed specifically to dethrone Empel, boasting superior specs and design, and it's been selling like crazy. The previous model sold a staggering 50 million units, and the L6 is on track to blow past 70 million, a certified blockbuster. Back in the room, our boys are stumped. With sales numbers like these, discontinuing the phone makes absolutely zero financial sense. Suddenly, Taek-gyu has a bright idea, wondering if the problem could be a messy patent dispute. After all, Soseong is famous for its legal brawls with Emplay, with their past lawsuits being the stuff of corporate legend. But Jin-Hoo isn't buying it. He knows that for a company this big, a patent loss just means paying a fine, not killing your golden goose. Taek-gyu adjusts his glasses and shoots that idea down, explaining that when it comes to patents, Soseong is the undisputed king. Turns out, they've been in the phone game since the ancient CDMA era, long before their rivals, stockpiling a mountain of patents. They've even weaponized those communication patents against Emplay's design claims, proving they're not a company to be trifled with. With the easy answers off the table, Jin-Hoo gets back to the real problem: the reason for the discontinuation and the exact timing. Taek-gyu adds that even if there was a product defect, a titan like Soseong would just issue repairs or compensation, not kill their bestseller. He's right. Modern smartphones are complex beasts, integrating dozens of features into one device. If companies pulled the plug every time a bug or hardware issue popped up, the entire industry would have gone bankrupt ages ago. Jin-Hoo stares at his own phone, lost in thought. From a purely logical standpoint, the company's move makes absolutely no sense. But that very night, the quiet is shattered by a blood-curdling scream echoing through the apartment. It's Taek-gyu, absolutely terrified, pointing at his smoldering phone which just exploded right next to his head. Taek-gyu explains that the phone, a genuine model, just blew up while charging right next to his head as he slept. Hez in full-blown panic mode, calling the phone a bomb and regretting that he didn't warn his sister about buying one. Our boy Jin-Hoo is dead silent, the gears in his head turning as he stares at the fried piece of tech. Suddenly, it all clicks into place for him. This isn't just a random accident. It's the missing piece of the puzzle. A quick search online reveals they aren't the first victims. Another explosion was reported just 3 days after the phone's release. Turns out, someone posted a picture of their own exploded phone, which also blew up while charging. Taek-gyu explains that Soseong Electronics moved fast to cover it up, but more posts kept appearing on social media. When Jin-Hoo asks what the company's official excuse was, Taek-gyu scoffs. They blamed it on external impact. The real kicker isn't that it happens, but how often. The L6S failure rate is a terrifying 1 in 10,000. Despite this, the phone is an absolute monster on the market, set to dominate sales until the next model comes out. Jin-Hoo questions if it's a simple manufacturing flaw, but Taek-gyu is certain a giant like Soseong wouldn't make such a rookie mistake. Taek-gyu sees this as a golden opportunity, but our boy immediately shuts him down, warning that their plan is toast if the company announces a recall first. He explains that this isn't like their last safe bet. This is a high-stakes game where one wrong move could cost them everything. The key, he says, is to figure out the exact timing of the discontinuation and its ripple effects to know precisely how to invest. For now, Jin-Hoo decides their best move is to simply wait and watch the situation unfold for a few days. The very next day, a representative from Soseong shows up, promising a full investigation into the cause of the explosion. He hands over some cash compensation with a critical condition. Taek-gyu must stay silent and not post anything online until the official results are out. Watching the man leave, Taek-gyu realizes he was just a subcontractor, and his unfazed reaction means this has happened way more than they thought. In his car, the subcontractor confirms he's retrieved the evidence, knowing an explosion is a game-changer compared to a simple malfunction. He tosses the bag onto the seat, realizing just how lucky Taek-gyu was if he'd been on the phone. He could have been seriously burned. Jin-Hoo knows that if these explosions keep piling up, Soseong will have no choice but to discontinue the phone. He explains to Taek-gyu that Soseong's profits are massive, with a huge chunk coming directly from their mobile division. Take-Yu wonders if this means a 40% profit loss, but Jinhu clarifies it won't be that catastrophic, though it'll definitely sting. Our boy breaks down the numbers. A full recall would cost them a staggering 6 trillion won in refunds alone, not to mention the hit to their brand. The real puzzle, Jinhu points out, is how to actually profit from this disaster. It's not as simple as buying stocks when you're betting on failure. Take-Yu brings up short selling, and Jinhu's eyes light up. Since their company is foreign, they can operate without suspicion. He lays out the basics. You borrow stock, sell it high, then buy it back cheap after the price crashes to pocket the difference. But there's a catch. He predicts Soziong stock will only dip by 30%, which caps their potential profit. Even a few billion is a huge win. But Jinhu is staring out the window, wanting something much, much bigger. He feels it in his gut, a flicker of his ability, telling him there must be a way to squeeze out an even more insane profit from this. Take-Yu suggests diving into futures and options, but admits that stuff is way beyond his pay grade. Jinhu isn't fazed, noting their $12.5 million is more than enough to make a serious play. The problem is they need an expert, and he immediately shoots down the idea of bringing in Take-Yu's sister, Hyunju. Take-Yu sarcastically asks if he plans on telling her about his foresight, a suggestion that makes Jinhu's blood boil. But our boy already has the perfect man for the job in mind, someone cut from a different cloth entirely. He names Park Sang-yeop, the former president of the Real Investment Club, a legendary figure from their university. Jinhu explains that, depending on who you ask, this guy is either a complete lunatic or a certified genius. He clarifies that Sang-yeop isn't a jack of all trades. He's the type of genius who excels in one specific, niche area. Turns out, despite growing up in Australia, his academic record was absolute garbage in almost every subject. The only reason he got into a top-tier university was through a special admission for being a mathematical prodigy. This guy was so laser-focused that as a freshman, he once solved a single math problem after 3 days without food or sleep. He then stumbled into the university's investment club, Silzari, and found a new obsession, the stock market. While playing with simulated investments, his genius brain locked onto a small company called QMK Tech, predicting a tenfold surge in its value. Believing in his numbers, he went all in, dumping his entire 5 million won room deposit into QMK Tech stock. Turns out, his timing was perfect as the company's stock, tied to the hot new IoT theme, began to skyrocket. In just about a month, that gutsy 5 million won investment exploded into a cool 50 million won. After that first major win, he ditched everything else and became a corporate analysis machine, consistently pulling in profits. By the time Jinhu joined the club, this madman's personal funds had already ballooned to a whopping 300 million won. But for a guy like Sang-yeop, that was chump change. He was tormented by the regret of his small initial investment. He couldn't stop thinking that if he had started with 100 million, he could have easily walked away with 6 billion. To chase even bigger gains, Sang-yeop dove headfirst into the high-risk, high-reward world of the options market. His analysis led him to CL Chemicals, a company he was convinced was a diamond in the rough, massively undervalued. Predicting its value would double, he cashed out all his stocks and went all in, buying up call options. But just a few days later, some poor schmuck at the company fell for a phishing scam, triggering an absolute disaster. In one fell swoop, a whopping $27 million of the company's quarterly profit just went up in smoke. The bad news sent the stock price into a freefall, and the value of Sang-yeop's options instantly nosedived. Instead of cutting his losses, our boy took a desperate gamble, borrowing from loan sharks to buy even more options. But the stock never recovered by the expiration date, and his entire 300 million won fortune was wiped out completely. When he couldn't repay the loan, the sharks started their illegal collections, and soon after, Sang-yeop just vanished. The ultimate gut punch? CL Chemicals stock eventually did surge, but because head bet on options, he didn't make a single penny. And just like that, we're at a restaurant where our boy Kang Jinhu gets called out by an old friend. Turns out, it's Park Sang-yeop, the very same guy from the tragic story, who seems surprised Jinhu is treating him. Jinhu introduces his buddy Take-Yu, and Sang-yeop immediately remembers him as the kid who bought Bantcoin in middle school. After the introductions, Jinhu asks what Sang-yeop has been doing since he took time off from the high-stakes world. Sang-yeop explains he's been doing manual labor and is now teaching math, a far cry from his old life. He takes a drink, reflecting that this hard work has taught him the value of money, and he's almost paid off his remaining debt. Jinhu is seriously impressed. This guy went from billions to broke but never fell into despair. He's clearly not an ordinary man. Finally, Jinhu reveals his true purpose for the meeting. He wants to learn about futures and options trading. Sang Yeop starts the lesson, asking if Jinhu even knows the difference between the two types of derivatives. He breaks it down simply. Futures are just a contract to buy or sell something at a locked-in price on a future date. Using a simple radish analogy, Sang Yeop explains that with futures, both parties are locked into the trade, for better or worse. Jinhu diligently takes notes as Sang Yeop moves on to the next topic, options, which are about trading the right to a deal. He breaks it down further. A call option is the right to buy, and a put option is the right to sell, with the buyer holding all the cards. Simply put, futures are a mandatory two-way street, while options give the buyer the choice to walk away after paying a small fee. Oh, Taekyu thinks this sounds like a terrible deal for the seller, but Sang Yeop hints that this is where the real mind games begin. Turns out, the seller has a higher win rate but faces unlimited risk, while the buyer has limited losses but the potential for infinite gains. Oh, Taekyu summarizes his understanding. Call options are for when prices go up, and put options are for when they go down. Sang Yeop agrees he's got the gist. To illustrate the insane potential, he gives an extreme example of a dirt-cheap put option that could pay out 9,000 times the investment. Sang Yeop then poses a chilling hypothetical. What if a buyer had gambled $1 billion on that single, high-risk option? Jinhu does the math himself, and the answer is a mind-shattering 9 trillion won, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Park Sang Yeop cracks open a soda, bringing them back to reality by saying such jackpot scenarios almost never happen. He explains that when disaster strikes, put options skyrocket, and the seller is on the hook for an insane amount. Oh, Taekyu finally feels like the theory is clicking into place, and asks Kang Jinhu what his real target is. Our boy reveals his play. He's going all in on a put option for Soseong Electronics. Oh, Taekyu is baffled, asking why he'd bet against them when their new L6 phone is a massive hit. Kang Jinhu drops the bombshell. The L6 is going to be discontinued because of the explosion incidents. Having been burned before, Park Sang Yeop gives them a final, chilling warning about how options can wipe you out completely. As they leave, Oh Taekyu is clearly shaken by the warning, but Kang Jinhu asks if he's still in. With a confident smirk, our boy confirms he is absolutely going through with it. His entire investment strategy is built on the future knowledge that the L6 phone is doomed to fail. Our boy lays out the two paths, low risk, low return short selling, or the high risk, high return put option that could make them kings. Kang Jinhu decides on a mixed strategy, putting 70% into the risky put options while short selling the rest to hedge their bets. He explains that Soseong's stock is inflated by the L6 hype, so a 20% drop after the recall is almost guaranteed. Just then, news breaks of another explosion, this time in the US, and it wasn't even charging. This is getting serious. While the Korean media reports Soseong's weak excuse of external impact, the international press is starting to swarm. Oh Taekyu asks where to even trade these options, and Kang Jinhu just points to the trading system he already has up and running. To show he's all in, Kang Jinhu insists on throwing his own 800 million won into the pot, sharing the risk equally. As Oh Taekyu's finger hovers over the mouse, the terrifying reality hits him. If the stock doesn't tank, all this money becomes worthless paper. With a series of clicks, their cash balance plummets, leaving only 800 million won as the options are purchased. Oh Taekyu is confused why they didn't go all in, but Kang Jinhu calmly explains it's their emergency fund, just in case the future goes sideways. With the bet placed, all Kang Jinhu can do is sit back and wait for his vision to become reality. But the market has other plans. Contrary to all expectations, Soseong's stock actually climbs a staggering 8% in 2 days. This is a disaster for their short-selling position, but the real nightmare is what it means for their put options. Because the stock went up instead of down, their multi-billion won investment is rapidly turning into worthless paper. Oh Taekyu is sweating bullets, staring at our boy who's just sitting there in total silence, looking unnervingly calm. Kang Jinhu knows Soseong's weak response of a simple battery replacement is just delaying the inevitable crash. Barely holding it together, Oh Taekyu asks if the big announcement is tomorrow, and Kang Jinhu calmly confirms it should be. The day of the press conference arrives, and the media from all over the globe descends upon the Saesong headquarters. The division president, Cho Dongjun, takes the stage and admits the explosions were indeed caused by their own faulty batteries. He promises compensation and a new battery model, but he conveniently leaves out the one thing that would tank the stock, a full recall. But then, in a shocking twist, Cho Dongjun announces a full recall of all 6 million units. Our boy and Oh Taekyu are completely dumbfounded. This move makes absolutely no sense. The public, however, eats it up, with 95% of users saying they'll stick with Saesong after the replacement. Online forums are buzzing with praise for the company's generous, no-questions-asked exchange policy. While it's a massive 6 trillion won loss on paper, the actual production cost is closer to 2 trillion. Sejong plans to simply replace the batteries and sell the recalled phones as refurbished units in other markets. Thanks to this brilliant PR move, the stock price barely flinches, dropping only a measly 1.5%. Then comes the final nail in the coffin. Sejong announces a shareholder return policy, and the stock skyrockets. Oh Tae-kyu completely loses it, laughing manically as he watches 6 billion won of their investment evaporate into thin air. Kang Jin-hoo can only watch, realizing that according to their deal, Oh Tae-kyu has to shoulder most of this catastrophic loss. Our boy is left reeling, wondering where his clairvoyance went so horribly wrong. He lies in bed, haunted by the thought of 60 billion won, a lifetime's fortune gone in a flash. The math is brutal. To recover just half his loss, he needs to double his remaining capital. Worse yet, his remaining billions are like water in a cracked pot, set to vanish when the options expire. The sheer terror of it all chokes him as he writhes in bed, questioning if he should just cut his losses now. Suddenly, Oh Tae-kyu sits up in the other bed, startling him out of his spiraling thoughts. Turns out, Kang Jin-hoo's agonized groaning woke him up. They're both suffering through this sleepless night. They decide to grab a beer, where Oh Tae-kyu nervously asks if the stock will finally stop rising. Kang Jin-hoo admits he doesn't know, but he's certain of one thing. The L6 phone is finished. Oh Tae-kyu's patience snaps, and he points out that none of this would have happened if not for Kang Jin-hoo's flawless prediction. Kang Jin-hoo admits he suggested the investment, but he's not ready to give up just yet. He tells his partner that this isn't over, arguing a simple recall might not fix the underlying problem. Our boy's clairvoyance is screaming at him. What if Sejong was wrong and it was never the battery? But even if he's right, their real problem is the clock ticking down to the option expiry date. A week later, Sejong officially begins the recall for the L6 phone, putting his theory to the test. The recall is a massive success, with huge crowds lining up for both replacements and new sales. With public trust restored, Sejong's stock price shoots back up, crushing their short position. Oh Tae-kyu stares at his phone in disbelief, his glasses cracking as their losses balloon to over 90 billion won. Kang Jin-hoo grabs his hair in frustration, realizing the only thing that saved them from total ruin was their short-selling hedge. Oh Tae-kyu is completely broken, whispering goodbye to the 13 billion won that vanished into thin air. Our boy checks his account. The 3.6 billion they have left is cold comfort when he's personally lost 600 million. The real pressure is the clock, with only 7 days left until the options expire and their gamble is officially over. He's haunted by the classic tale of how one wrong prediction can ruin a man, a story that's hitting a little too close to home. He grabs his head in frustration, torn between thinking his prediction was wrong and wondering if he missed a crucial detail. His partner suddenly tries to play it cool, claiming he was fine being broke before, but Kang Jin-hoo isn't fooled for a second. Then, just as he's about to give up, a new vision slams into his mind, a passenger plane flying through the clouds. Inside, it's pure chaos as a flight attendant desperately tries to extinguish a fire that has broken out mid-flight. The vision gets worse, revealing injured passengers and blood on the floor. This is the real catastrophe he's been sensing all along. The vision focuses on the source of the chaos, a completely fried phone lying in a puddle of extinguisher foam. He sees the crucial detail on a nearby ticket, Flight HAL 745, scheduled for December 9th. Kang Jin-hoo jolts awake in a cold sweat, the vivid nightmare still burning in his mind. He sits up, clutching his head and trying to dismiss it as just a messed-up dream. But the faint glow in his eyes tells him this was no dream. His clairvoyance had just shown him the future. The mental strain hits him like a truck, and his pained cry wakes up a very confused Oh Tae-kyu. As the pieces connect, our boy realizes with dawning horror that the date on the ticket is only 4 days away. He yells it out loud, leaving his partner dumbfounded as he screams that the catastrophe is just 4 days from now. With absolute conviction, he declares this is it the incident that will finally force Sejong to discontinue the L6 phone. The city is quiet, completely unaware of the disaster looming on the horizon. Oh Tae-kyu is still trying to wrap his head around it, asking if the catastrophe is really just 4 days away, to which our boy grimly confirms his power is legit. His partner checks his own L6 phone, feeling nothing out of the ordinary, while Kang Jin-hoo is still haunted by the details of his vision. Suddenly, Jin-hoo remembers a key detail and asks if the exchanged phone exploded, leaving Tae-kyu dumbfounded before they rush to the computer. They quickly find the news articles. An L6 caught fire right after being charged, which triggered the initial recall from Sejong. On screen, a Sejong executive calmly announces they've commissioned an investigation, already preparing to blame external shock like they always do. Oh, Take You thinks Soseong must be pretty confident to make such a bold claim, but our boy is lost in thought, recalling a famous quote. His partner, however, completely butchers the name, thinking Yogi Berra is some kind of yoga athlete from a foreign country. But Kang Jin-hoo just smirks, finishing the quote with a newfound resolve. It ain't over till it's over. He remembers the history of the incident. Soseong blamed their own SB batteries and replaced them all, so why the hell did the phones keep exploding? Our boy weighs the possibilities. Is this just a scheme for cash? Or is there a fatal flaw Saesong can't control? He decides to play the long game, telling his partner they'll just watch how things unfold over the next 4 days. And just like clockwork, 4 days later the news breaks a flight to Hawaii made an emergency landing after a Saesong phone exploded. The details are grim. A passenger suffered burns from a replacement phone, forcing the plane to turn back mid-flight. The fallout is immediate, with the news going global, and U.S. airlines banning the L6 from all flights entirely. Back in Korea, Soseong Electronics scrambles to call an emergency meeting at their Gangnam headquarters. The market doesn't wait, with Soseong's stock value absolutely tanking the moment trading opens. Oh Take-You scoffs at the news telling people to buy the dip, and Kang Jin-hoo agrees, saying the experts can buy it themselves. While the big institutions are dumping their stock, it's the poor individual investors who are getting baited into buying. Inside the Saesong headquarters, the top brass gather in a conference room, the air thick with tension and impending doom. The heavy footsteps of a man with immense authority echo through the hall. An aide announces the arrival of the vice chairman, and the entire room of executives stands at attention. Soseong Electronics vice chairman, Im Jin-yong, wastes no time and immediately starts the meeting. He cuts straight to the chase, stating that everyone knows the situation is dire and asks why the replacement phones are also exploding. The IM division president, Cho Dong-jun, can only report that the cause is still under investigation. The vice chairman presses him, asking how long it will take and wondering if they screwed up by rushing the initial recall. He demands a solution, anything to get them out of this corporate nightmare. The future strategy director, Kim Young-soo, suggests a radical idea. Buy time with another recall while they find the root cause. The other executives are dumbfounded. Another recall seems insane, but he insists buying time is their only priority. Im Jin-yong knows he's right, they need to act, but he's painfully aware that a second recall without a definitive cause could be the final nail in Soseong's coffin. The vice chairman knows there's one more method, a last resort so terrible that no one even dares to speak its name. Tapping his fingers on the table, Im Jin-yong is crushed by the weight of his position, wondering what his legendary father would have done. He reflects on the company's legacy, a giant built by his grandfather and father, now resting entirely on his shoulders. Suddenly, a glint of an idea, a memory, flashes in his mind. His gaze drifts across the tense meeting room, past the anxious executives. It lands on a small, intricate model of a ship sitting on a shelf. As he stares at it, his mind is flooded with a memory from his past. He recalls his father explaining that a corporation is like the ship of Theseus, a concept his younger self didn't understand at all. His father recounted the ancient story of the hero's ship, preserved by replacing its decaying planks and oars one by one. The lesson culminates in a paradox. After 1,000 years, with no original parts left, is it still the same ship, or something entirely new? His father's voice echoes in his mind, explaining that the corporation is the same. It started by assembling appliances with borrowed tech after the war. Over the decades, every single employee from that era has left, and none of the original products are still being made. The factories and headquarters have all been moved and rebuilt, yet somehow, the company's identity remains intact. This forces Im Jin-yong to ask himself the critical question: what is the true essence that defines Soseong Electronics? Suddenly, all the tangled thoughts, the paradoxes, and the pressures of his position converge into a single, brilliant flash of insight. Snapping back to the present, he stares down the long table of anxious executives, his mind now set in stone. He makes the bombshell announcement. They are discontinuing the L6 immediately, with full refunds and compensation for all customers. The executives are completely blindsided, whispering amongst themselves that this is the worst choice imaginable. They can only see the catastrophic losses, refunds, zero future sales, and a brand image dragged through the mud. But Im Jin-yong slams his hands on the table, his voice booming with authority, declaring they will see this through, no matter the cost. Im Jin-yong schools the execs, telling them that money can always be earned again. But trust, he explains, is a one-and-done deal, and they've already screwed up twice. He declares that this is their absolute last chance to salvage the company's honor. Stunned into silence, the future strategy director is the first to break, agreeing to prepare the public announcement immediately. And just like that, at 1:40 p.m., the official apology from Soseong Electronics hits the airwaves. Im Jin-young himself stands at the podium, facing a storm of camera flashes to deliver the bombshell news. Meanwhile, our boy Jin-hoo and his buddy Taek-yu are watching it all unfold, completely floored by the announcement. Jin-hoo's mind is racing. He can't believe someone at Soseong actually had the spine to make this call. Taek-yu is just sweating bullets, his brain short-circuiting as he tries to calculate the astronomical financial losses. As his friend panics, Jin-hoo turns to him with a knowing smirk, about to drop a truth bomb. Jin-hoo explains that for every L6 owner, their phone just became a high-tech brick. The news spreads like wildfire across the country. The flagship phone is officially discontinued. Online forums are an absolute war zone, with ruined investors screaming about everything from suicide pacts to terrorism. The panic is palpable everywhere, with people on public transport frantically trying to dump their Soseong stock. In the wake of the press conference, a mass exodus begins as small-time investors sell off everything they have. The financial damage is apocalyptic, with Soseong's market value crashing by 50 trillion won, its worst hit since the 2008 crisis. This day of reckoning sends shockwaves through the entire financial sector, a Black Tuesday for the history books. At another firm, an executive named Park Jong-il is dumbfounded, demanding his subordinate repeat the insane numbers he just heard. The employee confirms the disaster. The loss on Soseong's put options is over 1,000 times, and it seems someone was buying them up from a firm called Golden Gate. The executive immediately suspects insider trading, but his subordinate clarifies that Golden Gate, run by Taek-yu's sister, also suffered massive losses, making the situation even more bizarre. Park Jong-il can't wrap his head around it. He asks if someone really just used Golden Gate to make such a massive blind bet. He absolutely loses it, screaming that investing isn't child's play, and demanding his subordinate find proof of insider trading immediately. Left alone, the executive sighs, utterly dumbfounded by the sheer madness that has just unfolded on the market. Meanwhile, on the other side of the trade, our boy Kang Jin-hoo and Taek-yu stare at the screen, wondering what kind of monsters they've become. They watch in silence as the Soseong stock price absolutely craters, falling through the floor with no end in sight. The value just keeps plummeting. A beautiful, terrifying waterfall of numbers confirming their victory. Their put options have gone parabolic, yielding returns of over 1,000%, while regular short selling barely nets a fraction of that. The two of them are left completely speechless, watching the financial apocalypse they single-handedly engineered. Taek-yu finally turns to Jin-hoo, his mind struggling to even process the numbers on the screen. A staggering profit of over 2,400% flashes before their eyes. They've hit a jackpot of world-breaking proportions. The profit counter just keeps climbing, hitting nearly 3,000% as they stare at each other, grinning like madmen. It doesn't stop, blasting past 3,800%, and all they can do is scream in pure, unadulterated shock. The narrator reminds us that stocks aren't a zero-sum game, but our boys are too busy losing their minds to care. As the profit nears 5,000%, Taek-yu kicks a chair in celebration. In this market, everyone can win. Or, as Jin-hoo knows all too well, everyone can suffer. But thanks to the brutal nature of short selling, they're on the winning side, celebrating by throwing tissues like confetti. The final return rate locks in at an insane 5,170%. A catastrophe for Soseong, but a blessing for them. Their initial 13 billion won investment has just morphed into an unbelievable 685 billion. Jin-hoo screams that they're rich now, but Taek-yu just reminds his friend that he was already rich. They've just ascended to a whole new level of wealth. With the trade closed and their profits secured, they've officially pulled off one of the greatest financial heists in history. Taek-yu stares at the tablet, completely dumbfounded as he counts the zeros. 685 billion won. Jin-hoo casually mentions that if the stock had dropped just a little more, they would have easily smashed past 1 trillion. Our boy, still trying to process it all, asks Taek-yu how much he's owed for his part in this grand scheme. Taek-yu reminds him of their agreement to split the profits, which comes out to a staggering 336 billion each. Jin-hoo can barely comprehend the number, wondering if you could stack that much cash to the height of a skyscraper. He reflects on his past as a broke, discharged soldier and questions if he even deserves this life-changing sum of money. The guilt starts to set in. His initial capital was only 800 million, while Taek-yu risked everything. He remembers his friend shouldering tens of billions in losses alone just a few days ago, making him feel like a freeloader. But just as Taek-yu asks if he's backing out, Jin-hoo reveals he's been recording their conversation the whole time. Taek-yu just sighs. He knows the deal. Jin-hoo provides the future, sight, and he provides the capital. Our boy admits that while his contribution was huge, Taek-yu is a rare breed for offering half without a second thought. He realizes how few people in the world are cut from the same cloth, willing to honor such a crazy promise. The true scale of his power finally hits him. Just foreseeing one smartphone's failure made him a billionaire. He shudders, imagining the chaos he could predict: a financial crisis, a war, or even a natural disaster. So, they both agree that for their own safety, this ability has to stay an absolute secret between them. Jinhoo knows if word got out, intelligence agencies would be on him in a heartbeat. He can't even tell his mother. The serious mood is shattered as Taekyu erupts in joy, celebrating the fact that they've made an insane fortune. But hearing that just makes Jinhoo's conscience flare up, wondering if it's right to profit from a national crisis. The news confirms the damage. Samsung's profits are plummeting while foreign competitors are cashing in. Taekyu tries to calm him down, reminding him that they didn't cause the disaster. It would have happened with or without them. Taekyu lays it out cold. While the entire market was crashing, someone had to be making a profit. And right now, he says, they're the ones who cashed in on everyone else's misery. Hez absolutely buzzing, telling Jinhoo they're now mega rich all thanks to his incredible foresight. But our boy Jinhoo is humble, pointing out that his vision meant nothing without Taekyu's guts to make the investment. Taekyu just grins and gives him a fist bump, admitting not many people would have the stones to bet 10 billion won like that. The celebration is cut short when Taekyu brings up the logistical nightmare of taxes, which would be astronomical. Jinhoo realizes he'd have to justify the source of the funds, and the idea of withdrawing 336 billion in cash seems impossible. They're both dumbfounded, trying to imagine how many boxes they'd need for that kind of money and if a bank would even allow it. Jinhoo just leans back with a wry smile. He never imagined he'd be worrying about setting up offshore accounts. Taekyu then asks the big question, what's the plan? He thinks it's a total waste to let their 670 billion won just sit there. Jinhoo explains that, while they're rich, the game changes now. Making huge gains gets exponentially harder with more capital. He philosophizes that in this capitalist world, money is everything. It can move mountains and even save lives. They've already hit the jackpot, securing enough cash to live out their days in luxury without lifting another finger. But as our boy lies back, he can't shake a nagging feeling. Is this really all there is to his power? His mind flashes to a cryptic vision he's kept secret, a premonition far more significant than any stock tip. The details are hazy, but the feeling it left behind was one of undeniable purpose. He saw a future where he wasn't just wealthy, but a key player in something massive, a destiny unfolding before him. Snapping back to the present, he gets up and extends a hand towards his friend with a dead serious look. Jinhoo lays down the terms. Take his hand, and they're partners to the bitter end. But if he refuses, Jinhoo will walk the path alone. Taekyu is left speechless, realizing this isn't just about money anymore. This is an invitation to change the world. After a moment of stunned silence, Taekyu firmly grasps Jinhoo's hand, sealing their pact. A wicked grin spreads across his face. He's all in, ready to follow our boy to the ends of the earth. With that handshake, the OTK company is officially born, a two-man operation destined to shake the world. Jinhoo immediately lays out the new structure, a perfect 50/50 split, making them true equals. Turns out, he's already set up their HQ in Delaware, a clever move to keep their massive earnings away from the taxman's greedy hands. He asks Taekyu for his thoughts, but his partner seems to be a million miles away, lost in thought. Snapping him out of it, Jinhoo asks for that old contract he'd given him before, the one that started all this. Taekyu pulls out the worn paper, a reminder of when he was just a follower, not a partner. A dangerous glint appears in his eye as he stares at the contract, a silent decision forming in his mind. Then, in one swift motion, he rips the contract in two, shocking Jinhoo and declaring their old dynamic officially dead. Taekyu suddenly declares that a 50/50 split doesn't make sense, leaving Jinhoo utterly dumbfounded on the floor. With a dead serious look, he proposes a new arrangement, an 8-2 split that sends a chill down Jinhoo's spine. Our boy is floored, realizing this isn't a joke, and asks if he's really supposed to take a trash-tier 20% cut. His mind races. He knows billions can corrupt anyone, but he never thought his partner was cut from that greedy cloth. Resigning himself to the new terms, Jinhoo agrees only for Taekyu to clarify that Jinhoo gets the 80%. Now Jinhoo is just completely lost, trying to process why his partner would offer him the lion's share of their fortune. He asks if Taekyu has lost his mind, but his partner, cool as a cucumber, confirms he's never been more serious. Jinhoo presses him, reminding him that just moments ago he was all for an equal partnership. Taekyu lays out the cold, hard logic. Before, he provided the capital, but now Jinhoo has both the money and the foresight. The reasoning is brutal but fair. It wouldn't make sense for Taekyu to take half when Jinhoo can now do everything himself. Jinhoo remembers his initial partnership with Taekyu was a cold, calculated decision, not one based on friendship. His logic was simple. Combining their capital into one massive fund was far more powerful than operating two smaller ones. Back in the present, he's still dumbfounded, asking if Taekyu is really just handing over 200 billion. But Taekyu flips the script, declaring he's not giving money away, he's investing it directly into Jinhu himself. Jinhu voices his fear of failure, but his partner just shrugs it off, saying he owes all this wealth to him anyway. Taekyu makes it clear he's all in, insisting that for Jinhu to truly lead, he needs the authority that comes with an 80% stake. The weight of it hits our boy, he'll be running the company, and Taekyu cheekily brings up his management studies. A flustered Jinhu tries to downplay it, admitting he only studied for a year and comically confusing an MBA with the NBA. Taekyu ignores his friend's attempt at self-deprecation, getting ready to make it official. With a firm hand on his shoulder, he looks Jinhu in the eye and declares him the new CEO of OTK Company. Jinhu asks one last time if he's sure, feeling ashamed for ever doubting his friend's unwavering trust. Taekyu admits that when he first heard the investment plan, he honestly thought it was complete nonsense. But then he dramatically grabs Jinhu's hand, shouting out the name of his power, the Oracle Eye. He declares that Jinhu's foresight is the real deal, the very power that made them rich. Taekyu insists that our boy is the only one who can see the situation objectively and lead them forward. Filled with a new sense of purpose, Jinhu finally accepts, officially becoming the CEO of OTK Company. With the leadership issue settled, the scene shifts to their quiet neighborhood. Inside their apartment, a calendar marks the date December is here, and Christmas is fast approaching. Jinhu, sipping a hot drink, asks Taekyu what he did for Christmas last year, while his partner is busy gaming. Our boy flashes back to his miserable military service, bitterly recalling how he spent the holiday shoveling snow. Taekyu casually mentions he just spent the holiday with his mother, leaving Jinhu a bit stunned. Turns out, Taekyu is a real one. Jinhu recalls worrying about his own mom being alone last year, and his friend immediately rushed over to keep her company. Snapping back to the present, Taekyu, still glued to his game, tells Jinhu to transfer his 800 million won share so he can get a move on for Christmas. Jinhu, ever the responsible one, questions if he can even withdraw that much at once, and reminds him they need to handle their taxes properly. He points out it's better to clear up any potential issues now, including the taxes for the 500 million won he sent over before. Taekyu starts frantically digging through the mess on his desk, looking for the tax contact his sister gave him. He triumphantly pulls out a crumpled, stained piece of paper, having finally found what he was looking for. With the money talk settled, Taekyu asks what our boy plans to do with his own massive fortune. Jinhu smiles, a genuine look of peace on his face, and says he's going out to buy some Christmas presents. But his idea of a present is on a whole different level, as he's seen standing outside a real estate office. Inside, a real estate agent sighs, stressed that another month has passed without a single deal, and she's worried about making rent. Just then, our boy Kang Jinhu walks in, and she immediately perks up, welcoming her first potential customer in a while. She offers him a warm drink, a small kindness for someone coming in from the cold. Sizing him up, she assumes he's just a college kid looking for a cheap one-room apartment. The commission will be trash, tier, but beggars can't be choosers. She immediately launches into her sales pitch for a newly built, affordable one-room rental she has available. But Jinhu cuts her off, clarifying he's not looking for a room but a whole house, and asks about the local market prices. He then drops the real bombshell. He's not looking to rent, he's looking to buy, leaving the agent completely dumbfounded. As she reels from the shock, Jinhu calmly repeats that he's here to purchase a house. Snapping out of her daze, the agent tries to regain her composure as our boy gets up, ready to talk business. She explains that prices vary wildly, from 300 million won all the way up to luxury homes costing over $1 billion. He walks over to the window, getting a better look at the neighborhood. Pointing to a specific house, he asks for the price, and she quotes him a cool 500 to 600 million won. Jinhu barely bats an eye at the massive price tag, simply taking it in. The agent watches him, her mind still struggling to catch up with this unexpected client. He then turns and flatly states that he'd like to buy that house, leaving her utterly dumbfounded again. She studies his face, and the cold seriousness in his eyes tells her this is no joke. Suddenly, the thought of a multi-million won commission flashes through her mind, and her whole demeanor changes. She scrambles to her desk, promising to find similar properties, but our boy quickly shuts that down. He's not interested in similar houses. He repeats that he wants that specific one and no other. The agent freezes, her dreams of a fat paycheck hitting a brick wall. Turns out, that house isn't even for sale. Our boy isn't taking no for an answer, asking if a boatload of cash would change the owner's mind. The agent is completely bewildered by his insistence, wondering why he'd willingly pay more for that specific house. Jinhoo calmly opens his bag and reminds her that the market price is around 600 million won. She confirms, a sense of dread and excitement building, as she has no idea what he's about to do. He then casually drops a bomb, saying he'll add an extra 200 million on top, and starts pulling out stacks of cash. The agent's eyes go wide as she gawks at the 30 million won he just slapped on the table. To seal the deal, Jinhoo tells her that all that cash is hers as a commission if she makes it happen. Turns out, the house is owned by a housewife named Kim Mi-ja, who bought it at a court auction 2 years ago. But the dream of a detached house quickly faded as her husband and kids began complaining about the terrible location. On top of that, the 20-year-old house was falling apart, and the repair costs were just too much to handle. They'd only done temporary patch-ups, leaving the place a ticking time bomb of repair bills. With new, modern apartments popping up everywhere, Kim Mi-ja was desperate to sell and get out. A contractor friend gave her the grim news. The house was worth 600 million, but with repairs, it might only fetch 500 if it sold at all. Just as she was losing hope, the real estate agent called with an unbelievable offer from a young buyer. Kim Mi-ja was ready to accept any offer at market price, just to be done with the money pit. But the agent, sensing a sucker, had told Jinhoo the price was 800 million, and our boy agreed without a second thought. Kim Mi-ja is absolutely floored. That's 200 million over the market price, an insane amount of money. With that kind of cash, she could finally afford the luxury apartment she'd been dreaming of, but her joy quickly turns to suspicion. Why would anyone overpay by that much? There must be a hidden value she's missing. Just as she's about to agree, greed takes over, and a cunning new plan forms in her mind. She hangs up the phone, feeling smug that her patience has finally paid off. After she tells her husband, he urges her to sell immediately, but her mind is already racing elsewhere. She's convinced there must be a hidden reason someone would overpay so much for that trash-tier house. So, she calls the agent back and boldly declares she won't sell for 800 million, demanding a cool 1 billion instead. But her greedy smirk vanishes when the agent reveals the buyer is now looking at another house. The price for that other property? 760 million. And her groceries hit the pavement in shock. She's absolutely dumbfounded that woman is about to steal her golden goose right out from under her. Realizing she just fumbled a life-changing opportunity, she collapses in despair. In a desperate panic, she begs the agent to tell the buyer she'll match the 760 million offer, even promising a huge commission. Miraculously, the agent calls back to confirm the deal is hers, and she can hardly believe her luck. The agent shrewdly suggests a huge 30% down payment to lock our boy in before he can change his mind. Moments later, a staggering 228 million won is deposited, and the contract is set for the very next day. But there's a catch: the buyer wants her to vacate the house in just 4 days, right before Christmas. She's dumbfounded, arguing that it's impossible since they haven't even found a new place to live. Then the agent dangles an extra 20 million won for moving expenses, and she's so shocked she nearly drops the phone. A framed quote on her wall ironically speaks of humble beginnings leading to great prosperity. Turns out, the agent is sitting right across from Kang Jinhoo, flashing him a peace sign as she confirms the owner will be out in 2 days. Our boy reflects on the pain of losing this house, his childhood home, which was sold at auction before his father's funeral even ended. He could have gotten it cheaper, sure, but after 2 years of heartache, he refused to wait a second longer to reclaim his past. The agent hands him the receipt for the down payment, but her curious expression shows she has one burning question for him. The agent can't hide her greed, asking if there's some secret redevelopment plan or hidden value she should know about. Our boy just gives a faint smile, neither confirming nor denying anything, leaving her to awkwardly apologize for prying. With the deal done, he steps out into the city, which is buzzing with the energy of the upcoming Christmas holiday. He notices all the couples walking around but dismisses it, since that part of his life is a distant memory. Clutching the contract, he thinks to himself that buying this house was the best Christmas present he could have ever gotten. Just then, his phone rings, and it's his mom, with the contact picture showing their happy family in front of that very house. The agent's words echo in his mind, hidden value, and he smirks, finally understanding its true meaning. The real value wasn't in the land or the property, but in the precious memories of his family that were made there. He answers the call, telling his mom he's just about to arrive at her current place. Arriving at a modest apartment building, he calls up to her, asking if they're all packed and ready to go home. His mother is a bit hesitant, asking why they can't just eat at home, but our boy insists that on a day like this, they have to dine out. Just then, Oh Tae-gyu rolls up in a car plastered with anime decals, enthusiastically telling them to hop in for a ride to a nice place. Jinhoo's mom worries Tae-gyu might be cold, but he just flexes, saying his thermal underwear is all he needs, leaving Jinhoo to sigh at his friend's antics. Once they're all in the car, His mom asks where they're going, but Jinhoo just smiles and tells her it's a surprise. As they're driving along, his phone suddenly starts buzzing, making him wonder who's trying to reach him. He glances at the screen and sees it's his junior colleague, Shin Yu-ri, and he can't help but feel a little annoyed. On the other end of the line, Yu-ri is practically panicking, asking why on earth he hasn't been answering her calls. Jinhoo plays it cool, apologizing and saying he didn't notice, then asks what's so important that she'd call on Christmas. She fires back, questioning how he can even think about Christmas at a time like this, leaving him utterly confused. Finally, she gets to the point, demanding to know how he predicted L6 would go out of stock, reminding him he said it himself last time they met. A flashback reveals the moment Jinhoo casually told Yuri the product would be discontinued, thinking he needs to be more careful with his predictions. He remembers trying to brush it off as a joke later, but she was clearly suspicious. Back in the present, he quickly ends the call, wishing her a Merry Christmas and leaving her hanging. Our boy breathes a sigh of relief, hoping he managed to convince her he was just messing around. He then sees a missed call from another senior, Park Sang-yeop, who's likely panicking too, just as his mom announces they've arrived. The big surprise is their old family home, looking just as grand as they remember it. Jinhoo watches his mother get lost in thought, knowing she's recalling the 2 decades of memories they made here. With a wistful smile, she admits it's nice to be back and see the place again. But just as she's ready to leave, Jinhoo suggests they go inside, leaving her completely dumbfounded. He and Taekyu start walking up the steps, while his mom frantically tells him he can't just barge into a stranger's house. Jinhoo calmly states that it looks like the previous tenants have moved out, leading the way inside. His mother is instantly hit with a wave of nostalgia, her eyes tracing the familiar lines of their old home. Suddenly, she's lost in a memory, seeing a tiny Jinhoo carelessly running up those very same stairs. Another memory surfaces of her measuring his height on the wall, playfully calling him a cheater. Snapping back to the present, she whispers to herself that, unbelievably, nothing has changed at all. The memories keep flooding in, a proud little boy showing off his perfect test score in the kitchen. Then, a more grown-up version of him, holding his acceptance letter, her heart swelling with pride. Even the bittersweet memory of him leaving for the army, trying to act tough for her sake, feels like yesterday. Overwhelmed, she tells him they should leave, but our boy just asks why she thinks it's someone else's house. His mother is left completely dumbfounded, his words echoing in her mind as she tries to process the impossible. Our boy explains they only rented the house out for a little while, but his mother is still struggling to understand. With a proud smile, he holds out a box and declares that their home is officially theirs again. His mother takes it, her hands shaking as she asks how this could possibly be true. Jinhoo pulls Oh Taek-gyu into a side hug, boasting that the two of them earned a fortune together and bought it back. The wave of shock and relief is too much for her, and she suddenly collapses to the floor, sending the boys into a panic. Her mind flashes back to the grueling days after her husband's death, working endless hours just to survive. She remembers putting on a brave face for her son, hiding all the pain and hardship she endured. The tears finally stream down her face as she realizes her son must have clenched his teeth and held on all this time just for her. Jinhoo kneels to comfort her, asking why she's crying on such a happy day, as Taekyu looks on, trying to hold it together. Turns out, Taekyu can't hold it together at all, and just starts bawling, calling Jinhoo a complete rascal for being so damn thoughtful. Jinhoo is completely baffled as his best friend sobs uncontrollably all over him. Our boy tries to push him off, complaining about the snot, but Taekyu just keeps on wailing outside their brand new house. Later, Jinhoo explains to his mom how he made the money, conveniently leaving out the whole precognition part. When she asks just how much he earned, he knows the real number would make her faint, so he decides to tell her less than 1% of the truth. He casually drops that he made about 3 billion won, and his mom is absolutely dumbfounded, wondering if he's for real. He then announces his new plan. He's delaying his return to school to try his hand at full-time investing. His mom immediately gets worried, recalling how his father always said that anyone claiming to have exclusive information is a total scammer. This makes Jinhoo sweat bullets, realizing his dad's words perfectly describe him, the son with future-seeing powers. He quickly promises he'll only use his own money and will stop if it goes badly, and Taekyu nods along like he's the responsible one. His mom seems to relax, saying she feels better knowing that at least the reliable Taekyu will be by his side. Taekyu puffs his chest out, vowing to take full responsibility for Jinhoo, while our boy just scoffs at the absolute irony. Jinhoo moves on, explaining he's already hired a company to come fix up their rundown new house tomorrow. His mom immediately gets anxious, pointing out that proper repairs will cost tens of millions of won. But our boy just smiles warmly, telling her not to worry about the money and that they'll move in after the renovations. Taekyu cuts in, reminding them about their restaurant reservation and ushering them on to their Christmas celebration. The three of them clink their champagne glasses together, a toast to their massive success and a brand new beginning. As they enjoy their fancy dinner, Jinhoo looks at his happy mother and can't help but think of his late father. He makes a silent vow to him, promising to take care of his mother and shoulder all the responsibility from now on. A memory of a happy family photo flashes in his mind, fueling his resolve to protect the one parent he has left. He tells his dad to rest easy now, because he's finally strong enough to carry the burden. After dropping his mom off, she gives him the usual motherly advice, telling him to be careful and not to worry. She reminds him to call often, promising to visit if he gets too busy, and he assures her he knows. With a final wave, she watches her son drive off to start his new life, a mix of pride and worry on her face. Jinhoo explains that for their investment business, they needed a proper headquarters, so Taek-gyu bought a house. As they drive, our boy asks how much it cost, and Taek-gyu casually replies that it was a modest 4.2 billion won. Jinhoo is absolutely dumbfounded. His friend's definition of modest is on a completely different planet. They pull up to a massive modern mansion, and Jinhoo can't believe this is their new base of operations. Inside, Taek-gyu starts dividing up the floors, but Jinhoo knows his plan for a study is just an excuse for a comic book room. Taek-gyu then announces a shopping trip, but Jinhoo points out they don't really need anything. With a wicked grin, Taek-gyu whips out a black card, explaining that for them, it's not about what you buy, but how much you spend. Jinhoo is left completely speechless, trying to wrap his head around his friend's insane definition of a shopping trip. Their destination is a massive, high-end furniture and electronics plaza that looks more like a corporate headquarters. Taek-gyu strolls in humming a tune, totally in his element, while our boy just trails behind him. An employee offers to help, but Jinhoo politely says they're just browsing for the time being. Taek-gyu, however, smugly thinks to himself that he could buy the entire plaza, so there's no need to rush. His casual browsing comes to a halt when he spots a gigantic TV and is immediately captivated by its stunning display. The manager proudly explains it's a new one, 00-inch 8K model costing a cool 34 million won, to which Taek-gyu just says hell take it. The poor manager is completely stunned, not expecting someone to buy their most expensive display item without a second thought. Taek-gyu asks if there's a problem because it's on display, but the manager frantically assures him that's not the issue at all. Before the manager can even process the sale, Taek-gyu points to the laptop section, indicating he's just getting started. Taek-gyu continues his spree, telling the baffled manager he'll take one of the most expensive models of every single appliance in the store. The manager tries to ask about installment plans, but Taek-gyu just lounges on the couch, saying he's here to return a favor to the company. The total comes to a staggering 68.5 million won, which he finds cheap and pays in full, wondering if he's even used 0.01% of his cash. As they leave to the sound of the entire staff bowing, Jinhoo thinks he went overboard, but Taek-gyu is already planning to buy furniture. The very next day, our boy is left completely speechless, standing in the middle of a ridiculously luxurious mansion. Taek-gyu proudly shows off the basement, which he's decked out like a high-class hideout with a full bar and a pool table. He then reveals the master bedroom, casually mentioning that the workers designed it for both of them to share. With a dramatic flourish, Taek-gyu opens another door, announcing it's his own personal space, finally free from his old cramped studio. Jinhoo is dumbfounded to find it's basically a high-end storage room for collectibles, but Taek-gyu just tells him to respect his taste. Lastly, they enter a massive study, and Jinhoo admits that with a setup like this, he feels ready to get down to some serious business. Taek-gyu announces there's one last thing to make their new venture official, as a printer whirs in the background. He hands our boy the corporate registration document he'd signed earlier, telling him to take a look. It's the birth of OTK Company, with Jinhoo as the CEO with an 80% stake, and Taek-gyu as the COO holding the other 20%. Taek-gyu asks if his logo is cool, but Jinhoo immediately calls him out for ripping it off from a comic book. Our boy just smirks. Realizing how insane it is to go from penniless to a multi-billion won CEO, it feels like something straight out of a novel. With their plans set to invest based on Jinhoo's predictions, Taek-gyu knows there are still a few kinks to work out. Jinhoo gets serious, explaining the first major problem. He can't control his precognition on demand. He can only imagine the god-tier power he'd have if he could just pull up stock predictions whenever he wanted. For now, he's just a rookie with this ability, unsure if its limitations are permanent or just a sign of his inexperience. Raising two fingers, he moves on to the second big issue. The information he gets from his visions is incredibly vague and limited. For example, his vision might show a specific area's land value increasing tenfold, but with no date attached, it could be next year or a decade from now. He reminds Taek-gyu how they almost got burned on the L6 case because they only had keywords, not the timing. Figuring that out is their new full-time job. But then our boy drops the third, and most worrying, issue. The visions themselves might not be set in stone. Takyu immediately catches on, realizing that if the future is malleable, their own actions could completely derail the predicted outcome. He even calls it the classic dilemma of future vision, explaining that while you can't stop a meteor, you can definitely influence human decisions. Jinhoo is stunned by his partner's quick thinking, only for Takyu to sheepishly admit he learned it all from reading comics. Jinhoo continues, explaining their recent win wasn't a sure thing. The financial firms were supposed to cover the payout. But what if a corporate giant like Seo Sung had just delayed the announcement to save their own skin? Their entire plan would have been trashed here. It's the same with the land deal. If they drive the price up too high, the developers might just scrap the project or move it somewhere else entirely. In the end, Jinhoo concludes that his precognition is a powerful weapon, but how they wield it is what will truly determine their success. Takyu uses a gaming analogy, saying the skills effect depends on the user's level and that a Chiebol would have made 100 times more. But he's not discouraged, grinning as he declares it's time for them to level up and work even harder. Jinhoo takes a sip of his coffee and confirms his oracle eye isn't gone. The power is still there. He explains it's like a sixth sense, a feeling that's always present and clearer than taste or smell, even without an active vision. Pumped up, Takyu gives a thumbs up, telling our boy to focus on controlling his powers while he handles all the support. And it looks like their hard work paid off, as they've moved into a seriously swanky new headquarters. Inside their new office, Jinhoo lays out their next move. They need to aim for another large-scale crisis to really make bank. He scrolls through the news, noting that the economic sector is still reeling from the L6 incident, and another shockwave could be devastating. As he muses on the after effects, his eyes suddenly widen in shock at something he sees on the screen. He leaps from his chair, yelling at a sleeping Takyu to wake up and look at what he's just found. The article he's found is an exclusive on the L6 discontinuation, questioning who bought all the put options, and Jinhoo's blood runs cold, realizing it's about them. Takyu reads the details, a foreign entity making billions, triggering a full-blown investigation, and he has to admit, the timing is way too perfect. The two just stare at each other, the gravity of the situation sinking in without a single word. They retreat to their seriously decked-out basement hideout to figure out their next move. They hold what they're calling the first emergency shareholders meeting for OTK Company, which is, of course, just the two of them. As CEO, Jinhoo admits they got sloppy. The timeline is so obvious it screams suspicion, and he regrets not spreading their trades across different accounts. But Takyu, the COO, argues they had no idea it would get this much attention, and besides, they haven't actually broken any laws. Jinhoo just sighs, explaining the harsh reality of the market. You're a hero for betting on success, but a villain for profiting from failure. It's simple, really. Long positions mean everyone wins together, but shorting means you're profiting directly from someone else's misery, which never wins you any friends. Takyu presses the point, asking if they're truly in the clear, because while they might dodge this bullet, what happens when they inevitably get suspected again? Jinhoo lays it out. Their current method is too obvious, like winning the lottery twice, and he says shorting stocks has its limits. He explains that short positions are only good for quick cash because they bet against the market, which history shows will always grow in the long run. Our boy gives a quick history lesson, reminding Takyu that from world wars to financial crises, the market has always recovered and become stronger. Therefore, unless another global catastrophe hits, betting big on shorts is a dead end. Their future lies in long positions, using shorts only as a safety net. With a glint in his eye, he reveals his master plan: to transform OTK Company into a massive holding company. Their new goal is to start acquiring stakes in other businesses, effectively becoming the puppet masters of entire industries. The strategy is to find companies with high growth potential and swallow the best ones whole, turning them into subsidiaries, which makes Takyu immediately ask about the profits. Jinhoo sets the ambitious goal of doubling their assets in 3 years, and when Takyu scoffs, he's reminded that means turning 670 billion into over $1 trillion. This new structure diversifies their portfolio, letting them use Jinhoo's future sight for precise, hedged bets across a web of companies they control. Takyu is completely fired up by the new plan, getting a little too obsessed with the power of options, much to Jinhoo's amusement. Jinhoo kicks things off, declaring their first move is to analyze the Kospi 200 stocks. Turns out analysis is just a fancy term for checking public filings. But Takyu is hyped, ready to grind until they hit a winner. With a determined high five, the duo dives headfirst into the mountain of corporate data. But after hours of searching, Takyu is completely drained, wondering if they'll have to check every single trash tier stock. The clock ticks past 11:58 p.m., a grim reminder of their total lack of progress. Even Jin-Hoo is hitting a wall, rubbing his eyes in frustration after finding absolutely nothing of value. Just as despair sets in, Taekyu slams a massive stack of papers on the desk he's brought the Kozdak data. He explains he printed it all out to save Jin-Hoo's eyes from the screen, proving to be a real lifesaver. As dawn breaks over their massive mansion, it's clear the hunt has gone on all night. Taekyu finds Jin-Hoo on the couch and asks if he found anything, and our boy confirms he's finally locked onto a target. But instead of a victory, Jin-Hoo slumps back, admitting they've been completely barking up the wrong tree. Taekyu is stunned, asking if this is a new prediction, but our boy retorts that you don't need clairvoyance to see this mess. He clarifies that their goal is right, but their method is all wrong. His powers don't just spit out a top 20 investment list. The real problem, he explains, is how they're acquiring stakes in these smaller companies. He compares their massive fund to an elephant jumping into a small pond. It just causes the stock price to either skyrocket or crash instantly. Taekyu sighs, realizing nothing is ever easy, and suggests they pivot to foreign stocks instead. Jin-Hoo agrees it's a good idea, mentioning emerging markets and big tech, but points out they have zero connections to make it happen. To solve this, Taekyu suggests they just hire a finance expert who knows the foreign markets inside and out. Jin-Hoo takes the idea one step further, realizing that even with good info, they need their own team to analyze it and decide on a strategy. And that's when the real plan forms. He proposes they establish their own investment company as a subsidiary of OTK to gather all the talent they need. Jin-Hoo lays out the plan. He'll use his foresight to set the investment direction, and their new company will execute it. But first, they need the right talent. Suddenly, Taekyu's phone rings, and he flinches like he's just seen a ghost. Our boy Jin-Hoo just smirks, realizing from his friend's panic that the very person he wanted to recruit is calling them first. On the line is Oh Hyun-ju, Taekyu's sister and a shark from the global investment bank Golden Gate, and she is absolutely livid. She demands his new address, telling him not to move a muscle, which leaves Jin-Hoo dumbfounded that she's even in the country. Jin-Hoo thinks this is perfect since they needed to meet her anyway, but Taekyu is sweating, knowing he's in deep trouble. When asked what he did wrong, Taekyu starts counting on his fingers, admitting it's a laundry list of screw-ups. Before long, the storm arrives in person, and Hyunju sits before them with an aura so intense the two boys are frozen in place. The air is so heavy that Taekyu tries to open a window for ventilation, a pathetic excuse to escape her glare. But she's not having any of it, silencing them with a single pointed finger and a command to sit down. She cuts straight to the chase, demanding to know what's going on, but Jin-Hoo coolly replies that he bought the house and plans to live there. Hyunju glares at her brother, asking why he'd buy this place, but the poor guy is just as confused as she is. Suddenly, she loses it, grabbing an ashtray and screaming about the billions that were in his accounts, forcing Taekyu to beg for his life. Jin-Hoo realizes she's here about the money, and she warns them not to treat this lightly as she begins her explanation. She lays it all out. The L6 explosion tanked Seseong Electronics, but a rumor spread about some mystery entity that made a fortune shorting the stock. At first, she dismissed it as one of the countless paper companies with a random name, like OTK Company, but then a colleague tipped her off about a massive transfer of over 10 billion won, connecting her directly to our boy Jin-Hoo. She explains that since she set up her brother's account, she had full authority to check his transaction history. Logging in, she was absolutely dumbfounded to find a balance of over 672 billion won sitting in the account. The breakdown revealed the truth. The entire fortune was made from put options, netting them a mind-shattering 170% profit. She recalls storming into her office, screaming at her brother about what the hell he'd been doing with his life. Jin-Hoo is stunned, realizing their little operation has now reached the ears of Golden Gate, a major player. Hyunju cuts to the chase, demanding to know if Taekyu was the one who bought all those Seoseong put options, and he meekly admits it. She's still trying to wrap her head around the sheer audacity of it all, the scale of their gamble completely blowing her mind. Taekyu, ever the clueless one, whispers to Jin-Hoo, asking if this is really such a big deal, earning a look of pure disbelief. Hyunju then drops the bomb. Because of their massive win, the Financial Supervisory Service has started an official investigation. Our boy Jin-Hoo keeps his cool and asks what kind of documents they're after, and she confirms it's everything on OTK Company and its owner. His only question is whether the authorities have gotten their hands on that information yet. Turns out, Golden Gate is keeping their client info locked down tight. All they know is that OTK Company is based in the States. She explains that while domestic firms would have to cooperate, Golden Gate is a foreign entity, giving them a crucial layer of protection for now. Jin-Hoo calmly asks what grounds the Financial Supervisory Service even has to demand their information. Hyunju drops the hammer. They're being investigated for insider trading, a term that leaves Taekyu completely dumbfounded. She takes a drag from her cigarette, absolutely floored that they pulled off a multi-billion-dollar play without knowing one of the most basic financial crimes. She explains that publicly traded companies must disclose all significant information to maintain a fair market. Taekyu, still not getting it, wonders if it's really that big of a deal. But the law is clear. You can't trade on info the public doesn't have. The crime is serious because it shatters trust in the market, and in the worst-case scenario, their massive profits will be labeled as unfair gains. If that happens, every single one of the 672 billion won they earned will be confiscated as illegal funds, a thought that makes Taekyu break out in a cold sweat. He nervously asks if they're about to be dragged into some dark basement, but Hyunju reassures him they need concrete evidence, so they should be safe for now. With that out of the way, she gets to the real question. Who gave them the tip-off? Taekyu doesn't hesitate for a second and points straight at our boy. Jinhoo coolly admits he was the source of the information, prompting Hyunju's immediate follow-up. Where in the world did he get it? Jinhoo begins to explain, but Hyunju's patience is already wearing thin, realizing they don't grasp the gravity of their situation. She slams her fist on the table, startling our boy and making it clear she's not here to play games. Leaning in, she demands he explain exactly how he got the info, because if he can't, it's a straight-up financial crime. Jinhoo tries to calm her down, but Taekyu steps in, insisting he'll be the one to explain what happened. After Taekyu lays out the whole story, Hyunju takes a moment to process the sheer audacity of their play. She repeats his logic back to him, dumbfounded that he bet billions based on a couple of phone explosions being early defects. Turning to Jinhoo, she confirms that he reached this conclusion on his own, and simply told Taekyu, to which he calmly agrees. She then grills her brother, asking if he really trusted Jinhoo enough to bet 13 billion won even while facing a massive loss. Hyunju takes a drag, conceding that their story, however insane, means it wasn't insider trading, though she feels he's hiding something. She ultimately chalks it up to a beast's instinct, an unbelievable gut feeling that just happened to pay off big time. She brings up the infamous Deutsche Bank Gate incident, and our boy Jinhoo confirms he knows all about that market crash. Hyunju explains that even the expert manipulators in that case only made 50 billion won, a fraction of their haul. The two guys are stunned when she points out they made over 10 times that amount, realizing they really did rake it in. Turns out, their play was so massive it's threatening to collapse the entire domestic financial market for the year. Jinhoo just smirks, realizing that in the eyes of the world, he and Taekyu are the two devils who broke the system. She warns them that if their company was based in Korea, they'd already be in custody, but Jinhoo coolly brushes it off. Taekyu panics, insisting they didn't manipulate anything, but Jinhoo reminds him they're now the biggest enemy of every institution that lost trillions. Hyunju is floored, admitting she thought he was just playing around, and now demands to know his plans for all that cash. After they move to a bar, Taekyu drops a bombshell, revealing he split the company shares 80-20 inches Jinhoo's favor. He finishes by declaring Jinhoo is now the largest shareholder of OTK company, leaving his sister utterly dumbfounded. Hyunju absolutely loses it, demanding to know why her brother would give Jinhoo an 80% stake in the company. Even Jinhoo knows this is insane. In the world of finance, the guy with the capital always takes the biggest cut. The cold reality dawns on her. OTK company basically belongs to Jinhoo now. Taekyu calmly states that Jinhoo needs to be in charge for future investments, which only makes his sister more frantic. She argues they were just lucky this time and asks if he seriously thinks lightning will strike twice. But her brother just gives a smug grin, assuring her he's got a plan, while our boy Jinhoo looks on unconvinced. He explains he's already set aside 13 billion won to secure their futures, and now he needs her to help them manage the rest. To seal the deal, Taekyu makes an insane offer, 3% of his shares. Hyunju does the quick math in her head, realizing that small percentage is worth a mind-boggling 20 billion won. Jinhoo just smirks, thinking to himself that Taekyu is one generous otaku to offer up that kind of cash so easily. Jinhoo finally speaks up, backing Taekyu's plan, and asking his sister if she's worried hell just burned through the company's cash. The offer is just too much for Hyunju, who slumps over in defeat as her brother adds that she won't even have to quit her prestigious job. After a moment of silence, she reasserts her authority, flicking a card at Jinhoo and telling him to go fetch her some coffee. Our boy immediately gets the hint. This is her way of telling him to get lost so she can have a private chat with her brother. Turns out, Hyunju has always been a genius, getting into a top university and an elite investment bank all on her own. She was a rising star at Golden Gate, a place notoriously difficult to enter, quickly becoming a team leader. Meanwhile, her trash-tier brother spent his life lazing around, only to become a billionaire overnight through sheer luck. Jinhoo gives them some space, wondering how a prodigy like her must feel getting a job offer from her slacker brother. A moment later, Taekyu bursts out with a triumphant thumbs up, announcing that his sister is officially on board. But back inside, Hyunju immediately puts her brother in his place, ordering him to go buy her cigarettes, much to his annoyance. After delivering the coffee, Jinhoo is about to head out, but Hyunju stops him. She formally thanks him for agreeing to help, but he just smirks, saying he'd never refuse a 20 billion won deal. He reasons that they would have just hired someone else if Head said no, but she clarifies that no one else would have gotten shares. Taking a sip of coffee, she admits another reason she joined is that it's the first time her brother has been serious about anything. A flashback reveals just how fired up Taekyu was, all because of our boy's influence. Getting down to brass tacks, she probes him about the first investment, asking if he knew how insanely reckless it was. Jinhoo confesses the memory still gives him cold sweats, but he respects the outcome. Even she has to concede that turning 13 billion into 672 billion is a legendary move, no matter how you slice it. With the formalities done, she gets personal, asking what his actual goal is with all this investing. Jinhoo gives a simple answer. In a capitalist world, having a mountain of cash is pretty much the same thing as happiness. Oh, Hyunju just stares, dumbfounded by his straightforward, almost greedy answer. Jinhoo elaborates that he doesn't know where this ability came from, but his old, ordinary life is officially over. He reflects that while legendary investors had their own methods, his foresight is his unique weapon, and he's confident in it. In fact, he declares with absolute certainty that this is the one thing he's truly good at. His sheer, unshakable confidence actually makes Hyunju crack a small, impressed smile. Still, she warns him that the financial world is a snake pit, explaining that even after 10 years, she's still learning. She admits she'd rather he stay out of this dangerous game, but she trails off, leaving a thought unspoken. Our boy understands immediately, reassuring her that no matter what happens, he'll make sure her brother Taekyu is never harmed. That's all she needed to hear. She's genuinely relieved that her brother has a partner like him. With the serious talk out of the way, she stands up, signaling that their intense meeting is finally over. Hyunju formally introduces herself, ready to get down to business as a key member of OTK company. Our boy shakes her hand, officially sealing the deal and welcoming his new powerhouse ally. And just like that, the company is formed. Jinhoo is the CEO with a whopping 80% stake, Taekyu is COO with 17%, and Hyunju takes the final 3%. With the team assembled, they set up shop in a seriously impressive-looking headquarters. Jinhoo immediately lays out his first big move. OTK will be a holding company, and they'll create a separate investment firm under it. Hyunju agrees with the strategy, but brings up the million-dollar question, how exactly they plan to take over their first target. She advises him not to rush, assuring him that she'll prepare any and all materials he needs to make the perfect choice. But Taekyu, chilling on the couch, has a more pressing concern, asking if they can change the name because OTK sounds like otaku. Jinhoo looks dumbfounded, explaining that the company is literally named after him, Taekyu. Deep down, though, he knows he can't change it. His vision of the future explicitly showed him as the CEO of OTK company, and he's not about to mess with destiny. Jinhoo ends his call, having agreed to respect the founder's opinion, while Taekyu mutters from the couch, still salty about the company name. Taekyu, surprisingly thoughtful, offers to give Hyunju her 3% stake from his own share, figuring it's better for Jinhoo to maintain his 80% majority. With that settled, Jinhoo's mind shifts to the next crucial step, finding a competent person to run their new investment subsidiary. He reveals he's already asked Hyunju for help, and right on cue, a text pops up showing she's already sent over a boatload of useful materials. Taekyu is stunned to learn she sent them a top-secret internal report from Golden Gate, immediately questioning if his sister just committed corporate espionage. Our boy just smirks, explaining it was all perfectly legal since their 672 billion won corporate account makes them a VIP client with access to exclusive info. As they huddle over the computer, Taekyu gets nervous, seeing it's all in English, but Jinhoo says he can manage since the numbers are the important part. The report focuses on the Fourth Industrial Revolution, a term that leaves Taekyu completely dumbfounded. Jinhoo tries to explain it's about AI and automation, but his friend is still lost. And honestly, Jinhoo admits he doesn't fully get it either. While trying to make sense of the data, his phone vibrates, and a brilliant idea strikes him. He knows exactly who he needs to call. He makes a call to an old acquaintance, Park Sang-yeop, inviting him out for dinner. The scene cuts to a Korean BBQ joint, where some delicious pork belly is sizzling on the grill. Park Sang-yeop arrives looking sharp in a suit, boasting that the meal is on him as a reward for a recent windfall. He proudly announces to Jinhoo and Taekyu that he's quit his old grind and completely paid off all his debts. Jinhoo is genuinely surprised, recalling Sang-yeop had a mountain of debt, but his friend just grins and says it's all thanks to him. Sang-yeop explains he took Jinhoo's tip about the L6 phone being discontinued and even confirmed the explosion reports himself. But when Jinhoo asks if he bought the Seosung Electronics put option, Sang-yeop coolly replies that he didn't. He reasoned that a full discontinuation was too big a gamble. A battery replacement was far more likely. And if the phone's sales tanked over safety issues, the real loser wouldn't be the electronics division, but the battery manufacturer. So, with the last of his money, he went all in on Seosung SB's put option, making an absolute killing. Jinhoo nods, impressed with the logic. Once the battery issue was public, Seosung SB's shares would plummet. He asks just how much his friend made. Park Sang-yeop drops the bomb, 150 million won, leaving both Jinhoo and Taekyu utterly dumbfounded. He smirks, reflecting on the insane power of options trading. Turning a mere 700,000 won into a fortune is a high you can't easily walk away from. Our boy remembers giving the tip, admitting even he wasn't certain at the time and just wanted to give his friend a fighting chance. He knew Sang-yeop was at his breaking point, and this was his last lifeline. He's genuinely proud his friend had the guts to grab it. Sang-yeop continues, explaining he immediately paid off his debts, quit his dead-end academy job, and bought a sharp suit for interviews. Taekyu and Jinhoo are a bit puzzled, but before they can ask, Sang-yeop flips the script and asks how much they earned from the deal. Jinhoo freezes, trying to figure out how to even begin explaining the astronomical sum they raked in. But Sang-yeop cuts him off, casually guessing they made around 500 billion, much to his friend's shock. He reveals a friend in finance told him a mysterious foreign corporation bought up all of Seosung's put options, and he asks Taekyu if that was them. Taekyu is practically shaking, sputtering that there's no way they had the money for a play that massive. But Sang-yeop lays out his theory, reminding them of the 10,000 Vant coins Taekyu lost and speculating that finding the key would provide just enough seed money. Jinhoo is floored. His boy Sang-yeop figured out the entire scheme from that one tiny piece of information. Trying to throw him off the scent, Jinhoo points out that Sang-yeop's friend thought it was a Japanese company, but Taekyu is sweating bullets. Sang-yeop then drops the hammer. The company's name was OTK Company, and he asks if Taekyu's name isn't O Taekyu, leaving Jinhoo speechless. Wiping the sweat from his face, Jinhoo has to admit his friend is a certified genius, though Sang-yeop just brushes it off as connecting the dots. Our boy's mind flashes back to his mother visiting his part-time job, thanking him for helping her pay off all her debts with one of his tips. Back in the present, Jinhoo realizes that if this story breaks, he and Taekyu will be front-page news tomorrow. He knows they'll be exposed eventually, but now is absolutely not the time, so he asks Sang-yeop to keep this a secret. Sang-yeop agrees immediately, giving his word as their former club president, and Jinhoo knows he can trust him completely. Now that the secret's out, Sang-yeop pours a drink and asks what their next big investment move is. Jinhoo comes clean, explaining the corporation wasn't for investing but was just a vehicle to sell Taekyu's Vant coins. Sang-yeop admits he always knew Jinhoo was destined for greatness, but he never imagined something on this massive scale. He gets serious, revealing his own painful lesson. Analysis alone can't beat the market. You need intuition or sheer luck. Our boy tries to comfort him, chalking up his friend's past failure to a billion-dollar phishing scam, calling it just bad luck. But Sang-yeop has a different take now, realizing the market is a chaotic storm of human emotions that can't be solved with math. He even quotes Isaac Newton, who famously said he could calculate the heavens but not the madness of men. Taekyu is completely floored, having no idea the legendary physicist was also a big shot in the financial world. Sang-yeop explains that the market is ruled by fear and madness, an environment where reason often fails. And that, he declares, is why he chose Jinhoo as the next chairman, because our boy has the raw intuition to navigate that chaos. Jinhoo smirks, saying has always talked about this plan over drinks, and now has ready to reveal the outcome. Sang-yeop is confused, but Jinhoo reminds him that he didn't wear a suit today for nothing. The penny finally drops for our boy. He realizes this dinner is the interview. He glances at Taekyu, whose carefree eating basically screams that Jinhoo is the one calling the shots. Jinhoo explains that foresight is useless without execution, which is why he recruited the brilliant Hyunju. Now, he needs a numbers guy, and Sang-yeop's talent for cold, rational analysis is exactly what he's looking for. He knows that from a cynical point of view, Sang-yeop is just here to get a piece of the action. But surprisingly, Jinhoo admits he actually likes that raw ambition. He pours a drink and makes his pitch. He needs someone to be his hands and feet, to make his visions a reality. The offer hangs heavy in the air, leaving Sang-yeop speechless as he considers the life-changing proposal. Sang-yeop stares down the bottle, his mind racing before he finally addresses Jin-Hoo directly. But before he can speak, Taekyu, ever the stickler for rules, chimes in about respecting his elders. This triggers something in Sang-yeop, who slams the table, declaring that this kind of petty seniority is exactly why he left his old job. He then respectfully holds out his glass with two hands, not for Taekyu, but for Jin-Hoo. He makes it clear, age is irrelevant, only raw ability matters, and he's ready to work for someone who has proven their worth. Jin-Hoo listens with a slight smile, recognizing that in terms of pure analytics, Sang-yeop is probably more capable than he is. It's this ability to embrace talented people that makes a true leader, and with that thought, Jin-Hoo officially accepts him into the fold. They seal the deal with a handshake. Park Sang-yeop is now the fourth official member of OTK Company. With the tense negotiations over, the celebratory mood returns as the pork belly sizzles on the grill. Sang-yeop downs his drink, a wave of relief washing over him, as he finally joins a team that values results over pointless tradition. Sang-yeop finally lets out a sigh of relief, admitting that the whole recruitment process had him incredibly nervous. He then asks Jin-Hoo what to call him, but our boy says to keep it informal for now. Titles can wait until they actually have a company. Taekyu chimes in, revealing that there's one more person on the team, his older sister, Oh Hyun-ju. Sang-yeop is dumbfounded to learn she's the team leader for Golden Gate's Asian branch, realizing that's the powerhouse that made this all possible. Jin-Hoo clarifies she only joined after the fact, then cleverly shifts the topic to Sang-yeop's reputation as a popular academy instructor. Sang-yeop humbly says he wasn't a star, but they did try to keep him with a raise. He just couldn't stand being stagnant anymore. His true ambition, he declares with a fire in his eyes, was to catch the coming wave of industrial reorganization. He uses Ample's smartphone as a prime example, explaining how the market's top dogs at the time completely belittled the new device. They thought combining existing tech was a trash-tier idea, and now all those once dominant companies have been completely wiped out. He concludes that geniuses are the ones who change the world, while ordinary people only realize what happened long after the fact. Sang-yeop finishes his thought, believing that even ordinary folks can ride the wave of change if they're smart about it. He puts our boy on the spot, asking if he thinks now is that golden opportunity, and Jin-Hoo just grins and asks him the same question. Jin-Hoo admits he's on the exact same wavelength, impressed that Sang-yeop saw the big picture even while teaching. With everyone in agreement, Taekyu raises his glass, declaring hell follow Jin-Hoo's lead and proposing a toast. The three of them clink their glasses, officially sealing the deal and celebrating the birth of OTK Company. The celebration clearly got a little out of hand as the scene fades to someone waking up from a deep slumber. Turns out both Jin-Hoo and Sang-yeop are completely passed out in some ridiculously fancy room, with Sang-yeop on the bed and Jin-Hoo on the floor. They're not in some cheap motel either, they're in a straight-up luxury villa. Jin-Hoo groggily sits up, his head pounding, wondering how he even got there and what time it is. He checks his phone to see it's 8:15 a.m. on December 31st, realizing with a jolt that the new year is just one day away. The first thing our boy does is call his mom, explaining he got a little too carried away drinking with a friend. He reassures her he's fine, and with Taekyu, even making plans to have rice cake soup with her for New Year's. But even with a killer hangover, Jin-Hoo's mind is already racing, desperately trying to figure out his next big investment move. Just then, Taekyu stumbles down the stairs, groaning that he feels like death, as Jin-Hoo's phone starts buzzing on the table. Taekyu peers at the screen and tells him a Shin-Yuri is calling, asking if she's Japanese. Feeling playful, Taekyu snatches the phone, declaring he'll answer it as a favor, leaving Jin-Hoo completely dumbfounded. He answers, only to get an earful from Yuri, who's annoyed he took so long to pick up and asks if he even has her number saved. Turns out, she's just waking up herself, and she reminds him that Shed tried calling a few days ago as well. After he apologizes, she casually asks if he's eaten and invites him to grab a bite with her. The offer clicks in Jin-Hoo's head. He remembers she's the one who gave him the golden tip about the LG phone, and he was planning to treat her anyway. He agrees to meet her, and they set a time and place. In front of the Gallery department store at 2 p.m. The moment he hangs up, Taekyu pops up out of nowhere, getting way too close and demanding to know who this Shin-Yuri is. Taekyu gets dead serious, questioning why the CEO of their new company is wasting time with dating when there's work to be done. He puts on this whole wise mentor act, reminding our boy of his duties, but Jin-Hoo just brushes him off, promising to talk later. Alone for a second, Jin-Hoo checks his wallet and realizes he's in a bind. He's got barely any cash and hasn't even replaced his card yet. So, our billionaire has to swallow his pride and ask his freeloading friend for a loan, much to Taekyu's amusement. Jin-Hoo points out that having billions in foreign accounts doesn't help him now, and just asks for 100,000 won, Tae-gyu reluctantly hands over the cash but gives him a stern warning not to waste it, making Jin-hoo feel like a kid getting an allowance. A little while later, our boy arrives in the bustling city center, right outside the massive department store. He's waiting there, bundled up in a winter coat, when he hears a familiar voice calling his name. And there she is, Shin Yuri, jogging towards him with a bright smile, exclaiming that he's early. She catches her breath, asking if he had to wait around in the cold for long. Our boy plays it cool, saying he just arrived and suggests they grab some udon at a famous spot nearby. Once they're settled in, she admits she was surprised he came all this way, but he casually reveals he's moved into the neighborhood. Yuri lights up at the news, grabbing his hand and declaring them official neighbors, leaving Jin-hoo completely dumbfounded by her forwardness. His mind instantly flashes back to his ex, Seon-ah, who had a reputation for being cold and unapproachable a world apart from the girl in front of him. As she digs into her food, he can't help but wonder what her deal is. Her friendly vibe is almost suspicious. But as he watches her enjoy the meal, he admits to himself that she looks pretty cute, and the udon is actually top tier. When the bill comes, Yuri is quick on the draw, insisting that she'll be the one to pay. She smoothly taps her card, telling him it's her treat since she invited him out, but teases that he can get her something even better next time. As they walk, she mentions she lives alone and was glad for the company, which piques our boy's curiosity. He's left speechless when she points to a massive, top-tier apartment complex by the Han River and calls it home. Noticing his shock, she just smiles and casually asks if he wants to check the place out. She starts listing off the perks, like exclusive walking paths and a residents-only cafe with a perfect river view. They arrive at the entrance of the Sapphire Blue Palace, and the place looks every bit as expensive as it sounds. Jin-hoo tries to play it cool, joking that his new neighborhood is probably better for walks anyway. It turns out she's lived here since she was a kid, only moving back in 6 months ago after the building was reconstructed. The pieces start clicking for Jin-hoo. She owns the place, not rents it, and her parents are conveniently working abroad. He finally asks about the price, and she drops a bombshell. The smallest units start at a staggering 2.3 billion won. Our boy is completely dumbfounded. He knew Gangnam real estate was crazy, but this is a whole other level of wealth. She casually adds that the initial listing was 1.8 billion, a price people already thought was insane. Jin-hoo listens, realizing that anyone who bought it back then would have made a cool 500 million won profit. Suddenly, Shin Yuri's tone shifts, telling him she needs him to answer a question honestly. She admits that ever since they went to change her phone, something has been nagging at the back of her mind. Our boy is a little taken aback, wondering what on earth she could be talking about. His mind flashes back to that day, with Oh Tae-gyu breathing down his neck, and the pieces start to click. With a dead serious gaze, she finally asks the million-dollar question. How did he know the L6 phone would be discontinued? A light bulb goes off over Jin-hoo's head. He finally understands what's been bothering her this whole time. He connects her suspicion directly to the incident with Oh Tae-gyu at the phone store. But before he can answer, she misreads his silence, asking in disbelief if he just thought it was going to be discontinued. Standing his ground, our boy prepares to spin a believable tale to get out of this mess. He internally kicks himself, remembering he dodged this exact question from her on Christmas and now has to face the music. He plays it cool, telling her to just search online. Everyone was calling the L6 a bomb right after it launched. Shin Yuri is a little surprised, admitting she thought he had some insider info from a supplier since he sounded so sure. Kang Jin-hoo just laughs it off, sarcastically asking who on earth would tell him that kind of top-secret stuff. But in his head, he knows it was his own foresight, and wishes the damn thing would give him another heads-up soon. She sighs, complaining that knowing in advance would have saved her the massive hassle of transferring all her data. But what's worse, she says, is that her mom is furious she didn't sell her stocks in that company sooner. As they walk, she asks for his advice, explaining her mom's investment bounced back a bit but is still in the red. His clairvoyance kicks in, showing him a future confidential report as he advises her to hold on, predicting it'll recover. Shin Yuri is skeptical, asking why anyone would still buy Seosung phones, but our boy explains that most people opted for exchanges, showing their brand loyalty. Suddenly, another vision hits him, and he explains there's something much bigger at play here. He reveals that Seosung's main business isn't even phones. It's the semiconductor industry that's their real cash cow. These chips, he explains, are the core of the new industrial revolution, essential for the Internet of Things. He gives her a crash course in economics, pointing out that semiconductor supply is rigid, so as demand goes up, the price skyrockets. And since demand is only going to increase, he confidently states that Seosung, as the world's top producer, is about to make a killing. But he quickly catches himself, stretching and laughably claiming it's just his personal opinion and that he's no expert. He continues to downplay his insane prediction, reminding her that even the top financial gurus get it wrong all the time. Our boy finishes his little act by saying if everyone's just guessing anyway, what's the harm in taking a shot? Shin Yuri suddenly turns around, telling him she's decided to trust his advice and hold her shares, then casually asks if he owns any too. She beams, admitting she used her allowance to scoop some up when the stock crashed and is now just waiting for it to recover. Our boy is absolutely dumbfounded when she says she bought 20 shares. He can't fathom what kind of family she's from to drop that kind of cash from an allowance. Just then, an old woman calls out to Yuri, who happily greets her as her neighbor, Grandma. The grandma immediately starts playing matchmaker, asking if Jinhoo is her boyfriend, and saying it's high time she got married. Yuri gets flustered, reminding her she just turned 20, but the old lady isn't having it, saying that was prime child-rearing age back in her day. When the grandma offers them some spending money, Yuri politely refuses, but Jinhoo internally scoffs at her claim of having plenty of money. He quietly tells her to just accept the kind gesture, so she immediately kneels down and graciously takes the money. As they walk off, Yuri explains the woman is a doting neighbor, who's known her since she was a little kid. Jinhoo's jaw hits the floor when Yuri reveals the grandma owns 3 homes in that luxury building. Realizing the old lady is sitting on a 7 billion won fortune, he starts to connect the dots, explaining that people like her who simply held on are now the ones rolling in cash, and he's about to break down how it all happened. Turns out, 40 years ago, the grandma just bought a humble apartment for 18 million won to have a place to live, not as some genius investment. But then, a massive redevelopment project swept through the area, causing the property's value to skyrocket into the billions. Her 2 modest units were converted into 3 residency rights for the new luxury building, multiplying her wealth exponentially. The final tally is an insane profit of over 19,000%, making that sweet old lady the biggest winner of them all. Jinhoo explains that this is exactly how the stock market works. The founders and early investors are the ones who cash in big when a company goes public. Meanwhile, everyday investors who jump in late are left stressing over tiny, insignificant gains and losses. The real secret, he thinks, is to invest in a company when it's just a tiny sprout, long before it's listed, to get those maximum returns. A wave of realization hits our boy. He's been missing the entire point of this investment game. Shin Yuri is completely lost, but Jinhoo tells her he finally knows exactly what he needs to do. He suddenly cuts their meeting short, saying he has to go, which leaves her utterly dumbfounded. Internally, he thanks her, realizing that talking with her always seems to spark a new breakthrough. He sprints away, promising to treat her to a fancy meal if his new venture succeeds. Left behind, Shin Yuri can only sigh, exasperated by his habit of just disappearing without warning. With a new mission in mind, Jinhoo races through the city streets with incredible speed. He immediately texts Oh Hyunju, telling her to stand by for a list of materials he needs urgently. Moments later, he arrives at a lavish house, where Oh Taekyu is surprised he showed up so quickly. Our boy bursts in, telling a stunned Oh Taekyu to pause his game because he's figured out exactly what they need to do. Oh Taekyu asks if he had another vision, but Jinhoo shakes his head, telling him to just listen to this crazy idea. He explains his epiphany. The life cycle of an apartment redevelopment is basically a mirror image of a company's IPO process. Using a chart, he shows that the real money is made by getting in during the leap phase, right before the value explodes. But Oh Taekyu, completely missing the point, gets a dark look and asks if Jinhoo just stalked them because they're his juniors. Jinhoo, dumbfounded by his friend's logic, plows ahead, explaining how new industries always replace old ones, like cars replacing horse-drawn carriages. He gives a modern example, Airbnb, a company that surpassed the massive Hilton hotel chain without owning a single room. Then there's the ride-sharing app Uber, which completely eclipsed the value of a legacy automaker like GN. He drives the point home these startups became trillion-won unicorns in less than 10 years, a speed of growth that changes everything. Jinhoo explains that while the world is flooded with startups, most of them are trashed here and flame out within a few years. However, the rare few that survive become the absolute titans that will dominate the future economy. He admits the real challenge is picking these winners from the sea of failures, a nearly impossible task for any normal investor. Suddenly, it all clicks for Oh Taekyu, who finally understands the connection between apartments and startups. The plan is to move their investment timing up, catching these companies right in their explosive leap phase before anyone else. Oh Taekyu realizes the unconfirmed redevelopment is just like a promising startup whose insane value hasn't been recognized by the market yet. He acknowledges that finding these fragile companies is a monumental task, but then he remembers their secret weapon. With a snap of his fingers, Oh Taekyu blurts out that they have predictive abilities, and our boy just calmly confirms it. Jinhoo declares their new mission with a smirk. They're going unicorn hunting, using his foresight to pinpoint the next big thing. But before the hunt begins, the morning of the new year dawns, and our boy and Oh Taekyu greet Jinhoo's mother. Over a traditional rice cake soup breakfast, his mom gives him the classic lecture, health before money, and always watch out for scammers. She's taken a real shine to Oh Taekyu, offering him another serving and promising to take good care of him, much to Jinhoo's embarrassment. Oh Taekyu immediately starts snitching on Jinhoo's recent reckless behavior, and his mom just sighs, saying her son always goes too far. After the meal, Jinhoo tries to see her off, but she's already called him a taxi, insisting he take it instead of the bus. He points out how nice the neighborhood is, suggesting she could move into a much better house nearby. But his mother gently refuses, telling him that the house his father built for them will always be the best. Hearing her heartfelt words, Jinhoo feels a renewed sense of purpose, determined to work even harder for her. As she gets into the cab, she reminds him about the frozen soup in the fridge, telling him to make sure he eats well. They share one last, tight hug, and she tells her son to stay strong. Our boy watches the taxi disappear, waving until the very last second. With his resolve hardened, he turns back, ready to dive headfirst into the next phase of his plan. Back at the office, Oh Taekyu is already drowning in paperwork, questioning why they're getting a massive list from the Golden Gate investment firm. He's completely dumbfounded why Jinhoo specifically asked for the list of companies that were rejected for funding. Jinhoo explains his genius strategy. He's not interested in the winners, he wants the ones that barely lost. These are the companies that have been vetted and are on the cusp of a major scale-up. They just need one final push. Oh Taekyu groans at the mountain of files, but Jinhoo coolly remarks that for someone like Hyunju, this is just a regular Tuesday. Turns out, Oh Taekyu's sister is an absolute monster in the finance world, a top team leader at Golden Gate who lives and breathes market data. He can't help but admire her, admitting that landing a job like that is a feat beyond mere talent or hard work. He then gets a little too curious, asking Jinhoo if someone so incredible is really his sister, earning a sharp glare from our boy. Jinhoo knows this is a job only he can handle, one that requires his unique foresight. Meanwhile, Oh Taekyu wonders aloud if Jinhoo is a genius or just lucky, questioning his motives for the stock deal. As night falls, our boy decides it's time to get to work. Oh Taekyu, having completely given up, just passes out on the couch. While reviewing the files, Jinhoo feels a familiar spark as his precognition begins to activate. He recognizes the sensation immediately. The future is calling. Placing his hand on the mountain of paperwork, he prepares to channel his power. A fiery aura envelops him as he focuses, ready to sift through thousands of possibilities in an instant. Suddenly, he unleashes his power, sending every single document flying into the air and jolting a terrified Oh Taekyu awake. His partner freaks out at the mess, but Jinhoo calmly tells him that this chaotic storm of paper is exactly how it's supposed to be done. Jinhoo explains his senses have leveled up, ordering Oh Taekyu to spread every single paper out on the floor. Dumbfounded, his partner gets to work, realizing the goal is just to get all the information into Jinhoo's sight. Our boy's precognition kicks in, and with a single touch, he instantly knows which documents are trashed here. He hands the useless files over, telling his partner to shred anything that doesn't pass his initial gut check. Jinhoo clarifies this is just a first pass to filter out what feels wrong. The real focus comes in round 2. Oh Taekyu's face falls as he realizes this is going to be an all-night endurance battle. But it turns out he meant an endurance battle for his thumbs, as he immediately starts playing games on his phone. The sun rises on a new day, signaling the end of their long night of hard work. Now for the second round, Jinhoo channels his power again, focusing intensely on the remaining documents. He's laid them all out on a pool table, and with a final touch, he pinpoints the one file that holds the key. After a grueling all-nighter, Jinhoo lets out a sigh of relief, having finally sifted through the mountain of paperwork. Meanwhile, Oh Taekyu has been on his own kind of grind, completely absorbed in his video game. 10 days later, we find our duo in a much more luxurious setting, ready for the next phase. Oh Taekyu is completely floored, wondering how Jinhoo managed to narrow the list down this much in such a short time. He tells Jinhoo to take a break, but our boy is relentless, saying he'll lose his edge if he stops now. In fact, Jinhoo explains his senses have sharpened, and the more he uses his precognition, the stronger it seems to grow. But his partner is totally oblivious, muttering about a nice level up in his game, leaving Jinhoo completely dumbfounded. While Oh Taekyu is lost in a bonus stage, Jinhoo knows he just has to push himself a little bit further. With renewed determination, his eyes begin to glow as he activates his power once more. He's instantly transported to that mental realm, a sea of stars where he can see the threads of the future. But this time, something new appears in the cosmic void, a brilliant, glowing horse with a single horn. Before he can even process it, the creature kicks out with blinding speed, sending a shockwave that throws our boy off his feet. The horned horse charges straight for him, and Jinhu instinctively throws his arms up to defend himself. He realizes this isn't just a random vision. This feels like a test, a puzzle he needs to solve. Suddenly, a message materializes in the stars, telling him to face it. The cryptic clue clicks in his mind as he stares at the approaching lights. The vision intensifies, and now a whole stampede of these ethereal creatures is galloping towards him. But instead of panicking, a confident smirk spreads across Jinhu's face. He's cracked the code. Another jumbled message appears, looking like a garbled stock name or company. With a triumphant fist pump, he declares he's finally found them, the horned horses. The intense vision finally ends, and our boy wakes up back in his luxurious new base of operations. He's completely wiped out, the precognitive trance having taken a serious toll on his body. Stumbling downstairs, he asks Taekgyu for the time, and is shocked to hear he's been out for a solid 20 hours. He desperately tries to recall the dream, remembering the horned horses. But the most important details feel just out of reach. A wave of pure panic hits him as he realizes he can't remember the names of the companies he saw. But Taekgyu, calm as ever, holds up a list, revealing he wrote down everything Jinhu was muttering in his sleep. With the intel secured, Taekgyu immediately starts strategizing, confirming they need to negotiate with these unlisted companies directly. Jinhu explains the urgency. They have to move before these companies, just rejected by a major firm, find other investors. Taekgyu is a bit overwhelmed by the timeline, asking how they can possibly set everything up so fast. But Jinhu is already a step ahead, a confident smirk on his face as he unveils his two-track strategy. The first part of the plan kicks off at a high-end investment firm building. A man named Zhang Yihong strides in, clearly called for this secret meeting. He nervously adjusts his tie, wondering what his role will be and hoping they don't just make him an assistant. He arrives early out of sheer anxiety, only to find Jinhu and his crew already in the middle of a discussion. Thinking it's the right move, he reaches for the door to join them, but he pulls back, realizing they're wrapping up a different meeting, and decides it's better to wait. From the hallway, he overhears them talking about using an introduction from a firm called Golden Gate to get meetings with any startup CEO. His ears perk up when he hears the numbers, a brokerage fee of 1.8%, which comes out to a whopping $9 million, with a $3 million minimum. Ji Hong is absolutely floored. He can't believe the insane connection fees they're talking about. The sheer scale of the capital involved makes him recall his own past deals, and he's suddenly hit with a wave of embarrassment. Overhearing the conversation, Ji Hong is just dumbfounded, realizing Jinhu has built a legitimate empire. Jinhu explains that investing in Korean startups under their main company name is a no-go, as it would attract the Financial Supervisory Service. Oh, Taekju agrees, adding that while they're technically clean, any investigation would immediately blow their cover. The media would have a field day, digging up their old yearbooks and plastering their entire pasts all over the internet for everyone to see. Not only would their short-selling tactics be criticized, but they'd also get slammed for having their corporation set up in a tax haven. Jinhu states that while some clout chasers might love the attention, he and his sister are perfectly happy with their quiet lives. His biggest worry is his family. He knows that even his mother's home address would inevitably be leaked to the public. Taekgyu has a sudden flash of insight, realizing that if their identities get out, they'll become massive targets in the game world too. Ji Hong, finally joining them, asks if this means they have to give up on Korean startups entirely. But our boy Jinhu just smirks, revealing his two-track strategy. They can still invest, as long as their main company isn't directly involved. To put his plan in motion, Jinhu calls out to a man waiting just outside the room, telling Senior Park Sang-yeop it's his turn. Park Sang-yeop nervously enters, and Jinhu gestures for him to introduce himself to the rest of the team. The man introduces himself as Park Sang-yeop, an alumnus from their university, looking a bit out of his depth. Jinhu then introduces Oh Hyun-ju, the powerhouse team leader of Golden Gate's Asia branch, leaving Sang-yeop stunned by her credentials. Sang-yeop is completely bewildered, asking how Jinhu even knew he was waiting outside the door. Our boy just smiles, explaining he knew Sang-yeop's punctual nature would have him arrive early, but his respect would keep him from interrupting. Sang-yeop is left speechless as Jinhu correctly assumes he overheard their discussion about needing a discreet way to operate. With the stage set, Jinhu lays out the plan. They're establishing a new investment company as a subsidiary of OTK. He then drops an absolute bombshell, offering to make Sang-yeop the head of this new 70 billion won company with a massive salary. Before the poor guy can even respond, Jinhu sweetens the pot with a generous stock option plan, leaving Sang-yeop utterly dumbfounded. Sang-yeop is internally freaking out, realizing 70 billion won is enough capital to establish a whole securities firm. He remembers his college days, talking big about 500 billion won, but it was all just empty theory with no basis in reality. But now he's facing two legends, Oh Hyunju, who manages vast sums, and Jinhoo, who built his fortune from nothing. Meanwhile, Oh Taekyu is over the moon, fully believing Jinhoo has a brilliant reason for picking this guy. Sang-yeop's mind is already racing, calculating the insane potential of the offer, including a stock option plan worth billions. Jinhoo recalls his reasons for choosing him, his legendary investment calls and his unwavering determination to take responsibility. Our boy tells Sang-yeop he's the perfect fit and to take his time thinking it over while they secure an office. But Sang-yeop stuns everyone by revealing he already made a preliminary agreement for an office on his way there. Oh Hyunju is dumbfounded. Jinhoo only made this request yesterday, and this guy is already one step ahead. Sang-yeop sheepishly admits he's been scouting potential office locations for a while, just in case an opportunity like this ever arose. Jinhoo smirks, telling Sang-yeop that his foresight in picking the office proves he's the perfect man for the job. With the team assembled, Oh Taekyu excitedly suggests they pick a company name, only for his sister to tell him to stop acting like a kid. Jinhoo cringes, praying his friend isn't about to suggest his old trash-tier idea, Royal Blood Company. Sang-yeop watches them, impressed that Jinhoo hasn't changed one bit, still a ruthless genius in the battlefield of numbers. Having heard enough, Sang-yeop stands, ready to give his own professional analysis of their new venture's identity. He lays out the plan. They'll be a domestic firm secretly tied to Golden Gate, proposing the name K Company, where K stands for keeper. Taekyu thinks the single-letter name sounds strong and cool, but Hyunju isn't convinced, finding it a bit too simple. But our boy Jinhoo gives the final word, agreeing with the name and extending his hand to make it official. And just like that, Park Sang-yeop is officially appointed CEO of the newly formed K Company, their domestic investment powerhouse. With Hyunju's help, the Korean branch is set up, and Jinhoo hands over a USB full of crucial startup investment data to the new CEO. The new K Company sets up its base of operations in a luxurious hotel right next to the airport. Inside the lounge, Taekyu is mesmerized by a plane flying past, but Hyunju is all business. He wonders why they chose such a fancy place, and Jinhoo explains it's all about convenience for their investors. Our boy adds that Golden Gate staff and lawyers will be assisting them, which catches Taekyu off guard since he didn't know a lawyer was coming today. Hyunju chimes in, saying their international law expert should be arriving any second now. Suddenly, she spots someone and waves, calling out to a woman named Ellie, leaving Jinhoo a little confused. A young woman with a suitcase waves back, happily greeting Hyunju as Jessica. This is Ellie Kim, a lawyer from Golden Gate's Asia branch. Taekyu immediately starts teasing a dumbfounded Jinhoo, asking if he wants to date her, but our boy just tells him to shut his trap. After introductions are made, Ellie Kim formally shakes hands with Jinhoo and greets the rest of the team. She explains she's of Korean descent and prefers to be called Ellie, while Jinhoo is still reeling, having expected some old, serious-looking man. Ellie waves goodbye, saying she'll unpack and meet them in the meeting room shortly. As she leaves, Jinhoo can't help but ask about her background, and Hyunju reveals she's a Hong Kong Korean. Turns out, her family history is a wild mix of Korean, Hong Kong, and English heritage, which is why she's fluent in 4 languages. Jinhoo is completely floored by her insane resume, but Taekyu reminds him that he's no slouch either. Hyunju then drops a bombshell. She's already told Ellie about Jinhoo's special relationship with OTK to keep things running smoothly. Our boy realizes that if Hyunju trusts her, he should too, especially since lawyers are bound by confidentiality. When asked how Hell handled the meeting, Jinhoo decides Hell delegate the entire contract process and stay in the background. Hess not just going to hide though. He plans to attend as an observer to personally size up the people Hess about to invest in. With the plan set, Hyunju rallies the troops, asking if they're finally ready to go make some money. Before they dive in, we get a quick breakdown of the 2 main investment paths, becoming a creditor or buying shares to become a shareholder. While being a shareholder gives you a voice, it can also lead to messy interference in management. Taekyu explains their plan is simple: invest, then sit back and let the profits roll in without getting involved. Sitting in the meeting room, Ellie asks if our boy is nervous, but he scoffs, saying the other party should be the one sweating. Internally though, Jinhoo feels completely out of his depth, awkward in his hastily bought suit. He glances over at Hyunju and Ellie, who look like seasoned financial elites, totally comfortable in this high-stakes environment. To get a grip, he decides to review the meeting schedule, but his eyes widen in shock at what he sees. Ellie notices his sudden panic and asks if something's wrong, but he quickly brushes it off. Just then, the door swings open, and two guys who look anything but professional walk in, introducing themselves as Toby Strong and Gerald Bacon. A thought flashes through Jinhoo's mind. Any successful company should be able to summarize its core business in a single sentence. He starts sweating bullets, realizing with dawning horror that he has absolutely no idea what these guys' company even does. Toby Strong proudly declares their company's goal: to become the Netflix of the adult industry. Our boy and his entire team are left utterly speechless, trying to process the sheer audacity of this pitch. Ellie Kim, ever the professional, calmly lays out the numbers, explaining the adult market is worth hundreds of billions. Jinhoo leans over to Taekyu, completely lost. But the strategist just tells him to listen to the market analysis. Turns out, their plan is to use big data, VR, and AR to create original content and dominate the streaming market. Toby dismisses the need for content creation, arguing that enough adult material is produced daily to last a lifetime. A divine light seems to shine on Taekyu. He's completely sold on this trash, tier yet brilliant business model. Hyunju, however, isn't convinced, questioning why anyone would pay for something they can find for free. Her brother, Taekyu, gets right in her face, passionately arguing that she has no idea what she's talking about. After that heated discussion, Hyunju announces their decision. They're investing $9 million to acquire the company. Their next meeting is with M Pizza, a company planning to bake pizzas in delivery trucks for ultimate freshness. Taekyu is instantly convinced this is a $1 million idea, even if his sister isn't so sure. He passionately tells Hyunju she knows nothing about pizza, claiming this is true innovation. Ellie Kim backs him up, explaining that in a market like America's, even small differences in taste are a huge deal. After another grueling discussion, Hyunju makes the call. They're investing $7.5 million. With another deal in the bag, the crew heads back to their luxury hotel for the night. Our boy Jinhoo is completely drained, collapsing onto the bed the moment he gets in the room. Taekyu doesn't get it, but Jinhoo explains that just witnessing these high-stakes deals is mentally exhausting. He lies there, marveling at how Hyunju can handle all this pressure without breaking a sweat. Suddenly, just as he's about to rest, his eyes flash open as a new vision begins to form. Still reeling from the vision, Jinhoo tells Taekyu he's just stepping out for some fresh air to clear his head. Outside, the sight of a plane flying overhead only serves to deepen his unease about the future he just witnessed. His mind drifts back to his ex, Siana, wondering if this high-stakes life is the success she always talked about. Just then, he's pulled from his thoughts by Ellie Kim, who's surprised to see him out for a late-night workout. She explains her body felt stiff after the long flight, so she was just doing a light run to loosen up. Having just finished her exercise, she's about to head back inside. On a whim, our boy asks if she wants to grab a beer, and to his surprise, she agrees. They head to a nearby convenience store to pick up some drinks. Sitting outside, she asks if this is his first time visiting Korea. She takes a sip and clarifies that while it's her third visit, it's the first time she's ever been here for work. Our boy sincerely thanks Ellie, telling her that her presence has been a huge help. She admits she found the whole situation intriguing from the start. The story of OTK, the company that turned the financial industry on its head, was too good to ignore. Jinhoo is dumbfounded, asking if their little operation was really that big of a deal. Ellie lays it all out. The Susong L6 explosion was a global issue that even made a titan like Golden Gate bleed money. Yet, in the middle of that chaos, the unknown OTK made a killing, boosting Golden Gate's Asia branch by a staggering $600 million. They toast to their success, and he admits he was a bit in the dark, only getting updates through Hyunju. Hearing it from her, he finally grasps the sheer scale of their victory, but humbly chalks it up to luck. Ellie immediately shuts that down, insisting that predicting the disaster and investing so boldly requires far more than just luck. He reflects on her words, knowing it wasn't just him. Without Taegyu's insistence and the support from Hyunju and Sang-yup, none of it would have been possible. Ellie then brings up a funny rumor. People think OTK is a Japanese firm, and Jinhoo just laughs, admitting the name is a bit misleading. Turns out, the company name OTK is literally just his brother's name, O Taekyu, which they both agree was a lucky coincidence. As their conversation winds down, the last of their drinks sits on the table. Ellie decides to call it a night, suggesting they should rest up for whatever comes next. After their meeting, they head back to their rooms in the luxurious hotel. The two of them ride the elevator up in a comfortable silence. Reaching her floor, Ellie waves goodbye, expecting to see him again in the morning. But just as the elevator doors start to slide shut, she suddenly stops in her tracks. She quickly slips back inside, telling a confused Jinhoo that she has one last burning question for him. Leaning in close, she asks him something completely random: who his favorite actor is, leaving our boy totally baffled. Jinhoo just smirks and tells her his favorite is a child actor, but he'd rather keep the name a secret. The next day, it's back to business, as our boy prepares for a meeting with a hot new Chinese startup. With China's economy exploding, new companies are popping up everywhere, and Jinhoo is here to find the next big thing. He's meeting with two young guns, Xiaomin, the IT brain, and Yao, the logistics pro, who are pitching their grand vision. Xiaomin breaks it down. China's logistics network is a chaotic mess that relies way too much on road transport. He paints a picture of the problem trucks making massive cross-country trips only to drive all the way back completely empty. Their solution? A revolutionary app to connect drivers and cargo, promising to slash logistics costs by a whopping 30%. One of Jinhoo's sharp-eyed associates immediately questions if two guys alone can really build such a massive network from scratch. But Xiaomin fires back, explaining that their app also tackles traffic and pollution, which could land them huge government support. The two founders start whispering excitedly, sensing a big payday, while Jinhoo and his team silently weigh the massive potential. Our boy Jinhoo is completely lost, sensing the tension but unable to understand a single word of Chinese. Suddenly, his colleague Ellie Kim breaks the silence in fluent Chinese, assuring the startled founders they're not being scammed. She smoothly tells them their ideas are highly valued, completely disarming them with her professionalism. The two entrepreneurs are dumbfounded but ecstatic, asking where she's from, and she casually reveals she's from Hong Kong. Jinhoo has no clue what Ellie just did, but he can tell the entire mood in the room just flipped for the better. With the ice broken, Yao, who was quiet before, becomes assertive, and the negotiations for shares and investments finally start rolling. The rest of the deal is wrapped up flawlessly thanks to the sharp negotiating skills of another ace on his team, Oh Hyunju. After picking the winning companies, Jinhoo leans back with a sigh, realizing his expert team leaves very little for him to actually do. He can't help but admire Hyunju's incredible competence, thinking he has a lot to learn from her. With the deals closed and their mission a success, the team finally gets some downtime at a hotel buffet. The next morning, our boy Jinhoo joins the team for breakfast, greeting his colleagues who are already digging in. Oh Tae-gyu casually asks his sister, Hyunju, what her plans are for their day off, but she just says she'll be working here and there. When Tak-gyu gets nosy, Hyunju clarifies she'll be working from her room by smacking him upside the head, a clear sign to stay away. With the siblings squabble over, Ellie Kim turns to Jinhoo and asks if he has any plans for the day, to which he replies he's free. Perfect, she says with a smile, asking if he could be her personal guide to Seoul. Jinhoo, completely caught off guard, blurts out if she's asking him out on a date, shocking the entire table. But Ellie doesn't even flinch, admitting that it could be, and coolly asks if he's okay with that, putting him on the spot. Flustered, our boy stammers out a yes, and she tells him to get ready so they can meet in the lobby in an hour. As she leaves, the remaining team members are left speechless, with Tae-gyu wondering if that was some kind of Hong Kong-style power move. Jinhoo is just left standing there, completely dumbfounded, trying to process if he actually just scored a date. An hour later, Jinhoo arrives at the Grand Hotel lobby, looking sharp for what might be his first date in ages. Ellie is already waiting, and she notes with a smirk that our boy is a little early. She strikes a pose, asking if her outfit looks okay, and Jinhoo is immediately stunned, silent by how great she looks. Suddenly, Oh Tae-gyu pops up out of nowhere, startling Jinhoo by shoving a car key right in his face. Our boy is completely baffled, asking if Tae-gyu is seriously lending him a car for the date. He leads them outside to reveal his pride and joy, a compact car covered head to toe in anime decals, which Ellie finds absolutely adorable. Jinhoo grabs his friend, demanding to know why he's doing this, but Tae-gyu just tells him to relax and enjoy the date. He hands over the keys with one serious condition: drive safely so that his precious Kumi doesn't get a single scratch. Jinhoo is dumbfounded, having no clue who Kumi is, only for Tae-gyu to point out the anime girl plastered all over the car. With the ridiculous ride secured, Jinhoo asks where they should go, and Ellie confirms she already has a destination in mind. Cruising along, Jinhoo asks Ellie where exactly she has in mind for their date. She just gives him a knowing smile, clearly having a specific destination planned out. As they drive across a massive bridge, she finally reveals her choice: a university in Korea. Our boy is dumbfounded, asking if she means Korea University, admitting he's only ever visited workplaces or tourist traps. Turns out, she heard about it from Jessica and wants to see his school, so he agrees to head over. Jinhoo thinks to himself that he doesn't mind visiting the campus, but there's one massive problem. It suddenly dawns on him that they're rolling up to his university in Tae-gyu's ridiculous anime-plastered car. He tries to rationalize it, hoping no one will be around during vacation, but the thought of rumors is horrifying. Just imagining the social fallout of being seen in this car is enough to make him break out in a cold sweat. To make matters worse, they park the vibrant Weebmobile right next to a sleek, expensive-looking luxury car. Ellie is blown away by the campus size, asking if they can tour it, and Jinhoo explains that some areas are restricted. His main goal is to get away from the Weebmobile, but his heart sinks when he hears a familiar voice. It's Min Kyung-il, of all people. Kyung-il and his friend immediately start roasting the car, asking if this is his new trash-tier hobby, while our boy wishes he could just disappear. A girl with them, Lee Hae-mi, chimes in, condescendingly asking if he isn't embarrassed to be seen in something like that. Jinhoo, already on edge, snaps back, questioning why she even cares what someone puts on their own car. But Hae-mi just scoffs, saying it's unpleasant for everyone else to look at, and he remembers her still as arrogant as ever. He tries to tell her to just ignore it then, but she argues back, and he internally groans at how exhausting she is. Suddenly, Hae-mi's annoying expression shifts as she spots someone approaching from behind Jinhoo. She excitedly starts waving and calling out to a senior Junyoung and Suna, and our boy realizes this nightmare is about to get so much worse. And there they are, walking right into the middle of this mess. His ex-girlfriend, Yoon Seon. And some dude. Confirming that everyone is here to witness his utter humiliation. Our boy is completely mortified as a sleek Bentley pulls up, making his anime-wrapped car look even more ridiculous. His ex, Seona, just sighs and gives him a cold, one-word greeting, the tension so thick you could cut it with a knife. Jinhoo stammers back a hi, but all he can think about is "Oh take you," the guy who gave him this car, and a thumbs up of encouragement. Hae-mi immediately starts running her mouth to Junhyung, mocking Jinhoo's car and calling it pathetically funny. She then crosses a major line, bringing up his parents' failed business, and saying he's too poor to be driving something so embarrassing. Jinhoo flashes back to a time he completely lost it on her, his friends barely holding him back from throttling her for her trash talk. Back in the present, Hae-mi goes ballistic, accusing him of glaring and threatening to report him for violence, acting like a total drama queen. But just as things are about to explode, a new woman, Ellie Kim, steps up beside Jinhoo, calmly asking if these people are his friends. The whole group is dumbfounded. Jinhoo awkwardly confirms they are, while Kyung-il can only stammer and ask who this beautiful lady is. Without missing a beat, Ellie introduces herself and coolly pulls out a business card, ready to put these clowns in their place. Ellie calmly announces she works for Golden Gate, flashing her business card and shutting everyone up. The entire trash tier crew is absolutely floored. Hearing the name Golden Gate is like a punch to the gut. To make matters worse for them, the card reveals her full title. Ellie Kim, a high-powered lawyer. Watching from the side, Seona's mind races, wondering what kind of mess Jinhoo got into to require a lawyer from such a huge firm. Junhyung, ever the opportunist, steps forward to introduce himself, trying to gauge if this is a date or something more. Ellie gives him a polite greeting, completely unfazed, while our boy Jinhoo just stands there awkwardly. Trying to show off, Junhyung switches to English, asking if she's in Korea for business or pleasure. She replies smoothly in perfect English that she's on an important task, but today feels like a vacation. Then she casually drops a bomb, mentioning she asked Jinhoo to show her around after being stuck in a hotel with him for days. The rest of the group, who clearly don't understand a word, start freaking out, demanding to know what she said about a hotel. Our boy Jinhoo panics, trying to explain it's not what it looks like, but Seona's icy glare could freeze hell over. Unfazed, Ellie smoothly hands her business card to Junhyung, completely taking control of the conversation. Junhyung tries to flex, boasting that his father is the president of GH Construction and that they have ties to Golden Gate. Ellie confirms it without missing a beat, stating that Golden Gate is indeed financing GH Construction's projects in Indonesia. The gears in Jinhoo's head start turning as he realizes the massive connection. Golden Gate is funding GH Construction. Junhyung then offers Jinhoo his card, telling him to call if he ever needs help, trying to play the role of a helpful senior. Jinhoo takes the card, wondering if a connection to a big shot from GH Construction could ever actually be useful to him. He quickly decides it's probably useless, but then smirks with confidence, while Junhyung looks on, thinking he's found someone impressive. With the awkwardness at its peak, Seona has had enough and starts walking away as Jinhoo suggests they all leave. Junhyung gives a polite farewell to Ellie, but Seona gives Jinhoo one last cold, lingering look before she's gone. Jinhoo gives a polite farewell to Ellie, thinking it was nice to meet her, but Junhyung and his crew immediately swarm her, practically begging the Golden Gate lawyer to join them for lunch. Watching from a distance, another group of students can't believe what they're seeing. One of them, Lee Hae-mi, scoffs at their complete lack of pride, thinking it's disgusting how they're parading Ellie around like a trophy. After our boy finally managed to fend off the endless questions, the campus tour officially came to an end. Later that evening, Jin-Hoo and Ellie take a walk, with him commenting on how beautiful the Seoul night view is. Out of nowhere, Ellie brings up Seon-ah, mentioning how pretty the girl in the fancy coupe was. She explains that she already knew who Seon-ah was, because their mutual friend Taek-gyu had told her all about her famous beauty. Turns out, that blabbermouth Taek-gyu spilled the entire story, how they dated, broke up in under a year, and then Jin-Hoo ran off to the army. Ellie then cuts right to the chase, asking if he still has feelings for her, but Jin-Hoo just laughs it off with a very unconvincing no way. Elsewhere, Seon-ah sits in her car, coldly reminding herself that she and Jin-Hoo broke up ages ago. Jin-Hoo tries to convince Ellie that it's all in the past, but she gives him a look that says she's not buying it. He stops walking, changing the subject by mentioning that from tomorrow, things are going to get busy again. But Ellie isn't letting him off that easy, smiling as she reaches out her hand and calls their walk a fun date. Our boy is a little taken aback, just staring at her outstretched hand for a moment. He finally takes it, admitting he had a good time too as they share a moment under the city lights. As a new day dawns over Seoul, the calm is about to be broken. A ridiculously expensive-looking Bentley pulls up, signaling the arrival of some serious players. Turns out, it's Jun-hyung, and has questioning Seon-ah about her past with a guy named Kang Jin-hoo. Seon-ah just glances at him with ice in her eyes, asking if he's actually jealous. Jun-hyung plays it cool, claiming he wasn't jealous, just curious about the peculiar car Jin-hoo showed up in. Seon-ah explains it belongs to Jin-hoo's friend, Oh Tae-gyu, who she remembers as a bit of an otaku. She corrects his name as Oh Tae-gyu, not otaku, which Jun-hyung just laughs off as a funny name, but he quickly pivots, wanting to know their connection to the lawyer from Golden Gate. It seems they work for the Asia branch, just like the lawyer Ellie Kim. Seon-ah figures Tae-gyu's older sister, who works there, probably just asked them to tour the campus on a day off. Jun-hyung accepts the explanation, but reveals that's not what was really bothering him. The real issue was how Jin-hoo treated him, even after knowing his background, because in his world, money is power. Hess used to everyone, from university presidents to students, instinctively bowing to his family's wealth. But Jin-hoo spoke to him like an equal, an attitude that made Jun-hyung deeply uncomfortable, as if he were dealing with someone of the same status. As they drive, Jun-hyung breaks the silence, admitting that her ex-boyfriend was an impressive guy. But Seon-ah doesn't respond. The name Kang Jin-hoo echoes in her mind, and she can't help but get lost in her memories of him. She recalls the past, remembering a time when he seemed so much more timid and unsure of himself. It's a total whiplash compared to the confident man he is now, leaving her dumbfounded as to what could be caused such a drastic change. Jun-hyung, tired of the heavy atmosphere, just decides to change the subject and head to the department store. Meanwhile, our boy Jin-hoo is in a completely different league, listening to a pitch for a project with a $5 million budget. He almost scoffs internally, realizing how much his sense of scale has grown. That kind of money feels like nothing to him now. The presentation details a new AI called Arcult, designed for architectural work that evolves through machine learning. Jin-hoo immediately cuts in, wanting to know the absolute limits of the AI's design capabilities, even asking if it could design skyscrapers. Before they can answer, he declares with absolute certainty that with Arcult's learning speed, there's no doubt in his mind it can. The presenter passionately explains that by feeding the AI enough data, it will eventually design entire skyscrapers. Our boy Jin-hoo is immediately sold, giving them the green light as long as there's no corporate meddling. He officially decides to invest, but his team is so clueless that Oh Hyunju has to ask what machine learning even is. With the deal sealed, the meeting finally comes to a close. Oh Hyunju reminds everyone not to be late for their next meeting at 7, and Oh Tae-gyu gives a lazy confirmation. A female colleague then invites Jin-hoo to play squash, but he quickly shuts it down, claiming he's feeling stiff. His mind flashes back to a humiliating game where his opponent mercilessly taunted him for his trash-tier skills. He cringes at the memory of collapsing after just 30 minutes, and vows to never repeat that disaster. She suggests asking Oh Tae-gyu, triggering another chaotic memory of his friend being an absolute menace on the court. Having successfully dodged that bullet, Jin-hoo heads off to his next appointment at the luxurious, the Class Hotel. While waiting for their next meeting, Oh Tae-gyu is already bored out of his mind, wondering what to do with their downtime. Jin-hoo sips his coffee, finding it amusing that his friend diligently attends these meetings despite barely understanding the English. Turns out, Tae-gyu is a true believer, recalling the passionate pitch to become the Netflix of the adult industry, and thinking his sister just doesn't get it. He explains his logic is simple. It's his money on the line, so he damn well wants to see how it's being spent. But he's getting tired of these small fry investments, craving a massive, impactful score that brings in the big money all at once. Sensing an opportunity, Jinhoo decides to tell a story, asking if Taekyu has ever heard of the legendary investor, Song Masayoshi. Taekyu racks his brain and vaguely remembers the name, guessing he's the CEO of some soft company. But Jinhoo corrects him at Softbox. Our boy sets the scene. Back in the day, the Chinese e-commerce market was completely dominated by a giant called Abe, with Alabama being a nobody. But when the chairman of Softbox, Song Masayoshi, visited Beijing, the underdog founder of Alabama immediately jumped at the chance for a meeting. And here's the kicker. After just a 2-hour chat, Song was so impressed he dropped a whopping $20 million on the spot. The Softbox board was in an uproar, thinking Song Masayoshi was insane for betting on a nobody against the industry titan, Abe. Jinhoo smirks, asking how he thinks it all turned out, but Taekyu just admits he has no clue. Fast forward 20 years. The giant Abe crumbled and fled the market, while the underdog Alabama took over everything. Taekyu is absolutely floored to hear Alibama's market cap is now a staggering $330 billion, dwarfing even Seasong Electronics. He can't even process the 0% return on investment, wondering what incredible success story Jinhoo is trying to sell him. Our boy reminds him this whole lecture started because Taekyu was whining about not getting a massive instant payout. Jinhoo explains their strategy isn't about quick cash, it's about making the right call early, just like the legend himself. He then drops the bomb. While startups have a tier success rate, they've been using his 100% accurate predictions to pick only winners. Jinhoo paints a picture of Song Masayoshi planting a single, massive seed in the most fertile ground imaginable. That one seed blossomed into an unimaginable fortune, and he urges Taekyu to realize their investments are cut from the same cloth. As Jinhoo tells him to think about what their investment really is, it finally starts to click for Taekyu. The initial 670 billion won is nothing compared to the projected future profits, a number so vast it leaves him utterly dumbfounded. Taekyu completely loses it in the middle of the lobby, screaming praises to their Oracle AI while Jinhoo begs him to keep it down. Suddenly, Taekyu's older sister, Oh Hyunju, appears and tells him to sit down and stop being a nuisance. She calmly turns to Jinhoo and asks if she should set up the meeting, leaving our boy completely in the dark. Turns out, she just got a call from the one company he's been desperately trying to meet. The news hits Jinhoo like a freight train, shattering a memory of his family as the name DHK Engineering flashes in his mind. This is about Karos, a key subsidiary of the automotive titan, Yoon Sung Motors, and our boy looks dead serious. He asks what this is all about as they sit in the lobby of the ultra-luxurious class hotel. Hyunju coolly explains she's already handled it. She spoke to the person in charge, and they're flying into Korea tomorrow. Jinhoo questions the situation, but Hyunju explains their proposals to various startups fell through for different reasons. Our boy then reveals the gut punch. Even Karos, their main target, rejected their proposal. Taekyu is completely dumbfounded, wondering why they'd back out after showing so much interest. Hyunju clarifies that Karos couldn't handle the sheer scale of the investment or the method they wanted. Jinhoo cuts to the chase, realizing it all boils down to one simple fact. Karos needs a boatload of money. The next day, the big meeting is set to go down at the luxurious class hotel. The heavy hitters from Karos finally arrive. Koo Ryan Gates and CFO Sergey Yovanovich. Hyunju and their lawyer, Ellie Kim, step forward to greet the executives from Golden Gate. The COO, Ryan Gates, barely gives them a glance, his expression cold and unimpressed. When Jinhoo and Taekyu are introduced, Ryan internally scoffs, wondering how this pathetic-looking duo is involved. Ryan Gates cuts right to the chase, demanding to know who actually calls the shots at OTK Company. Hyunju steps up and declares she has full authority, leaving the CFO, Sergey, completely dumbfounded. With her power established, Ryan smirks, ready to get down to business. Sergey drops the number they need, a staggering $100 million. Taekyu nearly has a heart attack, whispering the insane amount to Jinhoo, who remains completely unfazed. But Hyunju just adjusts her glasses, coolly asking if they're seriously questioning their financial muscle. She then declares that the amount is more than enough, which absolutely floors the two executives. Our boy Jinhoo can't help but smile, realizing these guys came here expecting absolutely nothing. Sergey, now totally flustered, asks if he should perhaps present his project in a more modest way. Hyunju waves him off, stating she already knows the details and has something far more important to discuss. She cuts right to the chase, telling the two execs she wants to hear the unvarnished truth about the mess at Karos directly from them. With a smirk, Hyunju leans back and asks if that's even possible, putting all the pressure squarely on their shoulders. Realizing they're cornered, Ryan decides it's time for the official briefing and plugs in his USB drive. The presentation begins, with Ryan explaining how modern cars are basically becoming complex electronic devices on wheels. He lays out the two hottest topics in the industry: electric vehicles and the game-changing autonomous vehicles. The slideshow explains that while EVs are a hardware change, self-driving tech is a software revolution, the true core of future vehicles. Ryan then rewinds 5 years, revealing that the e-commerce titan AMZ was the first major investor in their joint venture. Tae-kyu's eyes widen as he hears the next investor was South Korea's own Yunsung Motor, dropping a 40% stake. Our boy Jinhoo just listens, absorbing the fact that a Japanese electronics company, Hitachi, filled out the remaining 19%. And with that, Ryan reveals the name of this corporate super team, their company, Keros. Ryan explains the dream team fell apart when Hitachi sold its shares after taking a hit, and even AMZ bailed on the whole autonomous vehicle project. This left Yunsung Motor holding the bag, scooping up the shares until they owned a whopping 86% of Keros. Oh, Hyunju immediately sees the problem, wondering why Yunsung would sell a company they practically own. Ryan looks grim, about to drop the other shoe and reveal the ugly truth. He explains the original synergy collapsed, and to make matters worse, another Yunsung subsidiary just developed its own self-driving tech. His hand clenches as he reveals Yunsung's ruthless plan for the company. They want to strip Keros of its patents and tech to recoup their investment, leaving the company as nothing but an empty shell. The whole team sits in stunned silence, realizing they've been invited to buy a company that's about to be gutted. Oh, Tae-kyu is completely lost, asking for someone to just spell it out for him. Oh Hyunju cuts to the chase, summarizing that Yunsung is just trying to cash out by selling off their majority shares. She clarifies the asking price is a cool $100 million, and Oh Tae-kyu's brain just about fries on the spot. He explodes, grabbing our boy Kang Jin-hoo, and demanding to know if he knew about this trash-tier deal all along. Kang Jin-hoo's unnerving silence is all the answer he needs, and Oh Tae-kyu completely loses it. He yanks Kang Jin-hoo out of his chair, declaring that they need to have a little chat, effective immediately. Oh Hyunju and Hwang Ji-hai are left staring, completely bewildered by his sudden outburst. The team excuses themselves for a brief talk, leaving the Keros executives to stare into the abyss. Ryan and Sergey are just left standing there, absolutely dumbfounded by the sudden implosion of the meeting. The door clicks shut as Kang Jin-hoo's team retreats to a private room to figure out their next move. Inside, they try to piece together the puzzle, questioning Keros's true connection to Yunsung Motor. Oh Tae-kyu is pacing like a caged animal, but his sister calmly asks why he's the one panicking over such a predictable corporate play. Tae-kyu explodes, yelling that he can't stand the thought of helping Yunsung Motor succeed. A confused Hwang Ji-hai asks if he's got some kind of personal grudge against the company, but his sister just sips her drink, calmly telling her to ask the man in charge, Kang Jin-hoo. Our boy turns away, letting the silence hang heavy in the air for a moment. He then turns to Ji-hai, confirming he knows Yunsung is the biggest automobile company in Korea, but as he places a hand on the glass door, he makes it clear that's only the surface of the story. He begins to break down the sheer scale of their operation, a massive conglomerate with countless subsidiaries. Yunsung is a 200 trillion won empire, a corporate spiderweb with Yunsung Motor at its very center. After explaining their global ranking, he pauses, while Tae-kyu can only curse their name in the background. Then comes the bombshell. They're also the ones who completely ruined his family, leaving Ji-hai speechless. With a cold look, Kang Jin-hoo reveals the gut-wrenching truth. Yunsung Motors is the reason his father is dead. He begins the story, explaining his dad ran a small, 1-0, man metal parts company when he got a life-changing call from Yunsung. The news sent a shockwave of excitement through the small factory. The workers couldn't believe they were about to supply a mega corporation. Their golden ticket was a new integrated suspension, a product his father had spent years researching and finally patented. An Yunsung representative visited, dangling a contract by saying their product was perfect for a new model. It just needed a few improvements. But then the snake showed his fangs, casually asking for improved samples along with a detailed explanation of their core technology. His father was immediately taken aback, knowing that giving away the company's core tech was a line you don't cross. The rep, however, was a smooth talker, insisting it was just a formality to get the higher-ups at headquarters on board. As he was leaving, the rep planted another seed of doubt, questioning if their small factory could even handle Yunsung's massive orders. Back home, his father and mother went over the numbers, realizing they'd have to take on a crushing amount of debt to expand the facilities. His father, full of hope, reassured his wife that once they started supplying Yunsung Motors, all their hardships would finally be over. But his mother couldn't shake a bad feeling, her face etched with worry despite his confident words. The very next day, Disaster struck as a manager burst in, screaming that Yoon-sung had suddenly terminated their contract. The father was dumbfounded, demanding to know what happened after they'd already expanded the factory and delivered the new samples. His world shattered when the manager showed him Yoon-sung's new product, an identical copy of his own invention. Turns out, the corporate giant had already started mass production at one of their own subcontractors. The father's face turned pale as the sheer scale of the betrayal began to sink in. To add insult to injury, the manager revealed that Yoon-sung had even stolen their technology and filed for the patent first. He dropped the part, completely broken, as his employee frantically asked what they were supposed to do now. Back in the present, our boy reveals the tragic end. His father collapsed from the shock, never woke up, and their entire family was ruined. Our boy corrects the timeline with a grim look, realizing the family was ruined first, and only then did his father pass away from the shock. Ellie Kim is completely horrified, asking why they didn't just sue for compensation after such a blatant contract breach and technology theft. Oh, Hyunju just scoffs, noting that her question proves she's a foreign lawyer who doesn't understand how things really work here. She explains that while Ellie might know the law, she doesn't know Korea, where a small business winning a patent suit against a megacorp is practically a myth. As she puts out her cigarette, she stresses that even if you somehow won the long, grueling fight, the consequences would be dire. Going against Yoon-sung Motors, which dominates 70% of the market, is basically a death warrant for anyone in the automobile industry. Oh, Take-you chimes in, passionately adding that Yoon-sung is already infamous for treating its domestic customers like total fools. But our boy cuts through the emotion, putting his family's story aside to get back to business and asking Oh Hyunju for her final verdict. She's still firmly against it, pointing out that buying a company with no product or track record for $100 million is just plain foolish. Kang Jin-hoo, however, looks dead serious, asking if $100 million is actually a reasonable price for the company. Oh Hyunju admits that compared to what Yoon-sung spent, it's a bargain, but she thinks getting even half that for just the patents is a pipe dream. Our boy cuts to the chase and asks about their remaining funds, and Oh Take-you nervously reveals they're down to their last $120 million. Ellie Kim is completely dumbfounded, trying to figure out why Jin-hoo would pick such a trash-tier company when all the risks are screaming no. Oh Take-you throws a fit, absolutely refusing the deal because it only benefits the enemy and burns their chance to invest in something actually good. Kang Jin-hoo just calmly takes in the mutiny, asking if that means everyone is officially against his plan. He then reveals his trump card. He doesn't choose companies based on numbers, but on his foresight, an ability they just can't understand. Still, he glances at Oh Take-you, remembering his family's painful history with Yoon-sung, and has a moment of doubt about pushing forward. Oh Hyunju confirms that, logically, she agrees with the opposition, but she clarifies that her role is simply to assess the possibilities and offer advice. At the end of the day, she reminds them, the final decision belongs to the CEO of OTK Company, Kang Jin-hoo himself. Kang Jin-hoo admits to himself that he doesn't want to see Yoon-sung Motors succeed, especially if his money is the cause. Logically, investing in such a risky company is a terrible idea with their limited capital, but that's the rational choice. His foresight, however, gave him a completely different answer, leaving him to wonder which path to trust when reality and his visions clash. His team waits in tense silence as Oh Take-you asks for his final decision. After a moment of thought, our boy makes up his mind. He needs to meet the CEO of Karos in person. Sergei Yovanovich, the CFO of Karos, immediately shuts him down, claiming that's just not possible. He explains their CEO couldn't make it to Korea due to scheduling conflicts, which is why they were sent instead. The Karos reps argue that since the investment is still up in the air, detailed negotiations should proceed with them. Oh Hyunju leans in, whispering that maybe his request was too sudden, leaving Jin-hoo to ponder his next move. But Jin-hoo just smirks internally, thinking Karos is the one who needs to be wise here, because they're the desperate ones, not him. But our boy isn't having any of it and decides to drop a bomb on them. Oh Hyunju steps up, announcing that this isn't just a simple request, it's a formal demand from the CEO of OTK Company himself. The Karos reps are completely stunned. They had no idea they were dealing with the top dog this whole time. Ryan Gates, the COO, immediately folds, stammering that he'll contact his boss, clearly rattled by this unexpected power move. He admits to his partner that this is unorthodox, but seeing no other choice, he asks when they should schedule the meeting. Jin-hoo flashes a sly grin, realizing his bluff worked flawlessly, and he's already scheming on how to push his advantage even further. The very next day, the meeting is set at a ridiculously fancy hotel. Oh Take-you asks Jin-hoo if he's absolutely sure about this play, but our boy just tells him it's all good. He coolly explains that he was up all night thinking it through, and he's confident this is the right move. Has learned from the past that powerful people will drag you through the mud unless you show them you're the one holding all the cards. He reflects on how corporate giants like Yunsung Motors use and discard smaller companies, making his play with Keros a huge risk. Arriving at the hotel, Jin-Hoo and his team spot a man being escorted in, who he correctly assumes is their target. But just as he's about to make his move, a sudden thought strikes him, changing his approach. He confidently walks up and introduces himself and his crew from OTK Company. The man confirms he is indeed Daryl Sagan, the CEO of Keros, and extends his hand for a greeting. The moment their hands touch, Jin-Hoo's precognition kicks into overdrive, flooding him with a powerful vision. The message from the future is crystal clear. The $100 million isn't for Keros, it's meant for Yunsung Motors. Our boy is completely stunned. His meticulously planned strategy just got thrown out the window. He now understands the true scope of the play. This isn't just an investment, it's a move to create a decacorn, a $10 billion company. All of this is going down in a ridiculously high-class hotel, the perfect backdrop for a deal that could change everything. Back in the meeting, Jin-Hoo's mind is racing, trying to process his vision while the others make small talk about Karas' unusual name. Daryl Sagan laughs, admitting he initially thought it sounded like Karas, the French word for carriage, but he quickly gets serious, stating that a name like that just doesn't fit the high-tech vision he has for Keros. He starts dropping a ton of technical acronyms, leaving poor Oh-Taek-Yu completely lost in the sauce. Daryl explains that modern cars are basically supercomputers on wheels, impossible to even start without complex software. He takes a sip of his coffee, building the suspense before dropping the real bombshell about what Keros is actually developing. It's not just some trash-tier autonomous driving. They're aiming for a full-blown artificial intelligence to control every aspect of the vehicle. Oh Hyun-ju, ever the sharp one, cuts right in, pointing out that autonomous driving is already a thing and asks what makes theirs so special. Daryl clarifies that true autonomous driving isn't about following pre-programmed algorithms like some mindless robot. No, their goal is to create an AI that can think, react, and make decisions just like a human driver, handling everything from navigation to maintenance. As Daryl explains their AI is a perfect operating system, Oh-Taek-Yu suddenly leaps to his feet, having a massive geek-out moment. He excitedly declares that this is exactly like the legendary Asura. Daryl is completely dumbfounded, having no idea what our boy is talking about. Taek-Yu is lost in his own world, imagining the AI-powered race car from the classic anime Cyber formula. Kang Jin-Hoo smirks, pointing out that the anime is ancient history, from over 20 years ago. But Taek-Yu is too hyped to care, practically bowing to Daryl and declaring his undying respect for making his childhood dream a reality. Daryl brings the meeting back on track, explaining that their plan to acquire Yunsung Motors shares has hit a wall because the CEO isn't interested. Oh, Hyunju immediately questions this, arguing that this technology would make Yunsung Motors the undisputed leader of the entire industry. Turns out, the CEO only cares about short-term gains to win an internal power struggle and has no vision for the future. Daryl grimly concludes that under Yunsung's current management, their project is impossible, and they'd just be forced to make mediocre tech like everyone else. But Kang Jin-Hoo cuts in, explaining that true AI for cars isn't just some cool gimmick. He scoffs at other so-called innovations, like social media platforms that just give people another place to rage, or even food delivery apps, arguing that while convenient, they don't actually change the world. He paints them a vision of a true revolution, a city where self-driving cars eliminate traffic and accidents entirely. With the stakes made clear, he gets down to brass tacks and asks about the current ownership structure of Keros. Daryl reveals Yunsung Motors holds a whopping 86%, and Oh-Taek-Yu is floored that employees even have a stake. The woman in the beige coat explains it's a common Silicon Valley tactic to give stock options instead of giant salaries. Our boy immediately sees the opening, stating that buying out Yunsung's stake for $100 million solves everything. Kang Jin-Hoo sinks into deep thought, the cogs turning as he pieces together his master plan. The clock ticks past 11, marking the moment a new strategy was born. After a moment of intense calculation, our boy finally makes his decision. They're going to take Yunsung's stake. But he's not some chump. He adds with a sly grin that there's no way they're paying the full asking price. He explains that Yunsung is the one in a hurry, not them, which gives them all the leverage they need to negotiate. Daryl, completely lost in the private conversation, finally asks what on earth they're even discussing. Without missing a beat, Kang Jin-Hoo drops the bomb and declares that they will be investing in Keros. The CEO is completely stunned, questioning if our boy even has the authority to make a decision of this magnitude. Just then, Oh Hyunju steps in, coolly informing Daryl that Kang Jin-Hoo has priority over her in all decision-making. Daryl is even more confused now, sputtering that he thought she was the official representative. She then delivers the final blow, revealing that the true CEO of OTK Company is none other than Kang Jin-hoo himself. Our boy explains he just wanted to keep things under wraps for a bit, and a dumbfounded Daryl finally understands who he's dealing with. Daryl, now in on the secret, agrees to keep our boy's true identity under wraps for now. His mind flashes to Oh Tae-gyu, the supposed CEO, sitting there looking completely out of his depth. He pictures the man's clueless expression, wondering what on earth is going on. And in that instant, everything clicks into place for the Keros CEO. He finally sees the full picture. Oh Tae-gyu was just a figurehead, while the real power players operated from the shadows. Kang Jin-hoo, the true puppet master, had been pulling the strings all along. Back in the present, our boy reassures Daryl that even after the acquisition, OTK won't interfere with his management. He tells him to just keep doing what he's been doing, declaring that he trusts his vision completely. This absolute show of faith is all Daryl needed. He's now fully convinced and promises not to disappoint. With the CEO on board, Kang Jin-hoo prepares to make his next move. Our boy lays out the grand vision, confidently stating that Keros will undoubtedly succeed in its tech development. Daryl, still processing the sheer scale of it all, asks what Kang Jin-hoo truly believes Keros is aiming for. His associate chimes in, explaining they're securing the core technology for the entire future vehicle market. Another colleague adds that becoming a decacorn is just the starting point, given the size of the global automotive industry. The CEO's eyes light up as he finally grasps the true potential. Not just a decacorn, but $100 billion hectocorn. With the deal sealed in a handshake, Kang Jin-hoo can't help but think about the trash-tier execs at Yunsung Motors. He smirks, imagining the dumbfounded expressions they'll have when they realize the company they sold for peanuts is now worth billions. Suddenly, Oh Tae-gyu bursts into the room, cheering like a madman for the future of AI cars. Much to his colleague's surprise, he declares that his own opinion is irrelevant now that the CEO is on board, and besides, he's dying to see the new tech. Kang Jin-hoo deadpans, realizing his friend's passionate speech was just a flimsy excuse to go play with some futuristic cars. Kang Jin-hoo looks at the fancy hotel and casually suggests that maybe Oh Tae-gyu could pick out a car for himself while they're at it. Oh Tae-gyu, who was just against the deal, suddenly can't contain his excitement, shouting his love for AI and future cars. He claims that since the CEO is on board, his opinion is worthless, and he's just dying to see the new tech firsthand. Kang Jin-hoo sees right through him, realizing his friend's grand speech was just an excuse to go check out the cars. So, with a smirk, our boy agrees, telling his friend to go ahead and pick out a car for himself. With that settled, the whole crew heads over to a luxury driving center to have some fun. The place is massive, a playground for car enthusiasts with a professional track. Kang Jin-hoo and Hwang Ji-hai are impressed, noting that you can even take the cars for a spin on the circuit. Standing with Oh Tae-gyu, he reflects on how they're probably the only ones who know the era of AI cars is just around the corner. Meanwhile, Hwang Ji-hai and Shin Yu-ri decide to go grab some coffee, leaving the guys to geek out over the vehicles. As the guys start exploring, Oh Tae-gyu is already like a kid in a candy store, immediately pointing out a Mini. They step into the main hall of the BMW driving center, a place practically dripping with money. But over at the information desk, a couple of salesmen are already sizing them up, wondering if anyone rich ever actually shows up. Our boys, oblivious, are just trying to figure out the price tags on these beasts. One of the salesmen, a rookie, decides he'll go guide them, but his senior colleague immediately shuts him down. The senior salesman scoffs, saying he saw them pull up in some trash-tier compact car and that they're just broke college kids. But the rookie insists it's good experience, so the jaded senior just tells him to do whatever and heads off for a smoke. Meanwhile, Oh Tae-gyu is lost in his own world, wondering aloud when their Astra tech will be in these cars, forcing Jin-hoo to correct him. Just then, a voice cuts in, asking our boy if there's a particular model he's interested in. It's the rookie salesman, politely offering a test drive, completely unaware he's talking to the guys who are about to revolutionize the entire industry. Jin-hoo just laughs it off, telling the salesman he's not sure when he'll be able to afford a car like this. But the rookie has a great attitude, telling our boy that since he's young, he'll definitely be a customer one day. He starts the tour, suggesting the flashy coupes and convertibles that are usually a hit with the younger crowd. The salesman has to hide a smirk, thinking to himself that these kids are trying way too hard to act rich. Jin-hoo, however, gets a little nostalgic, remembering a simpler time when even silly jokes like this were enough to make his day. Deciding to just go with it, he points to a sleek black sedan and asks if they can check that one out. The salesman, still thinking this is all an act, decides to play along and hypes up the car as their flagship model. As Jin-hoo gets inside, he's genuinely impressed, exclaiming how spacious the interior is. Then he drops the million-dollar question. If he buys it now, can he get it delivered immediately? The salesman, a bit stunned, checks his tablet and confirms that both black and gray models are available right away. When the salesman quotes the price at 139 million won, our boy Jin-Hoo puts on a show of being utterly shocked. Oh, Taek-gyu smacks him, telling him to snap out of it since the price is in won, not dollars. The salesman smirks, thinking he knew these kids were all talk, especially when Jin-Hoo admits he doesn't have the cash on him. But then Jin-Hoo turns to his buddy and casually asks to borrow 150 million won, leaving the salesman dumbfounded. He tells Taek-gyu to just use his card for now, promising to pay him back eventually. Getting into the spirit, Taek-gyu decides he might as well buy a car too and points to another model. He wants the flashiest one on the floor, the sports car with the doors that open upwards, and the salesman is convinced this act has gone too far. Jin-Hoo pretends to leave, joking that he's a bit short on cash, but then he stops the salesman cold. He whips out a sleek black card and calmly instructs the salesman to put both cars on his tab. The salesman's brain short-circuits as he realizes he just hit the jackpot, envisioning his top-tier performance review. This single sale was the moment the rookie salesman awakened his inner legend, learning to never judge a book by its cover. Energized by his massive commission, he practically sprints to get the paperwork started. But his senior colleague stops him, condescendingly asking where the rookie thinks he's going in such a rush. The rookie proudly says he's preparing contracts, but the senior just scoffs, assuming it's for those broke kids on a long-term plan. He then drops the bomb. They're buying two of the most expensive models, leaving his senior absolutely speechless. The rookie smugly adds that the credit card approval was instant, while his senior stews in regret for missing the sale of a lifetime. Taek-gyu starts overthinking how to customize his new ride, but our boy Jin-Hoo tells him to cut it out. Jin-Hoo then casually brings up a tiny 100,000 won debt Taek-gyu still owes him, making his friend play dumb. Turns out, Taek-gyu borrowed the money for a date with a girl named Yuri, and now he's been caught red-handed. Our boy Jin-Hoo smirks, asking Taek-gyu just how important that date was if he had to borrow cash for it. Taek-gyu stammers, claiming it wasn't a date at all, just a casual meeting with a junior from school. But Jin-Hoo isn't buying it for a second, calling him out for following her all the way home. Ellie Kim joins in on the teasing, while Yuri, completely flustered, tries to change the subject back to the cars. Jin-Hoo coolly announces they're there to finalize the purchase of the F-Series models. Yuri seems surprised, wondering if a car that big is really a good fit for Jin-Hoo. He just leans in close, a mysterious glint in his eye, ready to clear up her confusion. He whispers something into her ear, a secret just for her. A moment later, Yuri is blushing furiously but insists his reason isn't childish at all, leaving Taek-gyu dumbfounded. Yuri, still flustered, admits to herself that Jin-Hoo is actually a pretty cool guy. Our boy just smirks and thanks her for the compliment, while Taek-gyu seethes with jealousy in the background. With time to kill before their flight, Yuri suggests a famous amusement ride she read about. Ellie immediately shoots the idea down, but Taek-gyu, ever the instigator, declares they're all going together. And just like that, they're on the ride from hell, and Taek-gyu is the first one down for the count. The chaos continues on the Viking ship, where Ellie's tough-as-nails facade completely shatters. After the day of fun, Ellie and her colleague finally depart, leaving Jin-Hoo and Taek-gyu to ponder their next move. Jin-Hoo reflects on his work. The foundation for his global company is now solidly in place. Now, he just has to wait for his empire to grow, which Taek-gyu likens to an idle game, prompting Jin-Hoo to check on his domestic investments. First stop, the SG Tower, the humble beginnings of Jin-Hoo's domestic investment firm. Our boy and Taek-gyu arrive at their new office, calling out for their senior colleague, Sang-yeop. They find Park Sang-yeop looking absolutely wrecked, welcoming them back from their trip while holding a box of his things. Jin-Hoo immediately notices how haggard he looks, but Sang-yeop just brushes it off, claiming he's perfectly fine. Despite the modest office, Sang-yeop boasts that in a few years, they'll own their own building in the big leagues. He tries to play it cool, saying he was waiting for them to eat, but the exhaustion is written all over his face. Taek-gyu, ever the foodie, decides it's the perfect day for some jjajangmyeon and tangsuyuk. As they get ready to eat, Jin-Hoo casually asks Sang-yeop if he's found a place to live yet. Turns out, the poor guy has been sleeping at the office and washing up at a public bathhouse across the street. Jin-Hoo is completely dumbfounded, realizing Sang-yeop is basically homeless, and quickly suggests they need to start hiring. Park Sang-yeop mentions that Hyunju already sent over a few candidates, so interviews will start soon. He then casually pivots, asking Jin-Hoo if he's still close with their old acquaintance, Jang Ji-hong. Jin-Hoo confirms they're tight, flashing back to a recent night out drinking with him and another buddy. Hearing that Gi-hong is unemployed, Taek-gyu immediately asks if our boy plans on hiring him. Jin-Hoo scoffs at the idea, knowing that Ji Hong's a notorious gossip wad blab about their company to everyone. After they finish their meal, the conversation shifts from hiring to the real meat of their business. Sang Yop is amazed Jinhoo followed all the investment instructions perfectly, but our boy just says he only needs 3 hours of sleep. This sparks Sang Yop's curiosity, and he finally asks how on earth Jinhoo chooses which companies to back. Has analyzed all the data and can't find any rhyme or reason, no preference for industry, nationality, or anything. He finally concludes that the investment style is so erratic it's like the investor isn't even human, a statement that leaves Jinhoo utterly stunned. With a sly grin, Jinhoo admits Sang Yop's wild guess was spot on, saying he only made the final decisions. Taekyu is completely dumbfounded as our boy clarifies that the companies he listed weren't chosen through any normal analysis. The bombshell drops. They were selected by rolling dice, sending Sang Yop into a full-blown panic, who mutters he feared this was the case. Seeing his friend's soul about to leave his body, Jinhoo quickly backpedals, claiming it was just a joke, but Sang Yop looks utterly drained. Jinhoo then lays out his real strategy. He only picks companies with massive growth potential, admitting it's an all-or-nothing gamble. Sang Yop's expression shifts to one of pure understanding, realizing that even if only 10% of those gambles pay off, they'll win big. He stares at Jinhoo, his mind completely blown by this high-risk, high-reward philosophy. He concludes that our boy must have an inspiration that transcends the logic of even geniuses, a thought that catches Jinhoo off guard. Sang Yop is now a true believer, convinced Jinhoo can break the rules of common sense to grasp a truth that mere data can't reveal. Jinhoo brushes off the flattery, but Taekyu cuts to the chase, asking about their funds, and Sang Yop reports they're sitting on 6.7 billion won. With their war chest secured, Sang Yop asks if he can start investing, explaining he's already got a few high-potential targets lined up. Jinhoo gives him the ultimate green light, telling him to do whatever he wants, and that he won't complain even if it all goes to hell. Completely fired up, Sang Yop tells him there are no takebacks and rushes off to grab his list, ready to make them all billionaires. Our boy then turns to Taekyu, reassuring him that Sang Yop is a genius who lives for this stuff, before calling him over to show him something. Taekyu leans in, completely clueless, as Jinhoo points to a piece of paper on the table. His eyes land on the scribbled notes about dice and future prediction, and the horrifying realization dawns on him. Jinhoo just smirks, telling him to keep it on the down low, basically confirming that the joke about his powers was no joke at all. A few days later, the fruits of their labor are already showing. A message confirms their negotiations with Yunsung Motors were a massive success, knocking the price down to a cool $88 million. Jinhoo sips his coffee, satisfied, as Karos officially becomes a subsidiary of their OTK company. Noting that Yunsung must have been desperate to sell so fast, our boy relaxes, thinking about his old colleagues. Yuri messages him saying her new job is a drag compared to their time together. Meanwhile, Taekyu is fully geeking out, testing the new VR fitness equipment from their newly acquired company, Karos. He's blown away by how nimble it makes him feel, shouting that he can see the future of the fitness industry right here. With the major investments settled, Jinhoo reflects on how things have finally slowed down, giving them a moment to breathe. His moment of peace is interrupted by a call from a car dealer, a clear sign that the big money is starting to roll in. And just like that, not one, but 2 brand new luxury cars get delivered, making him wonder how his L8 arrived so quickly. He figures it must be due to order cancellations from the failing economy, then asks a dumbfounded Taekyu which one he should drive. Without a second thought, he proudly pats the hood of the sleek black sedan, claiming it as his own. But he's not just spending on himself. Soon after, he's seen supervising a moving truck in a quiet neighborhood. Turns out, he's moving his mom into a new place, and he's brought his loyal friend Taekyu along to help with the heavy lifting. Taekyu gives the mover a thumbs up, telling him they'll follow the truck to the new place. As they prepare to leave, Jinhoo's mother is overcome with emotion, saying that going back home feels like a dream. Our boy assures her that everything's been repaired for her comfort and hands over the key to her new life. But as they arrive, his mom spots the sleek black sedan parked out front and asks what on earth this car is. Jinhoo just smiles, revealing that the car is actually a moving-in gift for her. His mother is completely dumbfounded, barely able to ask if he really bought this for her. While taking her for a drive, he explains that the new house is far from the subway, so she'll need it for shopping. Still practical as ever, she frets that a used car would have been fine, worried about the maintenance costs of a foreign vehicle. He casually brushes off her concerns, telling her not to worry because he got a discount and has plenty of money now. Finally settling in, his mom admits the car is nice and quiet, slowly starting to accept her son's incredible success. But the surprises aren't over, as Taekyu reveals he has yet another gift for Jinhoo's mom. He leads her into the stunning, modern house he helped prepare. Turns out, he didn't just get the house ready. He fully furnished it with a massive TV and sound system. He even installed a brand new, top-of-the-line washer and dryer set. With a grand flourish, Taekgyu presents a state-of-the-art refrigerator, calling it his own personal moving-in gift. Jinhoo's mother is completely speechless, wondering if she can even accept this level of generosity. She finally sits down, admitting that while she's overwhelmed, she's just glad her son's work is going so well. Now that his mother is settled, our boy Jinhoo starts thinking about his next move. His mother looks on, sensing that he has something important to say about the coming year. Jinhoo then drops the bombshell. He plans to travel abroad with Taekgyu to study for the next year. Taekgyu is completely dumbfounded, wondering if he really has to go too. And just like that, a full year passes, and the scene shifts to the Korea International Airport. Taekgyu stands there looking like a new man, radiating a newfound confidence after his world tour. He takes off his jacket, breathing a huge sigh of relief to finally be back home. In a dramatic display, he falls to his knees, celebrating his return while Jinhoo just watches, unimpressed. Taekgyu whines in the background, questioning why he even had to join the study trip when Jinhoo could have gone alone. Just then, our boy gets a frantic call from Yuri, who reminds him today's the deadline to apply for returning to school. She tells him to meet her at the student council building, and he calmly agrees to be there soon. Taekgyu can't believe it, asking why he's already heading out when they literally just landed. Jinhoo simply explains he needs to submit his application, leaving his friend completely baffled. Taekgyu is dumbfounded, asking if he didn't drop out of school, but Jinhoo just says he hasn't yet. And just like that, our boy arrives back on the campus of the prestigious Korea University. Waiting for him is Yuri, who smugly asks what on earth he would have done without her looking out for him. He thanks her and asks if she applied too, but she explains her one-year leave didn't require reapplication. Jinhoo groans, wondering why this couldn't be done online, when Yuri suddenly grabs his arm. She insists on treating him to a delicious meal, leaving our boy completely baffled as to why. With a sly smile, she just tells him she'll explain everything once they sit down to eat. He asks where they're headed, as they approach a ridiculously expensive-looking sports car. She's floored, asking if he actually bought a car, but he casually says it belongs to his roommate. Yuri is left utterly speechless, unable to process what kind of roommate just lends out a supercar. Jinhoo just casually explains his roommate doesn't really use the car anyway, leaving Yuri to wonder what kind of person he's living with. She takes him to an incredibly high-end Japanese restaurant, the kind with a single character on the sign that screams expensive. A quick glance at the menu confirms his fears. The prices are absolutely insane, definitely not in a typical student's budget. Our boy starts sweating, nervously asking Yuri if she's really okay with eating somewhere this pricey. She brushes it off, saying it's her treat because he helped her so much while she was away at a language program, leaving Jinhoo completely clueless. She explains that just by responding to her messages, he kept her from feeling lonely, though he just remembers a few phone calls. But then she gets to the real point, smirking as she brings up the Sejong electronics stock he told her about. He realizes she actually listened to his advice, remembering she had 20 shares that recently skyrocketed in value. Yuri proudly corrects him, revealing that she trusted his tips so much she bought another 30 shares, for a total of 50. With the stock price about to hit 2 million won, Jinhoo calculates that she's about to make a cool 100 million, but humbly credits her own bold decision. Yuri flips the script, coolly congratulating him on making a ton of money himself. She remarks that a lot must have happened to him this past year, as our boy recalls only buying 20 shares for himself. Jinhoo plays it cool, brushing it off by saying he just dabbled a little here and there. When she asks if he's going to the school orientation, he gives a firm no without even looking up from his food. The freshman welcome party is also a no-go, as he casually tells her he probably won't make it to that either. Turns out, our boy has bigger fish to fry. He's got plans to be in Hong Kong. He clarifies it's not for work, but to hang out with a friend and get an important introduction. Jinhoo playfully teases her about her language program in the US, and she gets flustered, insisting she studied the whole time. A few days later, a desperate scream rips through the air from inside a luxurious mansion. It's Taekgyu, absolutely losing his mind over his laptop screen as Jinhoo walks in, completely dumbfounded. The article on the screen reveals the source of his panic. The mobile game Lost Iris Fantasy M has been officially cancelled by its developer, Lynx Pentagon. Jinhoo is completely clueless, asking what Lost Iris Fantasy even is. Taekgyu explodes, reminding him about the Kumi sticker on his car, the protagonist of Lost Iris Fantasy 12, and can't believe Jinhoo forgot. Our boy just smirks, admitting he has absolutely no memory of it. He cuts to the chase, asking why it was cancelled, and Taekgyu ominously replies that there's a tearful story behind it all. Jinhoo deadpans that he's leaving if this is going to be some long, sob story, but Oh Taek-yu is already launching into the game's history. He passionately explains how the company, Link's Pentagon, failed to adapt and, after a series of failures, decided to stab the legendary creator in the back. Jinhoo calmly summarizes the situation. The developer he admires is being forced out, and the game is being canned. Oh Taek-yu is fuming, unable to believe the creator would stop development just because he's short 1 billion yen, a number that sounds deceptively small to him. Jinhoo covers his face, asking his friend if he doesn't see the obvious solution sitting right in front of him, but Oh Taek-yu is still lost in his fanboy rage. Oh Taek-yu fumes, arguing that the mobile version of the game was never going to be a massive hit anyway. Our boy finally reveals his grand plan. They'll invest themselves and fund the development costs for fans everywhere. Jinhoo casually drops the 10 billion won figure, asking his dumbfounded friend what else money is for. Completely moved, Oh Taek-yu gives a tearful thumbs up, agreeing that money is meant to support one's passions. Jinhoo internally admits his friend isn't wrong, but the sheer scale of this passion project is giving him pause. He recalls that Oh Taek-yu himself has a modest 4.2 billion won stashed away. Jinhoo reflects on their differences. While he saves, his friend has always been a bold spender. He remembers Oh Taek-yu splurging on all the latest high-end electronics without a second thought. This makes him wonder if his friend, who spends freely on what he loves, might actually understand the true purpose of money better. With a newfound resolve, Jinhoo agrees to the insane plan and says he'll contact Sangyop to get things started. While our boy tries to focus, Oh Taek-yu is losing his mind, screaming about their plan to invest a whopping 1 billion yen. But suddenly, his train of thought is shattered by an incoming call from his junior, Shin Yuri. He picks up as Yuri asks if he made it back from Hong Kong okay, all while Oh Taek-yu continues his victory dance in the background. Jinhoo confirms he's back and plans to be on campus for class tomorrow, clearly a little drained from his friend's antics. Yuri is thrilled, saying she needs to talk to him about someone who's been seriously getting on her nerves lately. She explains over the phone that this guy is a persistent pest, and just ignoring him isn't cutting it anymore. Oh Taek-yu, ever the nosy friend, immediately leans in to eavesdrop on the juicy details about this mysterious guy. With this call, the reality sets in. The day he finally returns to school after a long 3-year hiatus is just around the corner. He remembers a conversation with his professor, who told him to feel free to reach out if he ever had trouble at the university. Professor Kim Young-jun had offered his full support, saying that while he couldn't do much, he could at least buy him a drink. With his professor's kind words in mind, our boy gratefully thanks him for the support. The professor tries to offer him something, but Jinhoo politely refuses, explaining he has a gift for him instead. He slides over a piece of paper, asking if the professor is sure he doesn't need this. Professor Kim Young-jun absolutely loses his mind, realizing it's an autograph from the legendary Chase Southwell. Jinhoo calmly explains that his friend's sister, who works at Golden Gate's Asia branch, helped him get it. The scene flashes back, explaining that Golden Gate is a global financial titan run by 5 key figures. Among them is Chase Southwell, the head of the Asia branch, a man whose influence moves billions with a single word. Turns out, just a week ago, our boy's team flew to Hong Kong after receiving a personal invitation from the man himself. Oh Taek-yu, his sister, and Ellie Kim arrive at the lavish office, completely in awe of their surroundings. The big boss, Chase Southwell, greets them personally, leaving Jinhoo to wonder why such a powerhouse wanted to meet them. The reason is simple. A montage shows how in just 1 year, our boy went from a nobody to a major player. Now standing tall as the CEO of OTK Company, Kang Jinhoo confidently thanks the big boss for the invitation. Chase Southwell admits he was eager to meet the minds behind their success, and after some smooth pleasantries, they get down to brass tacks. He praises the extraordinary growth of the startups they've invested in, noting how impressive it is. By his estimation, their value has exploded to at least $10 billion, leaving Oh Taek-yu absolutely shell-shocked. Chase confesses that no one could have predicted such results, and states that Golden Gate wants to collaborate more in the future. He even dangles a little bait, hinting that some good news might be coming for both companies within the year. The scene snaps back to the present, where Jinhoo playfully asks the professor if he should just take the autograph back. Professor Kim, trying to regain his dignity, clears his throat and clutches the framed signature like his life depends on it. He quickly insists that he needs it, officially ending their little chat back in his university office. We jump to a university classroom, where our boy is already thinking this is a very bad idea. Jinhoo collapses onto his desk, admitting he doesn't understand a thing. Theory and practice are 2 totally different beasts. 2 seniors spot him, reassuring him that even they don't get it, and jokingly ask if he's retaking the class. Just then, a group of female classmates approaches, immediately asking about the handsome new guy sitting next to their senior. His friend introduces him as Kang Jin-hoo, a returning student, and our boy gives a polite little wave. The girls are instantly hooked, bombarding him with questions about his height and why he took a leave of absence. Min Kyung-il gets comically possessive, trying to shoo them away by claiming he and Jin-hoo were having a serious talk. As they leave, one of the girls invites Jin-hoo to the semester party, which gets his friends desperate to tag along. But Jin-hoo has to turn them down, explaining he's meeting Yuri for lunch to give her some advice. With that, he heads off, leaving his dumbfounded friends behind as he makes his way to the meeting. While waiting, Jin-hoo tells his friends Yuri isn't answering her phone, prompting one to ask if he's still in touch with that lawyer, Ellie. Meanwhile, his friend gets a little too close to Lee Hai-mi, who daydreams about attending college with Jin-hoo. Our boy explains that Ellie already returned to Hong Kong, but then his eyes catch something in the distance. He spots Yuri, but she's not alone, she's holding hands with some other dude. His friend instantly recognizes the guy as Cha Myung-ho and smirks, noting how close they look. He explains Myung-ho is the rich heir to the massive Master Chicken franchise, a company even Jin-hoo has heard of. The friend adds that Myung-ho is a total sleazeball with a bad reputation, but Jin-hoo isn't listening anymore and starts walking over. Turns out, Yuri is desperately trying to pull her hand away, telling the creep to let her go, but he just offers to buy her lunch. She snaps back, telling him to stop being so informal, but he just laughs it off, saying they're the same age. Suddenly, Jin-hoo appears, grabbing Myung-ho's wrist and coldly telling him to let her go so they can have a little chat. Myung-ho, completely unfazed, scoffs and asks our boy what his deal is and who the hell he thinks he is. Jin-hoo calmly introduces himself as Kang Jin-hoo from the Business Administration Department, Yuri's senior. The rich kid sneers, saying he doesn't recognize the name and tells Jin-hoo to get lost since this is a private meal between juniors. Yuri peeks out from behind Jin-hoo, finally having the courage to ask Myung-ho why he keeps bothering her when she's clearly not interested. Suddenly, it clicks for Myung-ho, this must be the annoying senior from her department that she was complaining about. Jin-hoo lets out a sigh of relief, realizing he almost made a huge scene over a misunderstanding, and smoothly lies that she already has plans with them. Myung-ho is absolutely livid at the smirk on Jin-hoo's face, puffing out his chest and demanding to know if he has any idea who he is. Our boy just pulls Yuri closer, whispering that he almost caused a cringy moment, before telling Myung-ho he has no clue who he is. He starts to lead a very confused Yuri away, leaving Myung-ho standing there completely dumbfounded. Yuri, still flustered by the sudden turn of events, begs her senior to just ignore him and go, not wanting any more trouble. Jin-hoo turns to his friends with a smile, inviting them to lunch on his dime. Yuri watches him, completely baffled by his calm demeanor, wondering if he's just oblivious or incredibly broad-minded. The group meets up, and Jin-hoo smoothly says Yuri is fine with them joining, trying to get everyone away from the drama. But just as they're about to leave, a hand grabs Jin-hoo's arm, and he asks if the conversation wasn't finished. Turns out it was Cha Myung-ho, who desperately grabs Yuri, begging her to give him a chance. Jin-hoo's friends are dumbfounded, yelling at Myung-ho and asking what the hell he thinks he's doing. With a cold look, Jin-hoo grabs Myung-ho's wrist, telling him to let go of her if he wants to talk. Myung-ho snaps back, telling Jin-hoo to stop butting in and questioning if he deserves any respect as a senior. Suddenly, the rich kid chokes, his eyes widening in shock as an unseen force twists his arm. Our boy had effortlessly put him in an arm lock, coldly telling the trash-tier punk to let her go. Myung-ho is completely thrown off, sweating bullets as he wonders why the atmosphere suddenly turned so damn heavy. Just then, another senior named Lee Kyu-won shows up with his crew, demanding to know what the hell Jin-hoo thinks he's doing. Our boy glances back coldly, telling the senior that the days of bossing around juniors are over and he should act his age. Kyu-won is left dumbfounded by the sheer disrespect, completely shocked that a junior would talk back like that. Jin-hoo just turns around with a smile, casually saying he wasn't trying to boss anyone around, acting like nothing happened. This just pisses Kyu-won off even more, who starts yelling about how Jin-hoo dares to glare at a senior. Watching from the sidelines, Jin-hoo's friends note that he's completely lost his sense of hierarchy since returning to school. Yuri tries to calm everyone down, but Kyu-won's buddy eggs him on, saying Myung-ho needs to discipline Jin-hoo properly. But Myung-ho cuts in with an ice-cold tone, telling Kyu-won that's enough and asking if he didn't hear him the first time. The wannabe tough guy immediately wilts, stammering an apology to Myung-ho and quickly offering to buy everyone food. As Kyu-won retreats, he throws a parting shot, warning Jin-hoo to watch his back from now on. Turns out, the senior's dad runs a chicken joint, and he's already on thin ice for fighting with Myung-ho last semester. The friends gossip that Myung-ho is just another rich kid abusing his power, while Yuri complains about some annoying late-night texts. Jinhoo just listens, quietly piecing together that the department's recent chaos revolves around these two clowns. Myung-ho, however, is far from done. He's already sizing up Jinhoo, thinking this junior looks like interesting trouble. To shake off the tension, the whole crew heads over to a local pub to celebrate the start of the semester. With a loud cheer, they all clink their glasses, ready to get the party started. The place is packed with students from their department, all drinking and letting loose. But just as things settle down, a familiar face appears. It's Yoon Seon-ah, Jinhoo's ex, asking how he's been. Our boy plays it cool, taking a long sip of his beer before telling her he's just been surviving, same as always. The air at their table is thick with tension, so much so that the whole pub seems to go quiet. Nearby, a couple of guys whisper that they definitely picked the right table, since it's better than sitting near those other villains. Turns out, they're talking about Cha Myung-ho's crew, who are just arriving while bragging about his new Mercedes S-Class. Myung-ho and his cronies stroll in, loudly mocking some poor classmate with a budget car, sneering about the class difference. One of the girls with him immediately spots Jinhoo's table and points them out. Myung-ho saunters over, greeting Seon-ah like they're old pals. But our boy Jinhoo knows this is just the prelude to some trash-tier behavior. Without missing a beat, Myung-ho grins and asks Seon-ah how she managed to return to school after her family went bankrupt. One of Jinhoo's friends is about to blow a gasket at the sheer audacity, but Jinhoo just calmly sips his beer. Myung-ho then tries to grab Seon-ah's arm, inviting her somewhere nicer, but she slaps his hand away and tells him to get lost. He just smirks, condescendingly telling her that girls who hold grudges aren't very attractive. But our boy Jinhoo fires back that guys who can't handle rejection are pathetic too, leaving Myung-ho momentarily speechless. Shifting tactics, Myung-ho turns to Jinhoo, mockingly asking if he needs cash, and offering to pay him to leave. Jinhoo's friends are stunned, but he just scoffs at the trash-tier offer, asking if a mere 1 million won is all this rich kid has. Pissed off, Myung-ho doubles down, offering 2 million won for Jinhoo to just get up and move tables. His female friend chimes in, sneering at Jinhoo and questioning if he even has that kind of money to throw around. Jinhoo just stares back, seemingly dumbfounded by the sheer level of arrogance he's witnessing. Myung-ho suddenly gets nervous and tries to backtrack, claiming it was all a joke and that no one would pay that much. But it's too late. The tense silence is shattered by the sound of Jinhoo slamming his glass down on the table. Myung-ho loses it, grinding the broken glass under his shoe while ranting that a bankrupt nobody should know his place. With a predatory grin, he leans in and proposes they play a little game with some very simple rules. Myung-ho lays out the insane terms. In 2 hours, whoever stacks the most cash on this table wins. The stakes? The loser has to drop out of university, a penalty so extreme it starts drawing a crowd of onlookers. Myung-ho internally admits our boy's boldness caught him off guard, but he's about to teach him a lesson for picking this fight. He smirks, taunting Jinhoo by asking if he's scared and telling him to just leave if he can't handle the pressure. But Jinhoo, cool as a cucumber, just says, "Fine, let's do it," leaving Yoon Seon-ah completely stunned. His friends immediately freak out, begging him not to take this seriously and let his pride get the better of him. Even Myung-ho's own muscle, Kwon, tries to get him to stop, but Myung-ho shoves him off, saying he's dead serious about this. Our boy just grins, sarcastically claiming he's been hiding the fact that he has billions just sitting at home. The scene pulls back, showing the entire bar where this ridiculous high-stakes showdown is taking place. A sign on the door confirms the place is closed for a private event for their university's business administration group. To make things official, Myung-ho collects everyone's phones, warning them that anyone caught recording is on their own. He lays down the rules: a 2-hour time limit, cash only, and no checks or securities allowed. With a smug grin, Myung-ho kicks things off by dropping a fat stack of 5 million won on the table. The crowd is dumbfounded. He just casually threw down an entire semester's tuition like it was nothing. But our boy Jinhoo doesn't even flinch, calmly matching the 5 million and adding another 150,000 from his wallet. Myung-ho realizes this petty cash game isn't working, so he tells his lackey Kwon to bring in the big guns. A briefcase snaps open, revealing a jaw-dropping 100 million won in cold, hard cash. The onlookers completely lose their minds, realizing that Cha Myung-ho isn't just rich, he's on a whole other level. Even Yoon Seon-ah is left speechless, staring at the mountain of money with wide eyes. But Jinhoo just smirks, completely unfazed by the insane amount of cash meant to intimidate him. Jinhoo's friend is sweating bullets, begging him to just apologize to avoid expulsion, but our boy simply says it's fine. Surprisingly, Shin Yu-ri chimes in, telling the panicked friend that for some reason, she's got a feeling Jinhoo is going to win this. Myung-ho leans over the cash, offering a final chance. Admit defeat now, and he'll let the whole thing slide. But Jinhoo just stares him down, revealing he's already called a private lender, and the 2-hour time limit is still on. Convinced he's bluffing, Yoon Seon-ah starts a countdown from the crowd, vowing to get him expelled if he doesn't fold in 10 seconds. She wonders why he's being so reckless when suddenly a voice calls out to her from behind. She turns around, her eyes widening in utter shock as she recognizes the person who just arrived. As the countdown ticks away, Jinhoo's friends whisper amongst themselves, completely clueless about who this new guy is. Myung-ho, bored with the delay, smugly asks Jinhoo if he's ready to drop out of school yet. Just then, Oh Taek-yu strolls in with a duffel bag, announcing his arrival and leaving Myung-ho utterly dumbfounded. Myung-ho points rudely at the newcomer, dismissing him as just the son of some chicken franchise owner. But his arrogant smirk vanishes when Taek-yu opens the bag, unleashing a tidal wave of cash that stuns the entire room. Our boy Jinhoo rests his hand on the mountain of money, coolly announcing that his loan was approved right on time. Myung-ho is completely shell-shocked, his brain short-circuiting as he tries to process the scene before him. With a confident grin, Jinhoo promises that now, he's going to show them all something truly entertaining. The entire crowd, including Myung-ho's tough guy posse, can only stare with their jaws wide open in disbelief. The uproar inside the bar is so intense that the entire street echoes with the sounds of shock and excitement. Snapping out of his stupor, Myung-ho scrambles towards the table, screaming that there's no way it's 500 million won. In the background, one of Jinhoo's friends asks Yuri if she knew about this, and she admits she had a hunch but wasn't entirely sure. Myung-ho collapses onto the table, his hands trembling as he touches the cash, unable to believe it's all real. Myung-ho starts sweating bullets, trying to convince himself that even a rich guy can't just pull 500 million out of thin air. Refusing to lose, he frantically calls his secretary, screaming for them to bring him 1 billion won in cash right now. Our boy Jinhoo just sighs, wondering if he really has to listen to this trash-tier whining for the next couple of hours. Deciding to speed things up, he declares that making everyone wait is just rude, so he's going to revise the rules of their little game. He walks over to his friend Taek-yu and casually hands him something, leaving Myung-ho completely confused. Taek-yu reveals a card called Corrupted Treasure, and Jinhoo can't help but think his friend just had to pull that specific one. He explains this card is a virtual check issued by him, and they'll now bet the maximum amount each of them can actually afford. Myung-ho scoffs, asking what's to stop him from just writing down some ridiculous, made-up number. With a stone-cold smirk, Jinhoo asks if the CEO of a major company would really commit fraud, adding that he knows exactly how much cash a company of that size can access. Myung-ho's buddy Kwon is left speechless, realizing this guy isn't just some random student, he's a calculated predator. Myung-ho starts sweating, realizing that for Jinhoo to make this offer, he must have way more than $1 billion in that bag. Our boy has already decided on his amount, but cheekily asks if they'll even believe him. Feeling cornered, Myung-ho declares the maximum cash he can pull together in 2 hours is a whopping 2.6 billion won. The crowd demands proof, but Jinhoo just smiles and says fine. From now on, that card represents 2.6 billion. Myung-ho and his crew are absolutely dumbfounded. He just acknowledged the insane amount without even blinking. The onlookers whisper amongst themselves, still convinced there's no way he has that kind of money on him. Jinhoo internally smirks, thinking this is way better than gaming and that he's always wanted to deliver a line like this. He then turns to Myung-ho and asks the rich boy if he seriously thought he came here alone, before telling his backup to enter. As the door to the room slides open, the tension skyrockets. Suddenly, a memory flashes through Jinhoo's mind, his ex-girlfriend Seon, asking if he's really going to drop out. The memory stings. Our boy once had to ask his ex, Seon, for money, only for her to ask if he was joking. Back in the present, Shin Yuri anxiously asks if he has a plan, offering to step in if things go south. But Seon scoffs at the idea, telling Yuri to just watch, since there's no way to beat the son of a chairman. Jinhoo calmly makes a call, leaving his rivals wondering what the hell he's planning now. Suddenly, the doors burst open as a massive crowd floods in, all buzzing about a delivery of $5 million. The manager of Golden Gate Bank himself walks in with briefcases of cash, guaranteeing its authenticity under the bank's name. The students are in an uproar, trying to calculate the exchange rate and realizing the money came from the infamous K Company. With a mountain of cash behind him totaling over 6 billion won, Jinhoo smirks and asks if Myung-ho can bring more. Myung-ho's face drains of all color, his mind completely broken by the sheer scale of wealth on display. He feels utterly insignificant, wondering how this broke kid pulled strings with a major bank and just how deep his pockets really go. Jinhoo starts a silent countdown, and the crowd starts counting along, leaving Myung-ho's crew utterly confused. The students, now fully invested in this drama, turn to watch as the final seconds tick away. Even Yuri is speechless, her hand covering her mouth in shock at how far this has escalated. Siana, who was so confident moments ago, can only watch with wide eyes as the countdown hits 0. Myung-ho completely snaps, collapsing to the floor and screaming, demanding to know who the hell Jin-Hoo really is. He continues his meltdown, crying out about why this is happening, and what he could have possibly done to deserve this humiliation. Just then, Oh Taek-yu steps forward, adjusts his glasses, and calmly says he'll explain everything to Mr. Master Chickenhead. Taek-yu gets right to the point, telling Myung-ho that the problem is his chicken is just too small, leaving the rich boy dumbfounded. He reveals that Myung-ho's family business is ripping people off, using cheaper size, 9 chickens instead of size, 10s, while raising prices. Taek-yu calls it a chicken-headed move against the working class, then turns to the crowd, asking if they understand the scam now. Our boy Jin-Hoo just smirks, brushing off the rich kid's tantrum like it's nothing. He leans in and coldly asks Myung-ho if he knows how to submit a withdrawal form, twisting the knife. Myung-ho absolutely shatters, screaming in pure agony as his entire world collapses. With the branch manager backing him up, Jin-Hoo demands they return his deposit money, adding the final insult. With that business settled, he turns to the stunned crowd, holding a fat stack of cash he just got back. The other students just stare, completely clueless about the high-stakes corporate takedown they just witnessed. A confident grin spreads across Jin-Hoo's face as he announces that tonight's dinner is on him, making it rain, cash, and sending the crowd into a frenzy, chanting his name like a hero. As the party rages, Jin-Hoo and Taek-yu try to leave, but Taek-yu stops him, needing to know what's going on. But before he can answer, Siana appears, completely dumbfounded and demanding an explanation for the chaos. Siana grills him, demanding to know where all that money came from and suspecting it's tied to the Golden Gate lawyer. But Jin-Hoo just casually tells his buddy Taek-yu that he borrowed it from a rich friend, a total lie. With a firm grip on his bag, he decides he's had enough of this interrogation. He coldly tells Siana he has even more money and doesn't owe her any explanation, leaving her completely speechless as he walks away. Later, Jin-Hoo and his friends arrive at a high-end Korean BBQ joint to celebrate his victory. The meat sizzles on the grill as the boys get ready for a feast paid for by our boy's genius moves. One of his friends laments that he missed the action, saying Myung-ho's face must have been priceless. Another friend chimes in, telling him that if his loud mouth had been there, the whole situation would have spiraled into chaos. Jin-Hoo reflects on his own success. His K-company, built on his future knowledge, has become a legendary rags to riches story. He also thinks about his senior, Jong Ji-hong, who is now raking in millions after wisely choosing to join Jin-Hoo's company. Speaking of Jong Ji-hong, the man himself is getting overwhelmed by his newfound fame, even getting marriage proposals from a professor's daughter. Jin-Hoo, however, is less than thrilled, thinking he'll have to fire Gi-hong if the guy keeps leaking his number to everyone. The scene then cuts to a private meeting where Jin-Hoo has called Ji-hong out for a serious talk. Gi-hong knows our boy well, taking a shot and telling him to just spit out the real reason for this meeting. Jin-Hoo gets straight to the point, pouring a drink and revealing he has a very bad feeling about the economy. Hearing this from Jin-Hoo, Ji-hong's demeanor instantly changes. He knows this is serious and asks what he needs to do. Our boy gives him the first set of instructions. Keep startups as they are, but convert all long-term investments into short-term ones. With visions of global chaos flashing in his mind, Jin-Hoo gives the final command. Be ready to liquidate everything into cash on his signal. Time skips forward 15 days, and Jin-Hoo has settled into his new life at Korea University without much trouble. However, ever since the day he publicly dismantled Cha Myung-ho, he's become a campus legend, the guy who casually walks around with stacks of cash. Jin-Hoo can feel the whispers and stares as he walks through campus, but notes one person's attitude has changed more than anyone else's. Turns out, it's a girl named Lee Haimi, who suddenly thinks he's gotten super cool and is totally her type now. She clings to his arm, claiming she's had a crush on him since freshman year, and asks if he felt the same way, much to his discomfort. When she asks him out for coffee or a meal, our boy shuts her down flat, bluntly stating he's quit both. He's completely over it, telling Jaime to drop the act and just go back to how she used to be. She's not giving up that easily, vowing that hell fall for her charms, but Jin-Hoo just wishes she'd take the hint and leave him alone. Shaking her off, he heads to the parking lot and walks toward a brand new, gleaming white sports car. With a satisfied smirk, he pulls out the keys, thrilled that his days of bumming rides from Oh Taek-yu are finally over. Just then, Shin Yu-ri appears, completely stunned by the nice car, and asks if this is the corporate lease Ji-hong arranged for him. Meanwhile, Gi-hong is already spinning the story, telling everyone the car is just for convenience and the $5 million was a special bond, expertly managing public opinion. Shin Yu-ri confronts him, saying his flashy spending is fueling some wild rumors all over campus. Our boy just shrugs it off, telling her Gihong already handled it by basically confirming most of it was true. She decides to trust him, but not without a little quid pro quo. Her price for believing him is a ride in his brand new sports car, and he agrees. Cruising through the city, she comments on how nice it is to be out and about. Just then, her phone starts ringing. It's a call from her dad. She answers and listens intently, her expression growing serious. After hanging up, she explains to Jinhoo that her father has to leave for an urgent business trip to the UK. The reason? The date for the Brexit referendum has just been announced, throwing the markets into a frenzy. That single word, Brexit, sends a jolt through Jinhoo as a flash of foresight hits him hard. His vision hits him like a freight train, a golden eagle, soaring right through the windshield. The premonition is so intense that he completely loses his grip on reality. Our boy is totally frozen, his mind a million miles away, lost in the prophetic trance. Shin Yuri snaps out of it first, screaming for him to watch the damn road. A massive truck barrels right into their path, a head-on collision just seconds away. At the last possible moment, Jinhoo's instincts kick in, and he swerves the car violently. The furious truck driver lays on the horn, yelling at the idiot who almost caused a pileup. Shaken, Shin Yuri asks what in the world just happened, her heart still pounding from the close call. She looks at him, demanding to know what he was thinking about that was so important it almost got them killed. But Jinhoo can only stare ahead, the vision of a fractured Britain and the word Brexit burning in his mind. Shin Yuri casually connects the dots, asking if Brexit is the reason her dad is going on a business trip. When our boy asks what he does, she explains he works in finance, managing some kind of fund. She clarifies he's a fund manager who used to work for a foreign company but is now with a domestic one. Jinhoo's mind races, calculating the implications, but his intense focus just makes Shin Yuri ask if he's really okay. Suddenly, it all clicks for our boy, and he grins, telling her something urgent has just come up. She just closes her eyes with a sigh, recognizing this familiar pattern of his all too well. Without another word, she gets out of the car, simply telling him to take care. He immediately peels out of the parking lot, leaving her standing there in a cloud of dust. Shin Yuri is left completely dumbfounded, wondering what could possibly be so important that would make him leave with such a gleaming look of opportunity as he urgently calls his sister for a favor. On the phone, his sister sighs, asking what the urgent matter is this time. Our boy tells her to pull all the data on Brexit. He has a gut feeling he needs to confirm. Meanwhile, at a swanky residence, another one of Jinhoo's plans is already bearing fruit. Online forums are buzzing with speculation about the new OTK company, wondering if it's some god-tier otaku venture. Turns out, Otaku is the one stoking the flames, smirking as he reads the wild theories. He proudly reports that since their investment, offers are pouring in, with even Linux Pentagon wanting to publish their game. Later, he finds Jinhoo buried in documents and asks why he's so obsessed with Brexit, since everyone knows the UK is leaving. Take-U is confused, pointing out that all the experts are predicting the UK will vote to remain in the EU. But Jinhoo just scoffs, saying that if those experts really knew anything, they'd be investing quietly like them, not running their mouths. That logic hits home for Take-U, who now eagerly asks for the rundown on why the UK wants out in the first place. So Jinhoo starts his lecture, breaking down the basics of the European Union. He explains it was originally formed as a let's all get rich and not fight alliance for peace and economic growth. The Union has 28 members, with 19 of them even sharing the euro as their currency. But the UK, he points out, has always been the odd one out, keeping their own pound and opting out of the free movement agreement. This has led to a boiling point over EU regulations, job competition from migrants, and refugee issues, prompting the people to demand a vote. After this crash course, Take-U is just barely keeping up and asks the million-dollar question, what happens if they actually vote to leave? Jinhoo's prediction is grim and simple, pure, unadulterated chaos, starting with the pound and euro absolutely plummeting. The shock of it all will send the entire global stock market into a nosedive. As a result, safe haven assets like the Japanese yen and gold will skyrocket in value, turning the financial world upside down. Take-U panics, realizing they've already invested everything, but our boy just smirks, assuring him he's got a plan to generate more capital. Our boy explains that when you're betting on a crash, the single most important thing is timing. He recalls the Suseong incident, admitting they were basically gambling because they couldn't pinpoint the exact timing of the foresight. But this time is different. They know the exact date is June 23rd, and Take-U's mind is blown by the realization. Jinhoo grins like a predator, confirming this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity they can't possibly miss. With the plan set, their target is clear, the United Kingdom. A quick flight later, Our boy and his crew are back at the Korea International Airport. They're immediately greeted by Shin Yuri and Oh Tae-kyu's sister, Oh Hyun-ju, who have been waiting for them. Shin Yuri cheerfully asks how his trip to the UK was, clearly eager for an update. Oh Hyun-ju cuts to the chase, reporting that she contacted the UK branch as requested, but the atmosphere there is grim. Jin-hoo isn't fazed, suggesting they discuss the details over a meal that Park Sang-yeop has already arranged. On the way, Shin Yuri teases Park Sang-yeop about his nice car, but he deadpans that no one's ever even sat in the passenger seat. They pull up to a high-end Chinese restaurant, the venue for their crucial strategy session. Inside, Park Sang-yeop is greeted by the whole crew, including Oh Hyun-ju and our boy Jin-hoo, who are ready to get down to business. An absolute feast is waiting for them, a proper war council meal if there ever was one. Once seated, Jin-hoo immediately asks about the UK, and Oh Hyun-ju confirms the situation is just as grim as she reported earlier. Shin Yuri chimes in, explaining that the entire nation is embroiled in furious debates over the vote. Worse yet, a recent terrorist attack has stoked anti-immigrant sentiment, making Oh Hyun-ju wonder if this guarantees a Brexit victory. But surprisingly, she reveals that all the major betting sites and research firms are predicting an 80% chance that the UK will vote to remain. Jin-hoo then turns to Ellie Kim, a lawyer from Golden Gate, for her take, and she confidently states she'd also bet on remain. She explains her reasoning is purely economic, pointing out that over half of the UK's trade is completely dependent on the EU. She lays it out plain and simple. Leaving the EU means losing all benefits, from free movement to economic cooperation. Jin-hoo then asks Oh Hyun-ju if she agrees, and she confirms that Ellie's conclusion is the only logical one. She adds that Brexit won't even fix the refugee issue that everyone is so worked up about. Turns out, most of the immigrants are blue-collar workers, and expelling them would just create a massive labor shortage. Compared to the stability of staying, leaving is just too risky, and big financial firms are already planning their exit. Ellie even reveals that their own company, Golden Gate, is prepping to move its UK financial hub to Germany as a precaution. Park Sang-yeop, completely out of the loop, asks why they even care so much, since this doesn't directly affect them. Oh Hyun-ju admits she was wondering the same thing, especially after Jin-hoo made her gather a mountain of data on the topic. With everyone's eyes on him, our boy finally reveals his grand plan. They're going to take out a massive loan. Shin Yuri is completely dumbfounded, unable to believe he's suggesting they go into debt at a time like this. Jin-hoo calmly confirms their fears, stating that yes, he's betting everything on Brexit. Oh Hyun-ju can't believe what she's hearing, pointing out he wants to use their valuable startup shares as collateral. She completely loses it, asking if he's gone insane to bet their entire future on the UK leaving the EU. Even Park Sang-yeop is baffled, arguing that it's almost a done deal that the UK will vote to stay. But our boy just smiles, admitting that he knows how ridiculous his plan sounds based on the current data. He explains that leaving the safety of the EU would be a dire, illogical move for the UK. However, he knows humans don't always act rationally, and after a month of using his foresight, he's certain. With unshakable confidence, he declares that the UK is absolutely going to leave the EU. The whole table erupts, with Park Sang-yeop yelling that it's way too risky and every expert says it won't happen. Jin-hoo scoffs at the so-called experts, but Shin Yuri reminds him that all the polls are overwhelmingly in favor of remaining. Jin-hoo calmly explains that polls don't account for the shy Tory voters conservatives who keep their views private. He's certain these people may hide their intentions publicly, but they will absolutely show up to vote leave. But Oh Hyun-ju fires back, arguing that even those shy voters would prioritize economic stability and vote to remain. Our boy agrees that from a purely financial standpoint, staying is the logical choice, but this isn't about money. He then asks what feels more urgent to the average citizen, complex economics or the immigration issues she mentioned. Shin Yuri realizes he has a point, remembering how many Londoners resent immigrants for stealing their jobs. Even Oh Tae-kyu chimes in, explaining that the opposition is weaponizing that resentment and a sense of wounded national pride. He continues, saying many in the UK feel like they're living under Germany's thumb within the EU, and they've had enough. Oh Hyun-ju starts to look worried, realizing that with far-right nationalism on the rise, his crazy theory might just be possible. And with a confident snap, Jin-hoo declares that the fact that the balance still leans toward remain is exactly what works in their favor. He hands out the documents, explaining he's already outlined the grand strategy. Now it's their turn to handle the tactics. The entire team just stares at the papers, utterly dumbfounded and unable to process what they're reading. Oh Hyun-ju, Shin Yuri, and Park Sang-yeop are all losing their minds, thinking there's no way he can be serious. But Jin-hoo is dead calm, assuring them that Brexit is a done deal, and all they need to do is trust his lead. Oh Hyunju clutches her head, calling the plan far too dangerous, while Shin Yuri demands to know why he's doing this. She points out that he's already made a fortune, so why in the world would he take such an insane risk now? Jinhoo internally sighs, realizing it's the same old question again. Everyone wants to know why he keeps chasing money. He recalls his past answers. For Taekyu, it was about living a carefree life, and he'd already given his sister an explanation 2 years ago. Back then, his reason was simple. Having money is good, and material wealth is the foundation of happiness. He also claimed it's because he's the best at it, but he now knows that if those were his only reasons, this current risk would be pointless. But Jinhoo just smiles, explaining that a golden opportunity to make money has simply appeared. Park Sang-yeop slams the table, sweating bullets as he points out that even a tiny miscalculation would bankrupt them all. Our boy calmly asks him if he remembers how things were for them just 2 years ago. He reminds Sang-yeop of their past, when they were both broke, and asks if any of their previous high-risk investments were ever truly safe. Sang-yeop has to admit that he always thought Jinhoo's plans were absurdly reckless, almost as if he had psychic powers. Jinhoo's confidence is unshakable. He tells them that if they lose it all, they'll just start over from scratch. This simple, fearless logic leaves Park Sang-yeop completely dumbfounded. Clenching his fist, he realizes he'd grown soft and too comfortable with their recent success. With newfound resolve, he stands up and declares he'll trust Jinhoo's gut over any unstable numbers. Oh Hyunju sighs in resignation. Seeing his mind is made up, she agrees to follow her CEO's insane decision. Oh Taekyu salutes with a massive grin, declaring he's all in on this crazy plan. Shin Yuri admits she might not be much help, but she'll support Jinhoo all the way. Our boy thanks them, acknowledging he might look like a madman now, but the results will speak for themselves. With Oh Taekju and Oh Hyunju on board, and Shin Yuri and a determined Park Sang-yeop also in agreement, the team is finally united. Jinhoo gives a confident smile and an okay sign, telling his crew it's time to go make some money. The scene shifts to the London foreign exchange market, the battlefield for their next big gamble. Suddenly, alarms blare in a trading division office as they detect a massive transaction from a single source, OTK Company. A manager overhears the news and recognizes the name. OTK is infamous for its wild bets on startups and failing companies. He asks his subordinate if the info is solid, who confirms OTK is pouring a recent $10 billion loan into FX margin trading. And it gets crazier. The subordinate confirms OTK is leveraging that loan 10 times over. The manager is absolutely floored. That's a $100 billion gamble. And he realizes their recent moves were just a prelude. The shockwaves from this insane bet quickly ripple across the globe, reaching the Tokyo foreign exchange market. Inside their risk management room, the alarms are blaring for the exact same reason. A massive buy order from OTK Company. One executive is baffled, as he thought OTK only invested in startups, but his colleague confirms they're buying up yen like there's no tomorrow. Their boss is deeply unsettled by the sheer momentum of the trades and orders a full analysis, desperate to figure out OTK's endgame. Back at their base, Oh Taekyu has a eureka moment, finally understanding Jinhoo's master plan, profiting from arbitrage. He excitedly explains the concept. It's basically like stock trading, buying low and selling high based on currency fluctuations. Jinhoo confirms the simple logic. You sell what you predict will lose value, and buy what you predict will gain value. The gears finally click for Oh Taekyu. They're betting on a weaker pound and a stronger yen, while the entire market is betting the opposite. Oh Taekyu spells it out for the team. This isn't just an investment, it's a direct bet against the entire market trend. Jinhoo explains the simple but brutal logic. Their massive pound sell-off will tank its value, forcing the government to defend it by buying it up with their reserves. Dumbfounded, Oh Taekyu asks how they could possibly win against a central bank, but Jinhoo just smirks, saying someone already did it back in 1992. That someone was the legendary hedge fund manager George Soros, a name that makes Oh Taekyu question if one man can really fight a whole country. Jinhoo gives a quick history lesson on how the UK was forced to keep the pound artificially overvalued to match the German Deutsche Mark. Soros saw this weakness and initiated a massive short-selling attack, betting that the UK couldn't possibly maintain the pound's inflated value. It was an all-out economic war. Hedge funds on offense, shorting the pound, versus the UK government on defense, desperately buying it. Completely hooked, Oh Taekyu leans in, needing to know the outcome of this legendary money war. Jinhoo lays out the grim result. The UK was completely devastated, running out of foreign reserves and forced to abandon its fixed exchange rate in defeat. And Soros? He walked away with $1 billion in profit, a fact that has Oh Taekyu trembling at the sheer scale of taking down a nation. Jinhoo continues, explaining that Soros was so ruthless he did it again 5 years later, a fact that only makes Otaegyu more impressed. In 1997, Soros targeted Indonesia and Thailand, a move that triggered the Asian financial crisis which also devastated South Korea. The realization hits Otaegyu like a truck. He asks in horror if Soros was the one behind the infamous IMF crisis that crippled his country. Jinhoo admits it's more complicated, but Soros earned his title as the global speculator back then, and their current plan is cut from the same cloth. Otaegyu worries about the public backlash, but Jinhoo doesn't care. He's more concerned if their 10 billion is even enough to make a move. But our boy drops a bombshell. They've leveraged their funds 10 times over, turning it into a staggering $100 billion. Jinhoo clarifies they can't just dump it all at once, as that would be too suspicious. Instead, they're selling it off gradually. He smirks, confident that if everything goes to plan, the sharpest investors on the market will start to notice their movements soon. And right on cue, a manager in Tokyo spots the unusual market activity, his eyes widening as he realizes someone is making a massive bet on Brexit. The news spreads like wildfire, with traders confirming rumors and scrambling to figure out who this mysterious OTK company is. The traders are dumbfounded, thinking OTK is going bankrupt for taking out massive loans to bet on Brexit. Their move triggers a feeding frenzy, as the rest of the market scrambles to buy up as many pounds as possible. The market becomes a battlefield, with the scales of supply and demand teetering on a knife's edge. Just as Jinhoo planned, the moment foreign funds rush in to buy, OTK dumps another huge chunk of their holdings. The Tokyo manager is completely baffled, wondering if they're just going to keep selling as long as there are buyers. He can't believe this one unknown company is actually trying to take on the entire world's financial system. Back at their base, Otaegyu is starting to panic, asking if they're really the only ones betting against the market. But Jinhoo calmly tells him it's the opposite of dangerous. They just need to hold out until the votes are counted. He smirks, explaining that in the end, it's not them but the British people who will bring their own government down. The scene then shifts, taking us back to where our boy's legendary journey began, Korean University. Back in his college days, another lecture by Professor Kim Youngjun comes to an end. As class wraps up, one of Jinhoo's friends suddenly asks him to go for drinks tonight. Another friend chimes in, explaining he just met a senior named Ki-hong who's a big shot at K-Company now. The plan becomes clear. They want to use Jinhoo's connection to Ki-hong to suck up to him for a job, but our boy just waves them off, telling them they should rely on their own skills, not trash-tier networking. Left in the dust, his friends grumble about how his phone was buzzing all class, assuming he's got a new girlfriend. Jinhoo walks through the hall, ignoring his friend's jealousy as his phone continues to vibrate non-stop. He finally stops and glances at the screen, the constant buzzing demanding his attention. Answering the call has genuinely surprised, asking the person on the other end how they've been. Turns out, it's Chase Southwell, the Golden Gate Asia branch manager, who says it's been a while and he has a reason for calling. Chase reveals he's calling about OTK Company's wild moves in the foreign exchange market, noting the rumors have already spread. Across the globe, one FX manager is ecstatic, telling his traders this is the opportunity of a lifetime. But another firm is in full-blown panic mode, believing OTK's move is a clear mistake that could bankrupt them if they follow. Chase's voice echoes the market sentiment. Nobody is going to be on Jinhoo's side for this gamble. Even in Tokyo, executives are holding emergency meetings, trying to figure out how to respond to OTK's aggressive yen buying. The scales of the market are tipped heavily against him, and Chase warns him that it's not too late to back out. He softens his tone, telling Jinhoo he's saying this not as a business partner, but as a friend. A slight smile creeps onto Jinhoo's face. The legendary Chase Southwell just called him a friend, and he feels like Hez finally made it. He thanks the manager for his concern, but says that as a friend, he has something to say in return. With unwavering resolve, our boy declares he's seeing this through to the end, ready to burn the whole market down if he has to. He tells Chase that he'll understand everything once the results are in, leaving the traders dumbfounded. The FX manager, riding on pure adrenaline, rallies his team to follow our boy's lead. On the other end of the line, Chase is sweating, completely floored by this rookie's sheer nerve. Jinhoo's voice turns cold as he gives a final, chilling warning. Whatever Chase does, he better not stand in his way. The legendary manager is left utterly speechless, the weight of that threat hanging heavy in the air. Jinhoo hangs up and walks off, leaving Chase to mutter one last good luck, my friend. Alone in his grand office, Chase stares out the window, processing the monumental risk our boy has just taken. But he's not one to sit idle. He immediately gets on the phone with the Golden Gate UK branch. He warns them that the outcome is uncertain, advising them to hold off on any big moves until the vote is over. Meanwhile, another part of Jinhoo's plan clicks into place as his team confirms they've secured all the put options, ready to cash in on the coming collapse. Back in the office, the FX manager tells assistant manager Jung he's done well and can stand down. But the rookie can't hide his anxiety, admitting that this whole plan feels completely insane. He quickly tries to walk it back, claiming he has full faith. But the doubt is written all over his face. On a call with Jinhoo, the manager admits he understands the kid's fear, remembering his own past gambles. He once thought betting everything on a single put option was the craziest move of his life. But that was child's play compared to this. He's about to dump 1.1 trillion won into the market. With Jinhoo's voice in his ear, he tries to steady his nerves, telling himself it's all going to work out. He grits his teeth with grim determination, knowing it absolutely has to succeed. The scene shifts to London under an overcast sky. The day of destiny has finally arrived. At 7 a.m., the voting begins, setting a 3-hour timer on the biggest gamble of their lives. At 10 a.m. UK time, the polls close and the grueling non-stop vote counting officially begins. Immediately, news outlets start blasting their exit poll results, with turnout expected to be massive. Back in Korea, Oh Taek-yu is completely dumbfounded as the initial numbers flash across the screen, 60% for Remain. But our boy Jinhoo stays cool, telling himself that polls are notoriously unreliable and only the final ballot count matters. Still, the pressure is crushing as he mentally reviews every single variable that could go wrong with their insane plan. He calmly gets up to leave for class, leaving Taek-yu stunned, who asks how he can possibly go to school on a day like this. Jinhoo simply says that watching the screen won't change the outcome and asks if his friend is just going to sit there. Taek-yu confirms he is, because his entire fortune is on the line, and he's not taking his eyes off that screen. Jinhoo knows Taek-yu is secretly terrified. Betting everything on another country's referendum is a reckless, crazy move. He feels like they're both just walking into a dark abyss, following a single, dim light of hope. Jinhoo knows it's too late to back out now, so he tells his friend Hell call him later. But Taek-yu stops him, needing a promise in case they lose everything. He jokes that if he ends up in the gutter, Jinhoo has to buy him a drink and a snack on payday. Our boy just sighs and agrees, but Taek-yu, in his panic, ups the demand to 2 cans. Jinhoo, trying to keep things light, flashes a peace sign and promises to buy them. With the deal sealed, Taek-yu nervously returns the gesture, clinging to this tiny bit of hope. Jinhoo then heads off, arriving at the familiar grounds of Korean University. In the parking lot, he runs into his classmate, Shin Yu-ri, who greets him and notes how tired he looks. She explains she was up all night watching the Brexit vote unfold, completely oblivious to his situation. Jinhoo just gives a short reply, thinking to himself that he didn't get a single wink of sleep either. As they walk, they're interrupted by a familiar voice. It's Ko Jun-hyung, and right beside him is Jinhoo's ex, Yoon Seon. Seon greets Jinhoo with a fake smile, making a snide comment about how he and Yuri must be close since they're always together. Shin Yu-ri, completely missing the venom in her tone, just beams and says Jinhoo takes great care of her. The ex-girlfriend just smirks, her eyes dripping with condescension, as she remarks that she can tell. Her new man, Ko Jun-hyung, then steps in, asking Jinhoo to pass a message to the K-company CEO he's supposedly tight with. Turns out, Jun-hyung's father, the president of the massive GH construction, wants to meet with the guy. Jinhoo is dumbfounded. If a big shot like that is interested, his buddy Sang-yeop must be absolutely killing it. He agrees to pass it on. Just as that awkward encounter ends, a senior from their department, Lee Kyu-won, runs up to them, buzzing about the Brexit vote. He excitedly explains that their department is running a betting pool on the results and asks if they want to join in. Kyu-won declares he's betting on leave and asks about the current odds, to which Jinhoo calmly replies that Remain is favored 73-1. Ko Jun-hyung smirks and throws down cash for Remain, while Shin Yu-ri cheerfully follows Jinhoo, but accidentally bets on leave. Kyu-won is shocked that Remain is favored, but Yoon Seon just crosses her arms, remarking that Jinhoo is always good at this stuff. Suddenly, our boy feels a chilling premonition, his hand trembling uncontrollably as he realizes something is terribly wrong. The scene flashes back to his buddy, Park Sang-yeop, who looks like he's about to have a heart attack, sweating profusely in his office. Turns out, the news is reporting that Remain is slightly ahead in the Brexit vote, which should be good news, but clearly isn't. Sang-yeop's entire office is in a state of utter chaos, his colleagues screaming about whether they're all about to go bankrupt. His hand shakes as he stares at his phone, the expert analysis confirming that Remain is expected to win, sealing their fate. Sang-yeop bolts up, telling his junior he has to make a call, his face a mask of pure desperation. Back in the present, the professor's lecture about failure being necessary for innovation drones on as the clock ticks ominously. But Jinhoo can't hear a word of it. His mind is completely consumed by the disastrous future he just witnessed for his friend. Hess completely zoned out, mentally calculating the Brexit vote probabilities, ignoring his classmates' attempts to get his attention. Shin Yuri finally snaps him out of it, showing him his phone has been ringing off the hook with a call from Oh Hyunju. Without a second thought, our boy shoots up from his seat, sending his desk flying and leaving the entire class dumbfounded. The call isn't just a call. It's a margin call signal, the countdown to financial ruin, and he has to take it now. As he sprints down the hall, his mind races, wondering if the disastrous future he foresaw is truly set in stone. He remembers their meticulous plan, designed to gently sway public opinion without causing a panic, but it's all falling apart. Over the phone, he gets the grim update. Remain is still ahead, and the horrifying thought that he was wrong begins to sink in. The world around him floods with water as Hyunju's voice tells him to stop. The abyss he tried so hard to ignore is swallowing him whole. He stumbles, the rising tide of failure knocking him off his feet as he desperately questions what critical detail he could have missed. Sinking into the depths of his own mistake, he can only wonder what fatal flaw in his plan led to this complete and utter disaster. Then it all clicks, the one variable he completely overlooked, the single word that just blew up his entire plan. Brexit. His eyes snap open with a terrifying clarity, the final piece of the puzzle falling into place. The universe itself seems to confirm his failure, as he realizes the Brexit vote actually passed. On the phone, a frantic Hyunju tries to salvage what's left, suggesting they cut their losses now. He flashes back to the false reports, the certainty of Remain winning, and the ruin it brought upon his friend. Meanwhile, his rival Jeong Gi-hong watches the news with a smirk, convinced the game is already over. His other friend, Oh Tae-kyu, is just a hollow shell sitting alone at a bar, utterly destroyed. For some, it's like watching money just pour down the drain with absolutely no way to stop it. Park Sang-yeop, who trusted him with everything, is now just a broken man on a bathroom floor. But our boy isn't done. He gives a new, insane order to short the pound with 50x leverage and all their remaining cash. On the other end of the line, Hyunju is completely dumbfounded by his insane command. But our boy just screams back, telling her to stop questioning and just do as he says. He knows she must think he's lost his mind, and honestly, he admits he'd think the same thing. But he insists he's never been more clear-headed in his entire life. It might sound crazy, but he's absolutely, unshakably certain about this one thing. He finally drops the bombshell. Brexit is definitely going to happen. With a desperate tone, he pleads with her, saying they're running out of time to act. Hyunju sighs, revealing that Tae-kyu already called her, telling her to follow his orders no matter what. Jin-hoo is stunned. Even after everything, his friend still has absolute faith in him. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a rival pours a stiff drink, asking someone named Jessica what's going on. This rival executive, let's call her Jessica's boss, declares she's about to do something that requires abandoning all reason. Jessica just starts typing furiously, confirming her boss's suspicions that this is all about Jin-hoo. Her boss grabs her, asking if she's lost her mind, but Jessica coldly replies that it's the CEO's order. She's left dumbfounded, realizing Jin-hoo just leveraged a mind-boggling $160 billion, and now she needs a drink too. Back with our boy, Hyunju is on the phone, pleading with him to pull out, but he calmly states it's already too late. She's confused by his response, as the water from his sink slows to a final, ominous drip. Jin-hoo, slumped against a wall, confesses he's already thrown every last cent into the foreign exchange market. He remembers the promise he made to his friend. Buy it cheap, but bet your life on it. They both knew this was a suicide mission, a gamble that went against every logical trend in the market. Elsewhere, the devastating cost of failure is shown as a ruined Park Sang-yeop cries, begging to be taken back. Jin-hoo coldly tells Hyunju not to come, making it clear this is a battle he must face alone. He promises he'll succeed and find her, while she can only thank him, putting all her trust in his insane gamble. Meanwhile, in London, the streets are filled with cheers as citizens celebrate their belief that the UK will remain in the EU. The mood is electric, with everyone absolutely convinced that Remain is a surefire victory. Watching this on the news, the smug executive Jeong Gi-hong just lets out a condescending laugh. His subordinate reports that OTK is dumping massive sell orders, but Gi-hong tells him to just absorb it all, certain the outcome is already decided. He scoffs at the attempt, thinking that a single company, no matter how aggressive, is no match for the combined might of global hedge funds. Gi-hong chalks it up to the final, stubborn struggle of OTK's leader, pitying the employees who are about to lose everything. With the market overwhelmingly betting on Remain, OTK's bankruptcy seems like an absolute certainty. The entire world holds its breath, waiting for the final verdict. Will it be leave or Remain? But as the world waits, our boy Jin-hoo is having a crisis, wondering if he just bet the farm on a trash-tier illusion. The entire weight of the global market is crashing down on his company, OTK, and he questions what madness they've unleashed. The pressure is so immense he feels like he's drowning, unable to even answer a frantic call from Otaek-gyu. Turns out, Taekyu isn't handling it any better, having a full-blown meltdown surrounded by empty beer cans. Hez drowning in his own panic, calling out Jinhoo's name, realizing they might have just walked into their own ruin. Jinhoo is lost in the abyss, his mind screaming one question: is it all over? Suddenly, he's on the phone, and a calm voice on the other end simply tells him that yes, it's over. That phrase triggers a memory, and he's suddenly back at university, with his ex-girlfriend Yoon Seon-ah asking why he's there. She looks at him with concern, as he seems to snap back to reality, mumbling that he doesn't know. The memory fades with her turning away, a single tear escaping as she walks off, leaving him with the ghost of their past. Back in the past, Yoon Seon-ah lets out a sigh, a mix of surprise and something else entirely. She finds Jinhoo slumped against the wall and flatly tells him that he won, leaving our boy utterly confused. She clarifies it was about the bet they made on the vote count, the one he was so sure about. Jinhoo, still looking like he's seen a ghost, can barely process her words, asking what she just said. The memory shifts to the very event they bet on, the citizens of the UK, standing in stunned silence. News channels around the globe are broadcasting the shocking results live, confirming the unbelievable outcome. The event is so massive it sends ripples across the entire planet, a decision that will change history. But while the world is in shock, Oh Taek-gyu, who was just on the verge of ruin, grabs a bottle of champagne. With a pop, he starts celebrating like a madman, screaming that they actually did it, the UK left. The news finally hits Jinhoo in the present, the vote results flashing in his mind as he stands there, dumbfounded. Across the city, traders are in a full-blown panic, doubling over as the market crashes. The office floor descends into chaos with frantic phone calls trying to mitigate the disaster. Everyone is hammering their keyboards, trying to sell off their positions before they're wiped out. Inside the headquarters of a major finance corporation, every light is on as the crisis unfolds. A subordinate completely loses his composure, screaming a colleague's name in pure desperation. He frantically reports to his boss, Jong Ji-hong, that the sell-off of pounds is exploding beyond control. Jong Gi-hong is dumbfounded, wondering if Oh Taek-gyu is really the madman behind this market apocalypse. The scales of the global economy are violently tipped, drowning in a sea of red. But then, a slight smirk crosses his face as he starts to understand the sheer genius of the move. The final Brexit results flash on screen, confirming that the buyers have all become sellers in an instant. All across the world, traders are losing their minds as the pound enters a death spiral, screaming for someone to stop the bleeding. And the architects of this chaos? The shadowy trio of OTK Company, who engineered this entire global meltdown. One veteran manager can only stare in disbelief, realizing this move is on the same legendary scale as George Soros breaking the Bank of England. It's a full-on orbital bombardment of sell orders, and the traders can only scream in helpless rage as their fortunes evaporate. But then the scene shifts, and Yoon Seon-ah finds our boy Kang Jinhoo looking completely dazed, asking him what's wrong. He stumbles, trying to play it cool and say it's nothing, but he's clearly just been ripped out of an intense vision. Jinhoo thanks her for waking him up, which only leaves the poor girl more confused than ever. Turns out, he just witnessed the collapse of the global economy while standing in the middle of his university campus. In the real world, the panic is palpable as businessmen sprint through the streets, trying to get to their offices before the yen skyrockets further. Even the students are freaking out about the market crash, but Jinhoo just walks calmly through the chaos, already planning his next move. His phone is getting absolutely bombarded with frantic messages, but our boy just shuts it down with a simple message. Goodbye, Seo-sung. The sun shines brightly over the city, a peaceful scene completely at odds with the financial apocalypse he just triggered. Jinhoo lets out a long sigh, the immense pressure of his future sight, and the market crash finally easing up. Needing to make an untraceable call, he spots a relic from the past, a public payphone. He deliberately dials a number he knows by heart, a call far more important than any business deal. The person on the other end picks up, and Jinhoo calmly announces that it's him. It's his mother, and she's immediately worried, asking why he's calling from a payphone and if he's okay. Her motherly instinct kicks in, and she anxiously asks if something terrible has happened to her son. But Jinhoo just says he missed her, taking a moment to hear his mother's voice after shaking the entire world. Meanwhile, at another company, the news hits like a ton of bricks. K Company has collapsed. Inside, the employees are in shambles, and our boy Jong Gi-hong is already dreading telling his parents he's unemployed again. The consensus is clear. Their CEO has completely lost his mind. Another executive is fuming, unable to believe the boss gambled everything on global stock market put options. Then, a newsflash confirms the impossible. The Brexit vote has passed, leaving the world dumbfounded. Suddenly, the entire office, once filled with dread, erupts into a massive celebration. Zhang Jihong is completely floored, his brain short-circuiting as he tries to process this sudden twist. The CEO appears, calm and collected, and announces that as of today, they stand at the pinnacle of South Korea's financial sector. It finally clicks for Zhang Jihong, this wasn't a madman's gamble, but a genius move that foresaw everything. Witnessing the legendary 1.1 trillion won victory, he pledges his entire life to his CEO, realizing they've just made history. Meanwhile, at Golden Gate, a colleague is absolutely losing her mind, asking Jessica if Jinhoo was the one behind this chaos. Jessica, completely stressed out by the frantic energy, tells her to hurry up and get Jinhoo on the line. But the sheer shock of the event has left Jessica so drained she can't even dial, pawning the task off on someone named Ellie. The narrative then pulls back to the Golden Gate headquarters, promising to break down the timeline of this historic event. As predicted, the British pound has plummeted, Brexit's promises are falling apart, and major firms like Golden Gate are already planning their exit. The Golden Gate Asia branch manager, Chase Southwell, watches from his office, admitting to himself that he completely misjudged this person. That person is none other than our boy, Kang Jinhoo, now being hailed as a legendary investor whose epic journey has just begun. Southwell is left dumbfounded, wondering if this single move marks the beginning of a whole new era in finance. He grimaces, realizing with deep regret that they were far too late to get a piece of the action or work with him. Wasting no more time, he immediately calls up James C. Goldman to follow up on their earlier discussion, clearly about this new financial titan. Southwell concludes they must expedite the creation of a Korean branch. If you can't beat them, you join them. Back with our boys' crew, as the Brexit chaos settles and markets stabilize, they liquidate their positions and cash in. The profits are insane. K Company alone saw its assets jump to a staggering 5.9 trillion won. But that's chump change compared to OTK Company, whose assets exploded to 45 trillion, leaving Otek-yu dumbfounded. He turns to Jinhoo with a massive grin, offering congratulations for something our boy hasn't even processed yet. Taek-yu drops the bomb. Jinhoo is now, without a doubt, the single richest person in all of South Korea. Jinhoo scoffs, arguing that the Samsung Electronics chairman holds the top spot with 20 trillion won. But the numbers don't lie. With their combined assets and his 80% stake, Jinhoo's personal wealth is nearly 40 trillion. Still in denial, Jinhoo figures the chairman must have tons of hidden assets, while Taek-yu jokes his mom would faint. It's a far cry from the general public, who were all foolishly betting on Brexit being rejected, a thought Jinhoo finds pathetic. Meanwhile, a reporter grumbles to his friend about getting reamed by his editor for trusting the so-called experts on Brexit. His friend casually mentions that some people must have made a killing, bringing up the mysterious OTK company. The reporter's ears perk up when he hears they shorted the pound and made a jaw-dropping $30 billion. He realizes this is the story of a lifetime, a scoop that could shake the entire financial world. With a surge of adrenaline, he starts typing, knowing the simple, shocking facts are all he needs for a perfect headline. Soon, the news explodes with articles questioning who OTK is and how they pulled off the biggest financial raid in decades. Back at the penthouse, Taek-yu explains that the UK and Japan are now vowing to crack down on them for market manipulation. He admits that while it's not the first time governments have made threats, they really did hit them incredibly hard this time. On the news, angry protesters in the UK are already demanding OTK give back the money they stole. Jinhoo, holding the remote, seems utterly dumbfounded by the sheer scale of the international chaos they've unleashed. The TV screen flashes with furious UK citizens, all screaming for OTK's head. Taek-yu just smirks, telling our boy he's now the most hated investor in the UK since George Soros. He then pulls up a forum showing Japanese netizens are somehow convinced OTK is a Japanese company, but Jinhoo couldn't care less. Suddenly, his phone buzzes. It's his old senior, Park Sang-yap, calling in a panic. Jinhoo asks what's up, and Sang-yop explains he can't even get into the office. Turns out, a massive swarm of reporters has blocked the entire entrance, and they've just spotted him. Jinhoo can only imagine the chaos, remembering a vision of himself and Taek-yu getting grilled by the press. Tak-yu searches Sang-yop's name and laughs, seeing that the poor guy is now famous as the CEO of K Company. Just then, a different news story catches their eye. The legendary Golden Gate Bank is establishing a branch in South Korea. A familiar face appears on screen, and Jinhoo realizes this was the good news the manager promised all along. The news features an interview with Chase Southwell, the head of Golden Gate's Asia division, who praises Korea's market potential. Our boy Jin-Hoo connects the dots instantly. Southwell's talk of capable partners wasn't just corporate fluff, it was a direct offer. The news anchor even points out the subtle language, noting Southwell specifically used the singular form of partner. Jin-Hoo just smirks, feeling a sense of satisfaction. He appreciates the bold, direct move from the financial titan. Taek-yu, however, is stuck on the logistics, wondering what this means for the current employees handling Korean operations. Jin-Hoo casually explains that some will probably just relocate, already thinking about the bigger picture. But then Taek-yu brings up a crucial point that makes Jin-Hoo pause. What about his sister who works there? Meanwhile, at Golden Gate's office, a sharp-looking employee named Jessica already knows why she's been summoned. Just as she expected, Chase Southwell informs her she's being transferred to the new Korean branch, an order she readily accepts. But then Southwell drops a bombshell. She'll have full authority over all decisions, leaving Jessica absolutely dumbfounded. Turns out, the real pick for the youngest CEO of the new Korean branch is none other than Oh Hyun-ju. Southwell then puts her on the spot, asking what her decision is regarding Jessica's position. The scene shifts to a peaceful day at Korea University, but the campus is crawling with a massive press corps, all waiting for something big. A younger-looking Kang Jin-Hoo walks by, completely oblivious and wondering what all the commotion is about. Suddenly, one of the reporters spots him, and the entire mob turns its attention to our boy. They swarm him instantly, shouting his name and shoving cameras in his face. The reporters bombard him with questions about his Brexit investment, demanding to know if he had insider information. Jin-Hoo is completely blindsided, his mind racing as he wonders how his secret got out. But the initial shock fades, replaced by a grim resolve. He always knew this day would come, but instead of grilling him, a fellow student cozies up, asking if he's tight with senior Park Sang-yeop. Turns out, the entire press mob is here for Sang-yeop, desperately digging for any dirt or stories they can find. Jin-Hoo is completely baffled when they ask him to call Sang-yeop live, finally realizing this whole circus isn't about him. He quickly plays it cool, claiming they weren't that close, and making a break for it using class as an excuse. Walking away, he decides to keep what he knows to himself. There's no way he's giving these vultures any clues just yet. The scene jumps to the present, where Oh Taek-yu's father is complaining about the media swarming their company building. He's so stressed from the unknown callers that he's considering changing his number, but Taek-yu just jokes that he's a celebrity now. His father is not amused, worrying about their future, but Jin-Hoo, who's also there, smoothly changes the subject to food. Taek-yu's mood flips on a dime as he eagerly demands Chinese food, as usual, much to Jin-Hoo's silent annoyance. As their meal arrives, the lighthearted mood shifts, and one of them grimly recalls how brutal the election night was. Taek-yu's father is dumbfounded, asking Jin-Hoo how he had the guts to bet his life on a simple feeling that he'd win. Meanwhile, Taek-yu chews on his food, realizing the only logical answer is that Jin-Hoo already knew the outcome, yet he still can't fathom having that kind of courage. The father then brings up their earnings a mind-boggling 4.8 trillion won, and admits he has no idea what to do with that kind of cash. He turns to Jin-Hoo, his eyes sparkling with hope, asking if he has any hot investment tips. Our boy, cool as a cucumber, mentions that he's been looking into the cryptocurrency market lately, specifically something called Vantcoin. The father scoffs a bit, explaining that crypto has no intrinsic value or institutional backing. It's all just smoke and mirrors built on belief. Jin-Hoo corrects him, explaining the core strengths of crypto. It's secure, unhackable, and has a fixed supply based on a set algorithm. The father raises a valid point about deflation, but Jin-Hoo smoothly reframes the discussion. He tells them it's better to view it as an investment asset, like gold, and as he says the word cryptocurrency, a crucial memory sparks. It hits him like a truck. His entire journey began because of Vantcoin, and he drops his food in shock, leaving Taek-yu completely baffled. A vision slams into Jin-Hoo, a memory of a past conversation that leaves everyone at the table completely stunned. Taek-yu looks on, concerned, as our boy pieces together the memory of how this all started. In the flashback, Jin-Hoo asks Taek-yu if he knows about Ethereum, and it turns out he's at least seen an article about it. He explains that Ethereum is a new crypto that can store contract data, but its market cap is still just a fraction of Vantcoin's. Snapping back to the present, Taek-yu reminds them they already own a huge stake in a crypto exchange called Bansum. Jin-Hoo immediately lays out the plan. They need to beef up Bansum and start buying Vantcoin and Ethereum directly. He even throws out the idea of mining the coins themselves, envisioning massive server farms working around the clock. But Taek-yu, ever the pragmatist, points out that the electricity costs in their country would make mining completely unprofitable. Our boy already has a solution, suggesting they build the mining facilities in a cold country with cheap power. The father, taking all this in, finally asks the big question. Is the crypto market really going to take off? Jinhoo smirks, telling the father the crypto market is way too small for his ambitions, which leaves the old man wondering what he'll do with the 30 billion he just made. Back in the present, the news reports OTK's massive $30 billion cash reserve as our boy quietly finalizes his next earth-shattering investment plan. In the flashback, Jinhoo cryptically tells them he'll reveal his plan later, saying they need to find a market big enough to handle their insane scale. The scene shifts to a university lecture hall, where Jinhoo realizes he has a brand new motivation to absolutely crush his final exams. The professor at the podium drops a bombshell. The legendary investment firm, Golden Gate, is officially expanding into Korea. He urges the students to use this as a once-in-a-lifetime chance to join the firm, and the whole classroom erupts with ambition. The professor himself finds the whole situation fascinating, especially how quickly Golden Gate set up their branch and their strange choice of location. He tasks his students with getting inside the company and finding out what's going on, which gets Jinhoo's gears turning. Why Gangnam? It's a weird move because foreign firms always set up in Gwanghwamun, the district with all the embassies, for smoother operations and emergency evacuations. Jinhoo racks his brain, knowing Golden Gate already owns prime real estate there, and suddenly, a shocking possibility clicks into place. He's hit with a vision of the Golden Gate manager himself, who speaks of witnessing history, forcing Jinhoo to wonder if this is all his doing. Hez snapped back to reality by Shin Yuri, who's suddenly way too close for comfort and asking what he's mumbling about. Our boy tries to play it cool, quickly brushing her off and saying it's nothing important. But she's not letting up, leaning in even closer and playfully demanding he tell her, which clearly gets him a little flustered. Their little moment is shattered when the professor calls them out from the podium, telling them to save the flirting for after class. While Jinhoo tries to deny it, Yuri just leans right into the accusation with a cheerful, "Understood, Professor." He's left completely dumbfounded by her bold response, as every other guy in the classroom shoots him a look that could kill. Pushing the distraction aside, Jinhoo remembers a crucial detail. Today is the day the Golden Gate employees arrive, making the timing perfect to pick up Hyunju. The scene immediately cuts to the Korea International Airport, where the big event is about to unfold. A massive swarm of reporters is already camped out, cameras poised, ready to capture the arrival of the financial titans. Oh Tae-kyu arrives, wondering if some foreign celebrity is visiting to cause this media circus. The clicking of high heels signals an arrival, and the entire press corps erupts in a frenzy. They start shouting for Jessica Oh, and both Jinhoo and Tae-kyu are dumbfounded, realizing they mean Hyunju. Tae-kyu can't believe it, wondering what his sister could have possibly done to warrant this kind of attention. The bombshell drops when a reporter asks how it feels to be the first Korean Golden Gate branch director, leaving the two boys speechless. The media frenzy intensifies as camera flashes explode, everyone desperate for a single comment. Through the chaos, they finally see her. Oh Hyun-ju, the center of this storm, a big shot from Golden Gate. It's official, she's not just some employee. She's Oh Hyun-ju, the new Korea branch director. Jinhoo and Tae-kyu are completely losing their minds, realizing she's on the same level as the legendary Chase Southwell. Just as they're processing the shock, Jinhoo spots a familiar face, greeting Ellie Kim from the legal team. Ellie Kim suddenly grabs Jinhoo's arm, telling him to act natural and play along. She whispers that the reporters are watching, so he has to go with it to avoid suspicion. Meanwhile, Hyunju coolly handles the press, stating the news leaked early but hiring will be merit-based. Ellie smoothly tells Jinhoo that they need to head to the office now, creating the perfect escape. They soon arrive at the gleaming new headquarters for Golden Gate's Korea branch. Once inside her office, Hyunju relaxes and casually greets the two boys, asking how they've been. Tae-kyu immediately demands to know why she never told him she was the new branch manager. Jinhoo congratulates her, but she floors him by saying this is all thanks to him. She explains that without his OTK and K companies, Golden Gate never would have even established a Korean branch. Hyunju elaborates that K Company's huge cash reserves and future IPO potential were the deciding factors. Our boy Jinhoo is surprised to see Ellie, who confirms she's now part of the Korean branch legal team. She proudly declares that her top-tier talent was essential for setting up the new office. But Hyunju, ever the troll, chimes in from her desk, asking if that was the real reason, which immediately flusters Ellie. Cornered, Ellie blurts out that she only came because Jessica wanted her to, a flimsy excuse that fools no one. Jinhoo, trying to be the peacemaker, awkwardly pats her on the head and says it's great they're all together. He then sincerely tells her she'll be a huge help, and her face just lights up with pure joy. Changing the subject, Jinhoo notices Hyunju looks exhausted and asks if she's okay. She admits she barely slept during the transition and couldn't even rest on the plane because of a mountain of paperwork. Tae-kyu is completely dumbfounded, reminding his sister she's a trillionaire now and should be taking it easy. Hyunju just gives a small smile, explaining that she's fine because she genuinely loves doing this work. Jinhoo can only sweat, thinking to himself that his sister is a hardcore workaholic he could never hope to match. He then asks if they've found a suitable building for their new office yet. Hyunju casually points to the twin tower next door, revealing Golden Gate owns it and is willing to sell, leaving Jinhoo completely stunned. She clarifies that the Asia branch manager, Chase Southwell, already approved the sale before she even arrived. Cutting straight to the point, Jinhoo's eyes gleam as he asks the most important question, how much? Hyunju explains they'll need to negotiate the specifics, but she can give him a rough estimate. She drops the bombshell price of 500 billion KRW, and Taek-yu practically screams that it's way too expensive. Hyunju calmly retorts that it's a reasonable market price, questioning if he really thinks Shed try to rip them off. Taek-yu isn't convinced, muttering that it's even scarier when someone you know is the one selling you something. Jinhoo asks why Golden Gate is selling, and Hyunju explains they need the funds for the sudden setup of their new Korean branch. While Taek-yu is still reeling from the offer, Jinhoo smirks, admitting he likes this special treatment. He decides on the spot they'll purchase the building under K Company's name. Our boy coolly delegates the contract negotiations to Hyunju, planning to move in as soon as possible. The reality hits Taek-yu, who's absolutely ecstatic at the thought of becoming an all-powerful landlord. Jinhoo pictures his OTK building standing tall next to Golden Gate's tower, thinking it's not a bad look at all. But Hyunju sobers the mood, reminding him that OTK is already getting unwanted attention after the Brexit deal. And it's not just them. K Company is also being watched by the media, chaebols, and political circles. With her now in the spotlight as the middleman, she directly asks Jinhoo how long he plans to hide. He knows she has a point, thinking about the solid cartel that intertwines the country's corporations and politics. If that powerful circle discovers that an outsider like him is the real shot caller, they'll hunt him down relentlessly. Hwang Ji-hai looks at him with concern, asking what his plan is now that he's a target. Jinhoo's answer begins with a simple, age-old adage: if you can't beat them, you join them, get on their level, and then make them pay for everything they've done. She's stunned, asking if he's seriously planning to go against the chaebols, but our boy says there's nothing stopping him now. He thinks about how Brexit changed the game. His influence and capital have grown so much that he's in a different league entirely. Oh, Hyunju chimes in, warning him that the auto industry is a core sector, and the government will never let an outsider mess with it. But as Jinhoo stands up with a look of pure determination, she realizes his mind is already made up. Oh, Taek-yu, on the other hand, is absolutely fired up, promising to back Jinhoo no matter what kind of fight they're walking into. Jinhoo gives a small smile, thanking his loyal crew, who then ask him what his next move is. His first target is set. He's heading to the US to deal with a company called Keros. The scene flashes back to our boys' university days, where students are buzzing about a senior named Gi-hong showing up to their gathering. Turns out, everyone wants to hear his story about making a killing during Brexit, but then they spot Kang Jinhoo. Suddenly, the man of the hour, Jung Ji-hong, appears, striking a pose and greeting Jinhoo like an old friend. A crowd immediately forms around him, with one student asking if he's the one who just bought the Twin Towers in Gangnam. Ji-hong just laughs, but Jinhoo, standing in the background, quietly thinks to himself that he was the one who bought it. Oblivious, Gi-hong launches into a grand story about how he promised his boss they'd own a building on Tehran Row within a few years. He boasts about his loyalty, recalling how his CEO was so impressed that he was thinking of giving him a raise on the spot. One of Jinhoo's friends remembers the news and points out that Golden Gate sold that building, asking if it was insanely expensive. Ji-hong scoffs, claiming it was pocket change for his company and that they paid for the whole thing in cash, no loans needed. He then throws an arm around Jinhoo, telling him to hurry up and graduate so he can work under him, a true master of the game. Just then, another student approaches Gi-hong, cautiously asking if he's the man himself. The kid reveals he's a junior from the math department, desperate to hear about the legendary exploits of CEO Park Sang-yeop. Ji-hong's ego swells to a critical mass, and with a smug grin, he tells everyone to follow his lead. He whips out a corporate credit card, declaring that drinks are on the CEO tonight as the crowd erupts in cheers. Our boy Jinhoo is internally seething. That's his money, and he's already thinking about canceling that raise for this loudmouth. But before he can do anything, a familiar voice asks if he's not joining the party. It's his ex, Yoon Seon-ah. She quietly mentions that her exams just ended. Jinhoo can only agree, noting that it's finally their break. An awkward silence hangs between them before she asks if he remembers something important. She wants to know if he recalls the drinking party where they met right after he got discharged from the army. She thinks back to that night, the very first time they saw each other after breaking up. Jinhoo plays it cool, confirming he remembers but wondering why she's bringing it up. But she flips the script, asking him what happened after that night, leaving our boy utterly confused. She grabs his arm, insisting he's not the same person she used to know, and demanding to know what he's hiding. He coldly shoots back, asking her why she even cares. He continues, telling her that whatever happened in his life has absolutely nothing to do with her now. She explains it's not about that. It's something she noticed way back when they were still dating. Turns out Seon-ah is sharp as a tack, and her intuition told her his ability was impressive but unsettling. Jin-Hoo just dismisses her, saying too much time has passed and he's not the person she remembers. Suddenly, another girl, Shin Yu-ri, appears with a dazzling smile, cheerfully asking Jin-Hoo how his exams went. She wastes no time, asking Seon-ah if she can borrow our boy now that they're free. Seon-ah, clearly not in the mood for this, just tells Jin-Hoo they'll talk later and walks off. Yu-ri cheekily asks if he saw how she saved him, but Jin-Hoo just thinks to himself that she's another sharp one. She asks about his plans for the break, and he casually mentions he's going on a trip to the US with a guy friend. Elsewhere on campus, Ko Jun-hyung is talking with a friend, confirming if this is the same Kang Jin-Hoo he's been hearing about. His friend, Hwang Gyu-sung, smirks and starts spilling the tea, calling Jin-Hoo a weirdo whose family went bankrupt before his military service. Gyu-sung continues, dishing on how Jin-Hoo is now living in a Gangnam mansion and driving a foreign car, all thanks to his friend's sister at Golden Gate. He even brings up the insane rumor about Jin-Hoo dropping $5 million and cozying up to the CEO of K Company. Gyu-sung scoffs, saying the excuse that he did it for a close junior is a total joke, and adds that the other guy involved, Park Sang-yup, is sketchy too. Gyu-sung scoffs, questioning how Park Sang-yup, a dropout with loan shark debts, could possibly have secured any investment money. He lays it all out. Jin, Hoo, Sang, Yap, Taek, Gyu, and his sister Hyunju are all tangled up with K Company and Golden Gate, the hottest names in finance. Ko Jun-hyung smirks, impressed that his friend dug all this up with just a quick search. Jun-hyung suggests his own father, the brother of the Prime Minister, could probably dig even deeper into this mess, and Gyu-sung agrees his dad would be all over it. Meanwhile, our boy Jin-Hoo and Taek-gyu are living the high life, flying first class on a long-haul flight to the US. While Taek-gyu is ready to kick back and relax, Jin-Hoo is already buried in documents, telling his friend to get some sleep. He pores over the data Hyunju organized, realizing the entire automotive industry is on the brink of a massive shift. The rise of car-sharing services like Uber means the old formula where car sales boosted the economy is completely breaking down. He reads on, learning that if a major car manufacturer stops production, it creates a devastating chain reaction for all its subcontractors. The report concludes with a grim warning. This could lead to mass unemployment and, in the worst-case scenario, the total collapse of local economies. The report explains that the auto industry is consolidating, with the top 5 companies set to dominate everything. And sitting at the very top of this food chain, a true behemoth in the market, is Yunsung Motors. Jin-Hoo finally puts the document down, letting out a heavy sigh as he absorbs the sheer scale of his opponent. He knew this was coming, but seeing the raw numbers laid out is still overwhelming. And yet, a confident smirk plays on his lips. He's not at a disadvantage in the slightest. After all, he's holding a trump card he snatched right from under Yunsung's nose. After landing, they're greeted by a man named Henry Smith, sent by the Golden Gate branch. Jin-Hoo and Taek-gyu introduce themselves, shaking hands with their American contact. Henry explains that branch manager Chase Southwell personally ordered him to handle their security and guidance. When Henry suggests they rest at their hotel, our boy immediately shuts him down. There's no time to waste. Jin-Hoo declares they're heading straight to their destination, ready to confirm the results of his auto hunting project. Their car pulls up to the impressive Karo's headquarters, a sprawling, modern R&D center where a voice welcomes Mr. Kang. They're greeted by the CEO himself, Daryl Sagan, who cheerfully mentions that Jin-Hoo has been making some serious waves. As they walk, Daryl expresses his relief that the Brexit news didn't lead to a change in ownership, but our boy just shrugs it off as getting lucky. Daryl looks at Jin-Hoo with pure gratitude, stating that he is the best thing that has ever happened to Karos. Taek-gyu feels a bit awkward, admitting that they only invested money and didn't really do anything else. But Daryl just laughs, explaining that their hands-off approach is precisely why development is now soaring, free from Yunsung's meddling. Stepping inside, Taek-gyu is completely blown away by the sight of a massive server farm, asking what on earth is going on over there. Daryl proudly explains that these are virtual driving simulation devices, which have already logged over 3 billion miles of road tests. He gestures to a massive wall of screens showing the simulations, promising them a full tour after the initial briefing. Daryl leads them into the meeting room, ready to kick things off. He introduces our boys as the new bosses from OTK, but the reception is chilly. The COO, Ryan Gates, and CFO, Sergey Yovanovich, offer a curt long time no see. The rest of the Karos employees just stare back, completely dumbfounded. Taekyu asks why everyone's so cold, but Jinhoo just smirks, thinking they're just shocked by his age. Sergey, the CFO, gets right down to business, starting a painfully dry financial report. Taekyu whispers that this is a long-winded way of saying they're broke, and Jinhoo confirms Karos is just burning cash. The narrative explains that the $12 million saved during the acquisition was meant to fund development, but in less than a year, that entire budget has gone up in smoke, making Karos a bottomless money pit. Jinhoo finally understands why Yoon-sung bailed, admitting that if it weren't for his foresight, he would have given up too. After the grim financial news, Sergey switches to the development report, boasting that their technology is 95% complete. Taekyu thinks that's practically finished, but Jinhoo knows the real fight is in that last 5%. The presentation gets philosophical, emphasizing their core belief: God is in the details. CEO Daryl Sagan explains their reasoning in a visual. With self-driving systems, even the tiniest sensor error leads to disaster. For their goal of perfect safety, it's those minuscule details that make or break the entire technology. Jinhoo praises their beautiful philosophy but cuts to the chase, asking if this perfectionism will delay the launch. Sergey reveals they have a workaround. Turns out, 3 major corporations, including their old nemesis Yoon-sung, have already reached out for a partnership, and Jinhoo is immediately on guard. He asks for the conditions, and Sergey confirms the inevitable. They all want a piece of Karos in exchange for their hardware. In a presentation visual, Daryl explains that high-quality software is useless without the hardware to run it, making the offers seem welcome. But Jinhoo sees the trap. If they partner with a giant, a small company like Karos will be treated like a disposable part. He asks what happens if they say no. Sergey argues that if they refuse, the big auto companies will immediately start pressuring them, so they need to finalize a partnership fast. He explains that while Karos is leading the race now, their development funds are drying up, and they risk missing their commercialization window. Jinhoo can tell from their faces that the team has already resigned themselves to giving up equity just to survive. But our boy leans forward and drops a bomb, stating he has absolutely no intention of giving up a single share. The Karos employees are completely dumbfounded, asking if this is just his personal decision and demanding to hear from the CEO. Sergey looks utterly defeated, telling Jinhoo that they're out of options and have no other choice. Jinhoo smirks, revealing there is another way, a path that doesn't involve being chained and used by corporate giants. He's not about to let Karos become a disposable part, only to be thrown away when they're no longer needed. With the $33 billion he won from his Brexit gamble, he shatters the chains of dependency with a single click. He then lays out his insane, game-changing plan. Karos won't just sell software. They're going to produce the entire car themselves. Sergey is completely floored, stammering as he asks what Jinhoo could possibly mean by that. Our boy explains it's simple. They have the God-tier software, so they'll just build the hardware to match. The other employees are freaking out, arguing that manufacturing cars is a whole different league. They have no tech, money, or time. But Taekyu chimes in, reminding them that while they lack some things, money is definitely not one of them. Sergey tries to interrupt, demanding to know the details. But Ryan Gates, the COO, grabs his arm and tells him to shut it. Ryan can see the conviction in Jinhoo's eyes. He tells everyone to listen closely because this man's opinion is worth hearing. Taekyu clarifies for the room that money is no longer an issue, leaving only production technology and time as their main hurdles. Jinhoo then drops the real bombshell. With the $30 billion in cash they now have, they'll just acquire an entire car company. He knows it sounds insane, but he assures the dumbfounded team that he'll provide all the details shortly. Taekyu makes one final, chilling clarification. This isn't his personal opinion, it's the official decision of the CEO. After that bombshell meeting, our boys are escorted to an absolutely insane luxury villa, their new base of operations. Taekyu is blown away by the scale of the place, muttering that it's way too big for just the two of them, while their handler, Henry Smith, is glad they like it. Henry politely tells them he's at their beck, and call for anything they might need before giving them their space. While Taekyu immediately flops onto the couch, Jinhoo wonders if this ridiculous VIP treatment is standard for Golden Gate members. Getting straight to business, Taekyu asks if Jinhoo has a target car company in mind, noting their $30 billion should be more than enough. Jinhoo begins to explain the complexities, pointing out that acquiring a car company isn't just a business deal. It requires government approval. He stares out the window, contemplating the risks. While they might get support, once they invest, there's no pulling out. Taekyu throws out another idea. Instead of a direct hostile takeover of Yunsong, why not just partner with a rival and crush them through competition? Jinhu counters with an example, explaining how legacy automakers all laughed at the trash-tier performance of the first Tizola electric cars. But he makes his point crystal clear. When the market shifted, Tisola's value exploded, becoming a massive threat to giants like Yunsong Motors. Jinhu continues, explaining that autonomous driving is the real revolution, and to dominate it, they need to go all in. And since they have a war chest of $30 billion, he sees no reason to share the future profits with anyone. Taekyu agrees, dreaming of building a company that handles both software and hardware, a goal Jinhu thinks is totally achievable. But our boy cuts the daydreaming short, saying there's a far more important issue to deal with right now. Suddenly, Taekyu's stomach takes over, and he bolts up asking the only question that matters. What are they having for dinner? Just then, Henry appears, having already found a prime steakhouse he's sure they'll enjoy. As they ride the elevator down, Henry pauses with something else on his mind. He turns and casually asks if it would be all right for his grandfather, who happens to be nearby, to join them. Jinhu just smiles, telling him it's no problem at all, and that they'll be happy to treat him as well. A grateful Henry thanks them for their consideration, suggesting they drive to the restaurant to escape the chilly San Francisco night. They arrive at the upscale steakhouse Henry picked out, a place called Bistecca. Inside, Taekyu is already in heaven from the smell of grilled meat as they're led to their table upstairs. Once seated, a waiter approaches to ask what they'd like for their main course. Taekyu doesn't miss a beat, eagerly ordering the signature steak, and our boy Jinhu decides to get the same. But as the waiter asks how they'd like it cooked, an old man in a fedora makes his way up the stairs, leaving Taekyu baffled by the question. The newcomer greets Henry, casually recommending medium rare to truly enjoy the steak here. Henry introduces the man as his grandfather, and our boys jump to their feet, completely caught off guard. The old man smiles, saying he's thrilled to finally meet the famous CEO of OTK Company. Jinhu is utterly dumbfounded. He has no idea how this stranger could possibly know who he is. The grandfather then explains he's heard all about them from his friend, Southwell, and the name instantly clicks in Jinhu's mind. Henry apologizes, admitting he knew his grandfather was coming and should have mentioned it. Our boy Jinhu quickly composes himself, realizing what's happening, and politely says it's a pleasure to meet him. The old man then drops a bombshell, introducing himself as James Clark Goldman, the CEO of Golden Gate. Taekyu is completely floored, whispering to Jinhu that this man is the head of the entire company. Goldman is impressed, noting that Jinhu's intuition is as sharp as advertised for figuring out the Southwell connection so fast. Jinhu explains internally that the Asia branch manager was the only logical source for the information. He recalls a lesson from a respected senior, to always look at things without bias, which helped him connect the dots. Utterly delighted, Goldman claps, praising his insightful answer and suggesting they open a bottle of wine to celebrate. He explains that as soon as Southwell mentioned they were coming to the US, he knew he couldn't just wait around. The legendary CEO admits he got so excited to meet them that he rushed right over, completely forgetting his age. Jinhu connects the dots, realizing Goldman orchestrated this entire meeting, even having Henry guide them all the way from California. The legendary CEO praises their insane track record with Seoseong and Brexit, but admits he's cautious about discussing it in public. Our boy tries to be humble, saying their wins are nothing compared to the reclusive investor, which gets a laugh out of Goldman. The old man then poses a question. Do they know the real reason he avoids the media like the plague? He leans in conspiratorially, ready to drop a secret known only to his inner circle. Then comes the bombshell. He confesses he's actually trash. Tier at investing, with zero talent for market analysis. Jinhu is completely dumbfounded, thinking this has to be some kind of sick joke. But Taekyu, glass of wine in hand, chimes in that he totally relates, still not understanding financial jargon himself. Goldman explains that back in his day, finance was simple, but now it's evolved into something he can't even comprehend. Turns out, he stayed hidden because he was clueless in front of the media, and that's how he accidentally became the reclusive investor. Jinhu pushes back, asking about the legendary Plaza Accord bet, but Goldman just waves it off as the work of his Japan branch president. He keeps grilling him about buying up buildings during the Asian financial crisis, only to be told that was all Chase, the Asia branch president. Even the genius move of selling bonds before the Gulf War wasn't his. Turns out, that was some guy named Demetrius Call. Goldman leans in, admitting that, while he's trash at investing, he has one god-tier skill: reading people. He explains his real talent is the ability to instantly gauge if someone is trustworthy or a complete fraud. A light bulb goes off in Jinhu's head. Goldman isn't an investor, he's a master strategist who finds and utilizes talent. with a sharp glint in his eye. Goldman says this very meal has helped him find another gem. He then puts Jin-Hoo and Henry Smith side by side, declaring he's found another investor just as remarkable. But the camera pans to Oh Taek-yu, who's just been stuffing his face, completely baffled that he's the one being praised. Jin-Hoo can't even argue. He realizes Goldman is right, since Oh Taek-ju was the very first person to recognize his own talent. Jin-Hoo's mind flashes back to the beginning, remembering how Taek-yu put his own name on the line to guarantee our boy's success. He was the only one who saw the truth, pointing at Jin-Hoo and declaring with absolute certainty that his foresight was real. It was Taek-yu who pulled him into the world of investing, even handing over the CEO position without a second thought. Back when they had nothing, he even offered Jin-Hoo an insane 80/20 profit split, proving his loyalty from day one. Goldman looks on, telling them he envies their bond and that investing in people is the only game worth playing. Our boy smirks. Hearing that cliché from a regular suit would be cringe, but from the CEO of Golden Gate, it carries immense weight. The phrase even triggers a memory of his old mentor, Chase, who said something eerily similar about finding true friends. Goldman then raises his glass, saying he agrees with Chase, and asks if he can consider the two of them friends as well. Jin-Hoo and a slightly tipsy Taek-yu raise their glasses, accepting the offer from one of the most powerful men in the world. Henry Smith, the other golden boy at the table, joins in with a smile, ready to toast to this powerful new alliance. As their glasses clink, Jin-Hoo knows that becoming friends with Goldman is an investment that's already paid off. Taek-yu's mind races, imagining a poll where 73% of the world would kill to be friends with the Golden Gate CEO. Later, the two get down to business, discussing their next move, finding a car company to host Karos's revolutionary software. Taek-yu points out the obvious problem. Any decent company will be expensive, and their interest will just jack up the price. Jin-Hoo lays out the plan. Since their tech works on normal cars too, they'll acquire a combustion engine company first and expand from there. Taek-yu gets it immediately. Even just equipping existing cars gives them a massive competitive edge in the current market. But when he asks about launching in Korea, Jin-Hoo says it's a no-go, all because of some seriously messed up laws. He explains that autonomous driving will only become legal in Korea when the corporate giant, Yunsung Motors, makes it first. Turns out, it's a classic move. Laws for new tech only get approved after Yunsung develops it, a protectionist barrier to keep out competition. Taek-yu then asks if Jin-Hoo's foresight has pinpointed any targets, but our boy delivers the bad news. Everything on the market is either bankrupt or trashed here. Jin-Hoo lays back, frustrated, admitting that it's true. No one in their right mind sells a company with a bright future. Just then, a knock at the door announces an unexpected visitor, Henry. Henry Smith enters and explains his grandfather sent him to deliver something personally to Jin-Hoo. Our boy takes the classic envelope, complete with a Golden Gate wax seal, as Henry explains the old man prefers analog methods. He clarifies it's a small hint from Goldman himself, meant to help a friend who's struggling. With his task done, Henry tells them to call if they need anything, and takes his leave. Taek-yu, burning with curiosity, immediately asks what the short letter says. But as Jin-Hoo reads the note, a sudden spark of realization flashes in his eyes. Whatever he read wasn't just a hint. It was a trigger for something happening right now. He lunges for the TV remote with a look of sheer urgency, leaving Taek-yu completely dumbfounded. He flips on the TV, and a loud politician named Ronald Stamper is on screen, startling Taek-yu out of his skin. Jin-Hoo finally understands Goldman's hint. He needs to watch the US election, because it's tied to the auto industry. Taek-yu, still confused, asks if they're just supposed to watch, recognizing the other candidate, Diane. Jin-Hoo explains that Diane is a traditional American political elite, coming from a long line of powerful politicians. Taek-yu asks about her opponent, and our boy clarifies that Ronald is a complete political outlier, a real estate tycoon. He's basically a rich man-child who swears during debates, leaving Taek-yu wondering how he even got nominated. Turns out, during the primaries, his crude and shocking remarks grabbed way more attention than any logical speeches. The guy literally used his own fortune to bulldoze his way through the primaries, setting up a final showdown, Ronald versus Diane. On screen, Ronald Stamper continues his fiery speech, completely unfiltered and unapologetic. His opponent, Diane, is shown looking absolutely furious, clearly struggling to deal with his trash-tier tactics. Taek-yu can't believe his eyes, wondering if this is a serious political debate or just a shouting match. He admits that even though it's not his country, the sheer chaos is addictively entertaining, and Jin-Hoo agrees that people are hooked on the raw spectacle. Our boy explains how Ronald's rogue campaign is causing a bizarre political shift, with traditional party supporters swapping sides. Taek-yu then drops a bombshell, bringing up a saying from Chinese history, which leaves Jinhoo completely dumbfounded. Turns out, his historical knowledge comes from the most reliable source of all, the Romance of the Three Kingdoms video games. He starts explaining the Battle of Guandu, where a general was caught between the mighty Yuan Shao and the underdog Cao Cao. In the game story, the general questions his advisor's logic, asking why they should follow the weaker lord, Cao Cao. The advisor, Jia Shu, lays down some serious wisdom. The strong lord won't value them, but the weak one will treat them like gold. Jinhoo is genuinely impressed, realizing it's a razor-sharp metaphor for their current situation. But Taekyu brings them back to reality, reminding him that unlike the game, they're just spectators with no power to change a thing. Taekyu points at the news, noting that Diane is ahead by over 10 points and should be a shoo-in for the win. Our boy seems unconvinced, so Taekyu suggests they should try to meet her, but Jinhoo doubts they even could. A light bulb goes off in Jinhoo's head. Maybe they could pull some strings through Golden Gate to get a meeting, but just as the thought crosses his mind, a powerful vision of a soaring eagle slams into his consciousness. Taekyu is completely oblivious, asking what's wrong as Jinhoo suddenly freezes up, staring into space. Jinhoo is utterly dumbfounded, his mind reeling from the impossible future he just witnessed. Realizing our boy is having a vision, Taekyu gets hyped and practically begs him to reveal who wins the election. Still, in shock, Jinhoo can only point a trembling finger towards the TV screen. The vision reveals the unthinkable, that lunatic Ronald Stamper defies all odds and becomes the next president of the United States. Back in the present, Jinhoo confirms Diane's current advantage, but Taekyu senses something is off and asks about any unexpected variables. Jinhoo's eyes gleam with a sudden, wild realization, wondering if they are the variable that changes everything. To illustrate his point, he dramatically slaps a deck of playing cards down on the table. Taekyu is completely lost, but our boy just tells him to follow along, insisting the cards are the perfect metaphor. He explains the election is like a poker game. Diane calmly checks, while that loose cannon Ronald Stamper goes all in with a raise. Jinhoo then reveals Diane's hand, showing she's already holding a near-invincible four-of-a-kind with queens. Dumbfounded, Taekyu realizes that's one of the strongest hands possible, and anxiously asks what Stamper could possibly have. Turns out, Stamper is holding absolute garbage, a no pair with a king-high card, meaning Diane's victory should be guaranteed. Taekyu figures the last card must be the game-changer, but Jinhoo just tells him to draw 3 cards representing their company's potential. He pulls a pathetic 2, 4, and 9, looking utterly clueless until Jinhoo explains that this trash hand was their potential just 5 minutes ago. The harsh truth is laid bare. It doesn't matter what card their company tries to add, because Diane's four-of-a-kind is already set in stone. Jinhoo lays it out. Even if they had sided with Ronald Stamper before, his trash, tier hand had zero synergy to beat Diane's four-of-a-kind. Taekyu asks if their influence is really that insignificant, but Jinhoo clarifies that was only true a moment ago, before they decided to act. He explains that the very moment they committed to intervening was the turning point. Their will to participate is the trigger, materializing a new path and activating his premonition with a sudden surge of power. And based on that triggered premonition, a new card enters the game. He presents the card to a shocked Taekyu, revealing the key to their victory. With this one card, Stamper's garbage hand transforms into a royal straight flush, the ultimate winning hand, now held by them. Jinhoo then cuts to the chase, asking Taekyu who he thinks would be the better president for the global economy. But he quickly corrects himself, asking who would be better not for the world, but specifically for them, leading Taekyu to admit it's Stamper. With a grim look, Jinhoo reminds him of the vision, pointing out the terrifying problem. If that man becomes president, the world is screwed. Taekyu calls him out, asking if a righteous person would really profit from disasters like Brexit, but Jinhoo just shrugs it off. Our boy Taekyu goes on a moral rant, saying it's not the way of a virtuous person to take advantage of others' misfortunes. He then claims to have a saying from a Go textbook, leaving Jinhoo completely baffled that this guy even reads. Turns out, the textbook is the Manga Hikaru no Go, and the lesson is simple. Live first, then kill others. Jinhoo's face hardens as he tells him the time for playing hero is over. They can't afford to worry about the world right now. Taekyu lays down their new prime directive: secure their own survival first, and they'll think about the consequences later. A sly grin spreads across Jinhoo's face. He's finally seeing eye to eye with this ruthless new plan. But Taekyu adds that since this is a delicate matter, it's probably best to meet with both presidential candidates first. The scene shifts to a massive, official-looking building in the US, setting the stage for a high-stakes meeting. And there she is, Diane, the Democratic candidate, giving a polished interview to the Wall Street Journal, completely oblivious to their plans. A vision of the future cuts in, showing a woman shaking hands and congratulating the new Mr. President on his election. Back in the present, Diane scoffs in her car, deciding there's no reason to meet them since she has the upper hand and plenty of funds. Her chief strategist, Joel Harford, gets the message loud and clear and tells his people to blow them off, claiming scheduling conflicts. The news reaches our boys back at their lavish villa. Diane's camp has officially declined their meeting request. Jin-Hoo and Henry Smith aren't surprised, figuring she's playing it safe to avoid any potential gossip, so Diane is now off the table. Jin-Hoo then pivots the conversation, asking about their other target, Ronald Stamper. Turns out Ronald is campaigning down in LA and has agreed to a tight 5-minute window before his flight tomorrow night. Henry looks utterly unconvinced, questioning why they'd even bother meeting a candidate with such trash-tier odds of winning. But Jin-Hoo just gives a knowing smirk, telling him he'll understand everything once they meet Ronald, and orders them to leave immediately. With that, their next stop is set. A towering skyscraper in the city, emblazoned with Ronald's name. Before the meeting, security is tight. They're even forced to give up their phones. Oh Tae-gyu gets a thorough pat-down, complaining about the hassle. But it's standard procedure for meeting a presidential candidate. The team is finally escorted into a lavish suite, where Ronald Stamper and his own security detail are waiting. Without any pleasantries, Ronald immediately calls them out, asking if they only came to him because Diane shut them down. Oh Tae-gyu is dumbfounded. But Jin-Hoo calmly notes that at this level, intel travels fast, meaning Diane's camp already knows they're here. Ronald sizes Jin-Hoo up, admitting he was curious about the troublemaking CEO of OTK but never expected a young Asian man. Jin-Hoo clocks the word businessman, a label the media uses to mock Ronald as a political amateur, and realizes the man wears it like a badge of honor. Stepping forward, Jin-Hoo extends his hand for a handshake, asking if Ronald believes politics is just another form of business. But the moment their hands connect, Ronald unleashes a bone-crushing grip, a clear power play to test our boy's mettle. Ronald just laughs, mocking Jin-Hoo's seemingly weak grip, clearly trying to establish dominance from the get-go. Ronald shifts his attention to Oh Tae-gyu, asking who he is, so Tae-gyu introduces our boy as the COO of OTK. Jin-Hoo is internally baffled by the sudden promotion but just rolls with it, deciding he's the COO from this moment on. Ignoring the banter, Ronald cuts straight to the point, asking them what they want since time is short. With a confident smirk, Jin-Hoo declares that he's here to help Ronald's election campaign. The candidate just laughs in their faces, asking if they seriously think his campaign is hurting for funds. Turns out, he's just bluffing. A breakdown shows his rival Diane's camp has nearly double his financial backing. His entire strategy relies on getting free publicity, by making outrageous statements that keep the media focused on him. Jin-Hoo isn't fazed, calmly stating he's here to offer something far more important than simple campaign funds. Now he's got Ronald's full attention, who leans in and demands to know what it is. Our boy drops the ultimate bombshell. He's offering a guaranteed victory, giving the candidate a stunning vision of his future win. Jin-Hoo lays out the cold, hard facts. If things continue as they are, Ronald is going to lose to Diane. One of Ronald's security goons immediately gets defensive, warning them to watch their tone. But Ronald waves him off, pointing out that while the polls are trash, his real approval rating is higher. Jin-Hoo's side counters that even so, it's not nearly enough to win, making Oh Tae-gyu sweat bullets. Now completely serious, Ronald demands to know exactly how they plan to deliver this so-called victory. Our boy reveals the key. It all hinges on the candidate's core campaign promise. He reminds Ronald of his pledge to revive American manufacturing, the very reason he's running for president. But then he hits him with the brutal truth. Everyone, including Diane, sees it as just another empty promise. Ronald's aide completely loses it, snapping that he's had enough of their doom and gloom talk. Jin-Hoo, however, remains perfectly calm, completely unfazed by the outburst as he prepares his next move. The aide keeps ranting, questioning how Jin-Hoo dares to waste the candidate's precious time with his useless criticisms. But our boy simply shushes him, a cold signal for the hired help to know their place and shut up. He reminds the stunned aide that he's here to speak with the boss, not him, and he's only focusing on the core issues to use their 15 minutes wisely. Jin-Hoo then flips the script, coldly asking which side is really hindering things by interrupting twice, calling the aide's behavior utterly unprofessional. This whole exchange just makes Ronald burst out laughing, telling them to cut the drama, and asking Jin-Hoo to finally get to the point. Our boy immediately brings up Ronald's empty promise about reviving American manufacturing and creating jobs, offering to make it happen if he just says the word. He then drops an absolute bombshell, declaring he'll make it a reality right now in the Rust Belt, all with the cash he has on hand. Ronald is left completely speechless, his mind reeling from the sheer audacity of this kid's proposal. Meanwhile, back in a luxurious Korean mansion, A furious voice questions the decision to support a candidate like Ronald. Turns out, it's Oh Taek-yu's sister, Oh Hyun-ju, and she is absolutely livid, asking her brother if he's lost his damn mind. On a video call, his sister Oh Hyun-ju is absolutely losing it, demanding to know what he was thinking by letting Jin-hoo meet with Ronald. Oh Taek-yu just compares the election to a poker game, asking why she's so shocked he'd play the trump card, but she just screams at him to get serious. He tries to deflect, saying it was all Jin-hoo's call, and questioning if she even understands how the US election works. Hez sweating bullets though, forcing a nervous laugh as he realizes he's in some seriously deep trouble with his sister. The news is already spinning wild theories about a secret deal, but he sees the genius in it. Jin-hoo is getting millions in free advertising. His sister's colleague is completely lost, wondering why they're suddenly meddling in politics when the plan was to invest in the auto industry. Hyunju snaps that the US market is everything, and having production there would be a massive win, but only if that clown actually becomes president. That's when Oh Taek-yu drops the bomb, holding up the paper and declaring with absolute certainty that Ronald will win the election. Her colleague is dumbfounded, calling the prediction absurd and pointing out Ronald's trash-tier approval ratings. But our boy calmly begins to lecture them, explaining that in America, winning the popular vote doesn't make you president, it's all about the Electoral College. Her colleague scoffs, pointing out that Diane is projected to win by a landslide with 350 electoral votes, asking how Ronald could possibly steal 80 of them. Hyunju herself is starting to have doubts, questioning if Jin-hoo is really serious, as Taek-yu explains the winner-takes-all system. Our boy just grins, confirming Diane will win the popular vote but that Ronald will snatch the presidency by flipping the entire Rust Belt. The scene cuts to one of Ronald's rallies, where he's whipping the crowd into a frenzy, lamenting the death of American manufacturing. He lays the blame squarely on foreign automakers, yelling about how they're getting rich while American companies go bankrupt. His speech is pure populist rage, accusing the Democrats of ruining the country while their candidate, Diane, hobnobs with Wall Street elites. He flat out calls her a liar, but his tirade is cut short when someone from the crowd screams that he's the one who's lying. Ronald pauses, spotting a protester in the crowd who accuses him of being a hypocrite for cozying up to the same kind of financiers. The woman gets specific, shouting that he recently met with OTK Company and took millions, making him just as much of a liar as Diane. The entire rally goes silent, expecting a denial, but Ronald just leans into the mic and calmly admits that what she said is absolutely true. The press goes wild as the crowd erupts, telling Ronald to get lost and expressing their disappointment. He continues, admitting that he not only met with the company but also asked them for help. The female protester is completely dumbfounded, wondering what on earth he's playing at. Ronald then slams the podium, launching into a tirade against the media, calling them all scammers. He clenches his fist, declaring that he didn't receive campaign funds, but a single, solid promise. The promise, he roars, was a commitment from OTK to invest a staggering $20 billion into the US auto industry. The crowd murmurs in disbelief, thinking it's just another scam, but Ronald vows to turn their decaying city into a city of light. Unconvinced, the protester shouts back, demanding to know what guarantee he has that he'll keep his word. Ronald smirks, saying if they don't believe him, hell, just bring out someone who can prove he's telling the truth. He then introduces his trump card, the governor of Michigan himself, Hubble Butler. The crowd is completely baffled, pointing out that Governor Butler is a Democrat and has no business being at a Republican rally. But there he is, stepping up to the podium with a grimly determined look on his face. He drops an absolute bombshell, confirming that every single word Ronald just said is the God's honest truth. The crowd goes absolutely insane as Butler vows to personally lead the charge with Ronald to revive their city. Riding this tidal wave of hype, Ronald points to the heavens, declaring a new principle for all of America. The once hostile crowd has completely flipped, now roaring his name in a frenzy. They're chanting for Ronald Stamper like Hez the Second Coming, completely won over by this insane political maneuver. Elsewhere, Oh Taek-yu watches the broadcast, impressed by how stylishly Ronald played the card Jin-hoo gave him. He admits that while the gap in the polls is huge, this move could be the critical turning point in the election. Our boy Jin-hoo just leans back, completely unbothered, and coolly wonders how his opponent, Diane, will respond to this checkmate. Over at the Diane camp, she slams her fist down in pure rage, furious that Butler went to Ronald just because she refused to see him. She's kicking herself for not even checking what kind of power a trash-tier investment company was holding. Her chief strategist, Joel Harford, reports that the mood in the Rust Belt is turning ugly and advises they head there immediately. But Diane, rattled and desperate, makes a fatal call. They're abandoning the Rust Belt completely to focus on their strongholds. Harford is left dumbfounded as she stumbles off, insisting they proceed with the Uthavli as planned, a move reeking of panic. The scene shifts to the massive, state-of-the-art headquarters of Karos, the tech giant at the center of this political storm. Our boy Jin-Hoo sees the news on his phone. Diane abandoned the Rust Belt for Florida, and he knows she just made the worst choice possible. He thinks to himself that she should have canceled everything to go there. At least then she could have saved some face with the workers. Meanwhile, at Karos, COO Ryan Gates announces that a shareholder is negotiating with the Michigan government about their $20 billion investment. Then he drops the nuke. Karos is officially moving its headquarters to Detroit, turning Ronald's promise into cold, hard reality. The executives at OTK are completely lost, asking what this means, and suggesting other options for cooperation. Jin-Hoo cuts them off, stating that cooperation is no longer on the table, leaving the room in stunned silence. The OTK CEO flies into a panic, demanding to know if they're being absorbed by some trash-tier manufacturing company. But Jin-Hoo just calmly tells him it's the exact opposite of what he's thinking. With a smirk, he drops the bomb. The car company isn't being acquired by OTK, it's being acquired by Karos. The CEO freezes, the gears turning in his head as he realizes this deal will push Karos's valuation over $20 billion. Jin-Hoo explains he chose them because he saw their grit and believes they have what it takes to succeed with Karos. One of the executives, still reeling, questions if Jin-Hoo even has the authority to make this call. But our boy just confirms his decision is final. Suddenly, the quiet employee in the gray hoodie stands up, announcing it's time he revealed the truth. The entire room is floored, with the CEO admitting he had a weird feeling but is still completely blindsided by this turn of events. Turns out the quiet guy is Oh-taek-yu, the COO, and our boy Jin-Hoo is the real CEO, admitting he always wanted a dramatic reveal like this. Jin-Hoo tells the Karos team their management policy is unchanged. He wants them to build the car of their dreams. With the weight of the future on his shoulders, he asks their CEO, Daryl, if he can truly make it happen. Daryl clenches his fist, his eyes burning with resolve, and promises he won't let Jin-Hoo down. Jin-Hoo smirks, remembering the vision he had of Karos becoming a decacorn, and accepts Daryl's vow. He then drops another bomb. Karos's capital will be raised to $20 billion, with the execs getting 4% equity. The executives are speechless. A quick calculation shows their stake just increased sixfold, so naturally, they have zero objections. With the deal sealed, Daryl and Jin-Hoo shake hands, ready to lead the industry by moving forward themselves. Jin-Hoo's master plan is revealed. With an American CEO, Karos will appeal far more to the US market. Taek-gyu, ever the strategist, cheekily suggests they send the American team pizza to celebrate, because nothing says America like pizza. Taek-gyu gets a brilliant idea, suggesting they order from M-Pizza, a company they conveniently invested in. He's clearly very pleased with his clever, self-serving plan. Taek-gyu even wonders if they'll get a shareholder discount, and Jin-Hoo smirks, tempted to go find out. The scene then shifts to a massive, abandoned mansion belonging to a company called Chrysler. Inside, while Taek-gyu relaxes, Jin-Hoo and Henry Smith discuss why this prime piece of real estate has been unsold for 3 years. Henry lays out the messy history. Chrysler was sold after a failed merger, bailed out, and then acquired by Piaz, forming the PTA Group. Lounging on the couch, Taek-gyu can't wrap his head around how a merger between two auto giants could possibly go so wrong. Henry clarifies that Piaz was also struggling, and combining two weak companies is just a recipe for failure, though Jin-Hoo notes the sales numbers aren't terrible. But Henry reveals the core issue. With no shared parts or platforms between their car models, their profit margins were practically non-existent. Jin-Hoo understands now. They were so focused on immediate sales that they completely failed to invest in future tech like EVs or autonomous driving. The realization hits Taek-gyu like a truck. He bolts upright, understanding that if Karos acquires Chrysler, they get all their factories. Jin-Hoo confirms it, explaining that Karos can use Chrysler's infrastructure to build both gas and electric vehicles, so it's time to join Hyunju's team. Wasting no time, Jin-Hoo tells Henry to book the next flight to Detroit, but Henry coolly replies that it won't be necessary. Turns out, the ever-efficient Henry has already made arrangements for them to travel comfortably at a moment's notice. And by arrangements, he meant a damn private jet waiting on the tarmac, leaving Taek-gyu completely dumbfounded. Even Jin-Hoo, now suited up for business, is impressed and thanks Henry, who casually says they can use the jet anytime. But Henry humbly insists he's the one who should be grateful, revealing his grandfather told him to learn as much as possible from them. Jin-Hoo smirks, realizing this is a test from the big boss, James C. Goldman, though he privately thinks Henry would learn more from Hyunju. As they take off, Taek-gyu wonders if they should buy their own $50 billion jet. but Jinhoo just asks if they'd ever actually use it. Inside, Henry offers some classy wine for the long flight, but Taek-gyu, ever the simple man, just asks if they have any beer. To Taek-gyu's surprise, the high-class Henry Smith grins and admits he's a beer guy too. The three of them clink their cans together, a moment of unexpected camaraderie thousands of feet in the air. As they drink, Taek-gyu asks Henry why a guy interested in investing would major in something like philosophy. Henry explains it was his grandfather's wisdom. To understand investing, you must first understand people. With that, he turns the tables, asking Jinhoo if he truly believes that Madman Ronald will become president. Our boy just sips his beer and asks if Henry thinks it's a foolish bet. Henry admits the move has shaken the entire race, but he still can't quite see the endgame. He presses on, asking what exactly Jinhoo saw in Ronald, but our boy just cryptically states that nothing surprises him anymore. Jinhoo simply tells him to wait and see, promising that they're about to witness something absolutely wild. After landing, they arrive at a massive corporate building, greeted by a voice asking if they're okay after the long flight. The welcoming party is a lawyer named Ellie Kim, who complains she was hoping for a break, but Jessica kept burying her in work. Jessica, looking completely frazzled, apologizes and says things have been insane ever since our boys started making their moves. Just then, Ellie spots the crew and asks who the new faces are, completely unaware of the bombshell about to drop. Jinhoo introduces Henry as the grandson of the Golden Gate CEO, leaving both Ellie and Jessica utterly dumbfounded. He then introduces Jessica as the head of the Korea branch, who manages a formal greeting despite her shock. Next up is Ellie Kim, the branch's lawyer, who steps forward with a confident smile and offers her hand. The moment Henry lays eyes on her, he's completely starstruck, a blush creeping up his face. He stammers out his name while shaking her hand, looking like a teenager with his first crush. Taek-gyu watches the whole scene unfold, thinking it's painfully obvious that Henry is already head over heels for Ellie. Jinhoo silently observes, a small smirk playing on his lips as he thinks Henry better be careful, before dismissing the thought entirely. With the introductions out of the way, the team gets down to business, starting with an update on the Michigan state government negotiations. Henry reports that things are going smoothly. They've secured the land and the state is handling infrastructure, even throwing in tax benefits. Our boy Jinhoo cuts to the chase and asks about their next target, PTA, and learns their reps are arriving tomorrow. Jessica scoffs, clearly annoyed, saying PTA is just trying to dump their trash-tier factories on them before pivoting to the real problem, the US election. Jinhoo is a little taken aback as she asks if he realizes the whole world is watching, and he can't help but wonder if he's made her angry. Turns out, she is, as she explains that the global sentiment is that the candidate Ronald absolutely cannot win, with news outlets echoing the same fear. Yep, she's definitely angry. Jinhoo immediately gets the picture when she confirms they're talking about both Ronald's chances and his utter lack of qualifications. Ellie chimes in, explaining that Ronald's platform is so toxic, threatening trade deals and alliances that almost no one supports him. She points out that his blatant anti-Islam stance is the only reason he has any international backing at all, which Henry grimly confirms. Jessica rubs her temples in frustration, revealing that Ronald's big mouth has now linked their parent company, OTK, to Keros, putting them in the crosshairs. Jinhoo tries to look on the bright side, telling Taek-gyu it's like getting a free promotion from the future US president. He argues that since they're taking on the politically connected Yunsung Motors, they need a powerful ally, and Ronald's public support is a gift. Jessica cuts in, pointing out that his entire strategy hinges on everything going exactly according to his wild plan. But our boy looks at her with unshakable confidence, simply asking his Nuna to trust him on this. She clutches her head, admitting that from a risk management perspective, this is insane, but she'll trust him because of his track record. Ellie agrees it's unsettling. But just like with the Brexit gamble, she's putting her faith in Jinhoo's vision. Taek-gyu grins, declaring he's been on board from the get-go, and it's time to outline their next moves. The plan is set: support Ronald, finalize the Michigan deal, and acquire Chrysler until Henry Smith suddenly grabs Taek-gyu's arm. Henry interrupts with urgent news. A meeting request just came in through Golden Gate, and it's from the Diane campaign. The scene then shifts to a massive, imposing corporate building at night, where this unexpected meeting is about to go down. A man in a sharp suit, completely bald and wearing glasses, opens the door to greet them personally. He introduces himself as Joel Harford, Diane's chief advisor, but looks past our boy, asking where the CEO is. Jinhoo steps up, revealing he's the one in charge, which leaves Joel dumbfounded. He was expecting someone completely different. Our boy just smirks, saying he's glad they could finally have this chat. Joel quickly recovers, agreeing that it's a shame this meeting didn't happen sooner. Once they're seated, Jinhoo cuts right to the chase, asking why they're here, and Joel says he needs their cooperation. Turns out, candidate Diane is a fan of their investments but thinks they're moving way too fast for comfort. Joel points out that the big Michigan deal isn't even signed yet, so it's not set in stone. He then drops the bombshell, asking them to delay the signing, not break the deal, just postpone it. But Jinhoo isn't playing games, leaning in with a sly grin and asking what's in it for him. Joel lays out the deal. Since most Rust Belt governors are Democrats, Diane can push policies to help the auto industry, directly benefiting their company. Our boy Jinhoo immediately sees their angle. They're offering to change laws in their favor, a pretty sweet deal on the surface. Joel presses on, arguing that if this is just business, then siding with Diane is the smarter play for a smoother operation. But Jinhoo cuts through the fluff, asking why they'd come to him if their campaign is already winning. With a grim look, Joel admits it's for an overwhelming, complete victory, and his job is to eliminate any variables that might prevent that. The penny drops for Jinhoo. He realizes he's not just a variable, he's a kingmaker whose decision could tip the entire election. Ellie Kim looks on worriedly, knowing that trust, once lost, can never be regained. Jinhoo asks a simple question. Is Diane a generous person? Joel gives a slick politician's answer, promising public support if they join their side. After thanking him for the answer, Jinhoo says he'll make his decision based on the belief that Diane will understand. Then he stands up and flat out declines, stating that business is built on trust, leaving Joel completely dumbfounded. As they leave, Ellie Kim can't wrap her head around it, wondering why Jinhoo would turn down such a powerful offer. She argues they could negotiated better terms, but our boy explains he's betting Diane's camp won't dare alienate all their corporate supporters. He smirks, adding that after fiascos like Brexit, you can't trust a single word that comes out of a politician's mouth anyway. Ellie then asks the million-dollar question. What about Ronald? Jinhoo says Ronald is different. He's a businessman, not a politician. He explains, Ronald's entire campaign is built on reviving manufacturing, a promise backed by OTK's investment and his full support. She realizes that if Diane wins, their US operations are toast, but Jinhoo just states it plainly. Ronald will win. Our boy knows word of his meeting with the opposition has spread, so he decides to give Ronald a call to calm his nerves. But Ellie, ever the pragmatist, brings up a good point. What happens if Ronald wins but fails to get re-elected in 4 years? Jinhoo just tells her not to worry about it, leaving her completely stunned. His ultimate plan is revealed. By then, OTK will be so powerful that the whims of US politics won't even matter to them. Meanwhile, our boy is on the phone with Tae-gyu, asking him to take care of things back home. Tae-gyu says he's been following the news and asks how things are going in the US. He reports that they've finished moving into the massive new OTK building and asks when Jinhoo is coming back. Jinhoo promises they'll all return together soon, telling him to hurry back because Korea is boring without him. After the call, Oh Hyun-ju, ever the professional, hands him the final agreement for a last check. She then lightly scolds her brother for being too relaxed. But he just says she should dress more comfortably since they're not at the office. She scoffs, stating she can't relax while working, which makes Jinhoo admire her insane self-discipline. Just then, his phone buzzes with an unknown number, and Ellie Kim asks if he's going to pick it up. He wonders if it's a threat from Diane's camp for rejecting them, but quickly decides that's unlikely. He answers the call, only to be greeted by a familiar voice saying it's been a while. Turns out the caller is none other than James Goldman, the CEO of Golden Gate, and our boy is trying to play it cool. James gets straight to the point, noting how OTK is shaking up Washington and that he heard Jinhoo rejected Diane's offer. He asks for Jinhoo's take on the election, and our boy admits that while Diane is the logical choice, people are anything but logical. James agrees, confessing that if OTK hadn't thrown its weight behind Ronald, he would have bet everything on Diane's victory. But now the future is uncertain, and Jinhoo thanks him, admitting he couldn't have even met Ronald without James' help. James says he's happy to help, but reveals the real reason for his call. He needs a favor, and Jinhoo's interest is immediately piqued. The bombshell drops. James wants to entrust his own grandson, Henry Smith, to OTK, leaving Jinhoo utterly dumbfounded. James brushes off Jinhoo's insecurities, reminding him that a degree means nothing when life and investing don't follow a textbook. He assures Jinhoo that Henry is fully on board, eager for the chance to work with a legendary investor. With a slight smile, Jinhoo agrees, humbly suggesting that he might be the one learning from Henry instead. Before hanging up, James gives one last piece of advice, warning Jinhoo that his recent moves have put him in the spotlight. He tells our boy to start preparing for what's to come, and Jinhoo simply thanks him for the heads up. Tae-gyu, lounging on the couch, asks who was on the phone, and Jinhoo reveals it was James. He then asks Tae-gyu's opinion on hiring Henry, and the man is all for it, exclaiming they desperately need more staff. Jin-hoo agrees, realizing it's insane for just 3 people to run a company now worth over 50 trillion won. Even Oh Hyun-ju chimes in, figuring that if James Goldman himself is backing the kid, he must be more than capable. Just then, Henry Smith himself appears, all smiles, announcing that he heard everything and is honored to join the team. Hyun-ju formally welcomes him to OTK, shaking his hand and saying she looks forward to working together. But her welcome is immediately followed by a mountain of paperwork being slammed onto the desk, leaving Henry dumbfounded. Her friendly demeanor vanishes as she coldly informs him that for now, he'll be working nothing but overtime. But Henry, undeterred, just rips off his jacket, fired up and ready to prove his worth to the team. Oh Hyun-ju's gaze, however, is sharp as a razor, seeing not an eager rookie but a new tool to be utilized. The kid figures the best way to start is by sorting through the mountain of documents himself. She smirks, thinking he at least looks useful, while our boy and Tae-gyu just feel relieved they aren't her direct subordinates. Meanwhile, the ripples of OTK's success have reached the highest level of power in the country, the Blue House. Inside, President Park Se-young is having a private meeting with a very important man. He's speaking with Yoon So-won, the director of the National Intelligence Service, who listens intently. The president brings up the recent good news in the financial world, and the director immediately knows he means K Company. He admits it's worth celebrating that a global investment firm was born in Korea. But there's a serious however. The source of the company's initial funding is a complete mystery, and the president can't shake his paranoia about it. The director realizes the president is suggesting they can't rule out North Korean involvement, giving him justification to issue surveillance orders. If that were true, the president gravely notes, it would pose a serious threat to national security. And so, a secret report is compiled, officially monitoring financial firms for potential North Korean funding. Back in his office, Director Yoon Soo-won gets to work, knowing this is just a pretense. He smirks, thinking the president was basically forced to issue this order by his business world supporters. As he flips through the pages, he finds nothing suspicious at first, just standard financial data. But then, tucked away in the report, he finds something that makes his eyes go wide. It's a complex chart, a web of connections linking OTK, Golden Gate, and even the Ronald Stamper campaign. The director pieces together the illegally gathered intel, a sly grin spreading across his face as the real picture emerges. All the threads, all the secret dealings, they all point to one man, the CEO of K Company, Park Sang-yeop. Turns out, Park Sang-yeop is just a puppet, a friendly face hiding the true, sinister owner of OTK. Oh Tae-gyu. This whole insane scheme traces back to a single, massive 13.5 billion won investment. Our boy, Kang Jin-hoo, remembers the moment his life changed, struck by a strange vision of a fiery bird. The vision was so intense it made him scream at his friend to sell all their Vant coins immediately. He tried to explain the impossible, admitting that he thinks he's somehow developed precognitive powers. Back in the present, he and Oh Tae-gyu meet with Tae-gyu's sister, who apologizes for a delay caused by an OPEC meeting. The word OPEC triggers another flash of foresight for Jin-hoo, the fiery bird burning in his mind's eye. His vision pays off spectacularly, netting them an insane 700 million won profit from the market shift. Oh, Tae-gyu is left completely dumbfounded, finally forced to accept that his friend's foresight is terrifyingly real. Jin-hoo just looks on, the weight of this bizarre and powerful new ability starting to settle in. As Jin-hoo processes his new reality, his mind drifts to a painful memory of his ex-girlfriend, Yoon Se-yeon. Looking at him with uncertainty. He remembers her walking up to him, a moment that clearly still haunts our boy. Suddenly, another vision slams into him, the fiery bird from before swooping down as he sits in a convenience store. The world turns upside down, and he sees his own reflection, wondering if this chaotic power is truly his future. Snapping back to reality, Jin-hoo grabs Oh Tae-gyu's arm with a death grip, leaving his friend completely bewildered. With a look of grim determination, Jin-hoo knows he's succeeded in roping his only friend into this insane new life. But his foresight isn't done with him yet, flashing him a terrifying image of himself falling from a skyscraper to his doom. The vision then shifts, showing him and Tae-gyu swimming in an astronomical amount of money, trillions of won. After seeing the potential for both ruin and glory, Tae-gyu is finally convinced, telling Jin-hoo he's in and will be his number 2. With that, the two friends shake hands, sealing a pact to chase after a future that could make them kings or leave them as corpses. And so, our boy partners up with Oh Hyun-ju, the brilliant director from Golden Gate, to make his vision a reality. They form the OTK company. Jin-hoo as the CEO with 80% ownership, Tak-gyu as his COO, and Hyunju backing them with a crucial 3%. With his team assembled, Jinhoo feels a surge of power, his foresight already locking onto their first major targets. The first name that burns into his mind is Keros, a company that will become a cornerstone of their empire. His vision expands, showing him the CEO of a future titan called Hectocorn, a company valued at a mind-boggling $100 billion. The future flashes before him, revealing a sprawling portfolio of companies under OTK's banner, all ripe for the taking. Suddenly, the Golden Eagle returns, dropping another world-shaking premonition right into his lap. This time, it's not a company, but a global event. Brexit, the United Kingdom's chaotic departure from the European Union. Their first massive bet pays off spectacularly, and Take-You is absolutely losing his mind, popping champagne in celebration. Jinhoo gets the call, and even though he saw it coming, he's still dumbfounded by the sheer reality of his power to change their fate. The Brexit gamble paid off, netting K Company a staggering 4.8 trillion won. But that's chump change compared to OTK's total assets, which have now ballooned to an insane 45 trillion won. Turns out, Take-You's sister, Oh Hyunju, is the new Korea branch manager for the legendary Golden Gate. Amidst the success, his ex-girlfriend Seon-ah confronts him, saying he's not the same man she knew, and asking what he's hiding. Jinhoo just coldly brushes her off, telling her it's none of her business. His focus is already on the next target, Karos, as an offer for a stake in the company comes through. But our boy has bigger plans, deciding they're not just investing, they're going to build their own game-changing car. A new vision flashes, revealing the CEO of Golden Gate, James Goldman, a major player on the world stage. Jinhoo and Take-You are left speechless, completely blindsided by what the future shows them next. The next golden opportunity isn't a stock, but an election. The shocking presidential victory of Ronald Stamper. In his vision, Jinhoo tells the newly elected Ronald Stamper that he can make his campaign promises a reality. Our boy confidently declares he'll use his immense cash to single-handedly revive America's Rust Belt. The future president is left completely dumbfounded by this insane offer. Meanwhile, in the present, Diane's camp tries to make a move on Jinhoo, thinking they have him cornered. But Jinhoo flatly rejects their offer, stating that in his world, trust is everything and they don't have it. This power play sends shockwaves all the way to Korea's National Intelligence Service, whose director is floored by a new report. The first bombshell drops. The missing investor Park Sang-yup has resurfaced as the CEO of K Company. But the real shocker is that Oh Take-You, the supposed assistant, is the true mastermind behind OTK Company. Word of these two mysterious figures reaches the highest office in the land. The president of South Korea is in disbelief, wondering aloud if this high school dropout Take-You is some kind of hidden genius. The president reconsiders, thinking that with a sister like Oh Hyunju, Take-You must have been deliberately hiding his genius. His director points to another piece of the puzzle. Our boy Jinhoo, who was so far ahead he didn't even bother applying to college. A diagram reveals the whole crew is connected through Korean University, but the president scoffs, thinking Jinhoo is just a freeloader. That thought gets shattered when he sees OTK's asset scale, a staggering 50 trillion won. He asks to see the company's share structure, but the NIS director says it's impossible without a U.S. court warrant. The president dismisses his intelligence chief, needing time to process this bombshell. Alone in his office, the sheer scale of OTK Company weighs heavily on his mind. He decides this is above his pay grade, and that he needs to speak with Chairman Han Minggu of Yunsung Motors. Meanwhile, that very same chairman is reading the news, realizing his opportunity to acquire Keros is completely gone. An employee confirms his fears, reporting that OTK just made a power move to buy an automaker instead of dealing with them. The chairman's son, Han Chan-young, calmly explains they're still 3 years behind Keros in tech and can't mass produce without new laws. He adds that their only hope is Ronald winning the U.S. election to push those laws through, but he admits the guy's chances are slim. Chan-young tries to downplay the threat, figuring Keros will only grab a piece of the U.S. market and won't be able to touch them in Korea. But Chairman Han isn't having it. He's fuming that their shareholders are losing their minds because Yunsung's investment just became a rival. He cuts the analysis short and just orders his son to keep a very close watch on both OTK and Keros from now on. Just as his son leaves, the chairman's phone starts buzzing on his desk, breaking the silence. He glances down to see the caller ID is just one word. VIP. This is a call you don't ignore. A sly smile spreads across his face as he picks up. He knows exactly who's on this private line. Turns out, it's the president of South Korea, who starts by thanking him for helping with a new plant in Mexico. The chairman plays the humble servant, saying it's only natural to support a partner and promising to help both companies grow together. The president cuts to the chase, asking Chairman Han what he knows about the mysterious CEO of OTK Company. From the Blue House itself, the president offers to fill him in on the details, knowing this is information Han needs. He then drops a nuke. The CEO is Oh Taek-gyu, his sister is Golden Gate's Hyun-ju, and his friend is Kang Jin-hoo, leaving the chairman utterly dumbfounded. With a sly tone, the president suggests that given these insane connections, it's probably time for the government to prepare a response. Han is blown away, realizing the president is playing 4D chess and has some serious foresight into the whole situation. Meanwhile, at the OTK office, the grind never stops as someone brings in yet another round of coffee. Oh Hyun-ju is at her wit's end, complaining that all this high-stakes job is getting her is more caffeine and wrinkles. Our boy Oh Taek-gyu feels the same way, thinking that making money has only made him busier, right before a critical text message comes in. He immediately asks to borrow Henry's phone, needing a secure line for what's about to happen next. Taek-gyu calls his contact, who instructs him to only use this burner number and for the entire team to operate under aliases from now on. The voice on the other end drops a bombshell. He might be wiretapped, leaving our boy completely stunned. Turns out, the caller is the CEO of K Company, and he's in full panic mode because prosecutors and the NTS just raided his office. They came with a warrant and cleaned the place out. And what's worse, the NIS has apparently been on their tail for a while. Taek-gyu is floored. The NIS digging through all their call logs and financial records is a whole other level of screwed. The CEO lays it out. Every K Company employee is now a person of interest, and the charges are a laundry list, including tax evasion. It all started with an anonymous tip that triggered a special audit, a move that stinks of a setup. Our boy's blood boils. A tax probe on a 2-year-old startup that hasn't even turned a profit? This is clearly a targeted hit job. The CEO has to report for questioning but assures Taek-gyu their most critical data is secure on a foreign cloud server. He tells him not to worry, but Taek-gyu's mind is racing. K Company never went against the administration, so why would they be the target? Then the horrifying realization dawns on him, and the CEO confirms it. This was never about K Company. They're coming for OTK. Taek-gyu tells his team to be careful and contact him the second anything happens while he tries to get a handle on the situation. Oh Hyun-ju, hearing the commotion, asks what's going on, her face etched with worry. Meanwhile, our boy Jin-hoo is on the phone, grimly confirming that they have a very serious problem on their hands. Taek-gyu is dumbfounded, wondering how the government can just raid a company without any hard evidence. He asks if that's even legal, but Henry Smith just gives him a cold dose of reality. In Korea, it absolutely is. Oh Hyun-ju breaks it down, theorizing the NIS was already watching K Company and used that as a pretext to mobilize everyone against OTK. Jin-hoo sits alone, pondering why the attack is so swift and involves such high-level agencies. It feels familiar. Suddenly, it hits him like a truck, a memory surfaces, and he blurts out the name of a company, Paz. Hwang Ji-hai, completely lost, asks him what on earth Paz is. Back at the office, Taek-gyu explains it's just a company that makes plastic car parts and airbags, totally confused about why it's important. Jin-hoo explains the connection. Paz is basically a subsidiary of Yunsung Motors, and Taek-gyu groans, sick of hearing that name. The rabbit hole goes deeper. Turns out the real owner of Paz is rumored to be the president of Korea himself, Park Se-young. Taek-gyu realizes the raid is a warning, but Hyun-ju clarifies its main purpose is to stall their investment plans. Henry lays out the global stakes. If Ronald Stamper wins the US election, his tariffs would crush Yunsung's business. It all clicks into place by attacking K Company. The Korean government is trying to weaken Stamper's political footing in the US. Henry advises them to run K Company remotely, but our boy Jin-hoo flatly refuses, saying this is exactly why he must return. Hyun-ju warns him about the danger, but Jin-hoo is steeled for the consequences, having already made up his mind. Inspired by his courage, Taek-gyu, and even a hesitant Hwang Ji-hai declare they're going with him to face the music. Taek-gyu is grateful for their reckless loyalty, realizing that since he's chosen to fight, he has to see it through. With grim determination, Jin-hoo orders everyone to get ready. He's heading back to Korea immediately to fight this war himself. On the other side of the world, U.S. presidential candidate Ronald Stamper is on the phone, demanding to know the plan now that things are going south. Back at the airport, our boy Jin-hoo coolly tells him not to worry, the investments will proceed, and he'll push everything through before the election. With a smirk, he promises to see Stamper after he's been elected, acting as if victory is already a foregone conclusion. Stamper bursts out laughing, telling Jin-hoo he'd better show up for the inauguration. As he hangs up, Hwang Ji-hai and Henry Smith join him, and she curiously asks who he was just talking to. She's left utterly speechless when he reveals it was Ronald himself, realizing just how high the stakes have become. Jinhoo lays it all out. The Blue House has the entire government in its pocket, from the NIS to the media, making them feel untouchable. When he mentions that arresting OTK's CEO is part of their playbook, both Taekgyu and Ji-hai are dumbfounded, realizing he knew this was a trap. Oh, Hyunju chimes in, explaining that Jinhoo came prepared but admits she's disgusted by how rotten the current administration is. Jinhoo just smiles, reassuring them that since he's innocent, he'll be out soon, but Taekgyu can only think that getting arrested is now a guarantee. As they walk through the airport, Jinhoo reassures everyone that OTK company will be fine, since Hyunju is more than capable of managing things. He's confident the government won't touch her. Arresting the head of Golden Gate's Korean branch would ignite an international firestorm. Despite his calm exterior, our boy can't shake a bad feeling and sneaks a quick glance behind them. The terminal looks completely normal, just another busy day with travelers milling about. Taekgyu, completely oblivious, starts complaining that he was expecting more drama, but Hyunju immediately tells him to knock it off. The group continues on with their luggage, the immediate tension seemingly starting to dissipate, but Taekgyu just has to jinx it, suggesting they go get some air since no one's coming to arrest them, earning him a final warning from his sister. He thinks he was just trying to lighten the mood, but suddenly, Henry Smith comes to a dead stop, his face hardening. Jinhoo instantly senses the change and turns to ask Henry what's wrong. Leaning in close, Henry confirms their fears, whispering that he's certain they've been tailed for the last 10 minutes. Taekgyu is already panicking, wondering if it's too late to bolt, while Jinhoo calmly decides not to force a confrontation just yet. Our boy has a contingency plan. He mentally tells his team to follow the investment schedule, even if he gets arrested. His ultimate gambit hinges on the US election. Once Ronald Stamper wins, they'll have the power to hold their enemies accountable. Jinhoo analyzes the situation, questioning why the government would risk using the NIS for illegal surveillance and raiding K Company. He knows that once this blows up, the resulting investigation from all sides will absolutely cripple Yunsung Motors and the president. Hyunju's eyes widen in disbelief as she puts the pieces together, asking if he really came here just to be the bait. Jinhoo confirms it. If they target him directly, the political consequences will be catastrophic for them down the line. Besides, he thinks, random sabotage is a pain, so it's far better to keep their eyes locked squarely on him. As the NIS agents finally make their move, Jinhoo explains this is also the rest of the team can work without pressure. Taekgyu, completely missing the gravity of the situation, just grins and promises to bring him extra food in prison. But just as Taekgyu is joking about prison food, the NIS agents grab him by the shoulders, calling him out by name. The agents declare they're looking for Taekgyu, the CEO of OTK Company, leaving Hyunju and Henry Smith absolutely stunned. Before anyone can react, they slap the cuffs on Taekgyu, informing him he's under arrest for violating multiple financial acts. Our boy is completely shell-shocked, unable to process what in the world is even happening. Hyunju immediately flies into a rage, demanding to know who these thugs are and what right they have to grab her brother. Jinhoo realizes their colossal blunder. They've mistaken Taekgyu for the real target, and now his friend is getting dragged down because of him. The agents ignore her, flashing a warrant and confirming they're from the prosecution, here to arrest Taekgyu. Taekgyu is still lost, wondering if it's normal to just cuff someone on the spot without any questions. But as they start reading him his rights, his dumbfounded expression vanishes, replaced by a sudden, sharp focus. Just then, Jinhoo steps forward with his luggage, calmly announcing that he's the CEO and they should take him instead. Everyone is stunned by Jinhoo's confession, but Taekgyu is the most dumbfounded, pointing at his friend in disbelief. But in a split second, Taekgyu's shock turns into a grin. He tells our boy to do what he must and that they'll see each other when it's over. As the agents drag Taekgyu away, the rest of the group can only watch, wondering what the hell is even going on. Hwang Ji-hai knows they can't stick around and urges everyone to move, with Jinhoo and Henry Smith quickly agreeing. Outside, their getaway driver, Jung Ji-hong, is already waiting, waving them over to a parked van. Once inside, Jinhoo immediately asks about Park Sang-yeop, only to be told he's already being interrogated by the prosecutors. Ji-hong notes they're one person short, and Jinhoo grimly explains that the missing member is the guy who just got arrested. This sends Ji-hong into a panic, demanding to know how Jinhoo got tangled up in this mess, but our boy just tells him to drive. Jinhoo tries to apologize to a seething Hyunju, but she silences him with a glare, needing to organize her thoughts for what comes next. With tensions at an all-time high, the van speeds down the highway, leaving the airport and its chaos far behind. As Jinhoo stares blankly, Hyunju calmly explains that losing her brother was a necessary sacrifice to save him, a choice Taekgyu made himself. Without missing a beat, She orders Ji-hye to contact their legal team and get a top-tier lawyer assigned to her brother immediately. But beneath that calm exterior, Hyunju is absolutely livid, her eyes glowing with rage as she vows to make whoever touched her brother pay dearly. Sometime later, the team arrives at the K Company headquarters, the scene of the crime. Inside, it's a total disaster zone. The office has been completely ransacked by the authorities. The remaining employees are dumbfounded, wondering what to do now that the raid only turned up a few meaningless documents. But our boy Jin-hoo is already thinking 10 steps ahead, declaring they'll start over and asking if Golden Gate has any spare office space. He claps his hands, rallying the shell-shocked employees and telling them to pack up, as they're temporarily closing shop before a second raid hits. Jin-hoo announces they'll be working out of the Golden Gate building next door, leaving the employees utterly bewildered. One of the employees finally breaks the silence, looking at Jin-hoo with pure confusion and asking who the hell he is. Our boy confidently introduces himself as Kang Jin-hoo, announcing he's taking over K Company for the time being. The remaining employees are dumbfounded, but one of them recognizes his name from a recommendation, so they decide to just go with it. And just like that, the entire operation is moved to the towering Golden Gate building next door. Inside, Jin-hoo provides them all with new company phones, explaining it's to avoid any illegal wiretapping. Later, Oh Hyunju tells him this feels less like business and more like a spy thriller, but he insists on doing things right. She then questions his earlier confidence, reminding him he said everything would be fine after the US election. When she asks if he even has a backup plan, he just gives a sly grin, retorting that her mind is already made up. He correctly guesses she's been locked on revenge mode since her brother was taken, and she confirms it with a cold glare. Hyunju declares that while they can't use illegal methods, information in the financial world moves faster than anywhere else. Without a moment's hesitation, she calls the head of the legal team, a swift move that even catches Jin-hoo off guard. On the phone, Oh Hyunju gives a chilling order: investigate the connection between PAS and President Park Si-hyung, digging into every last detail. Jin-hoo watches her, a wry smile on his face. He thinks President Park is about to find out he picked a fight with the wrong woman. Lighting a cigarette, she coldly vows to make them pay back every single thing they've done to her and her family. Meanwhile, thanks to Oh Taek-gyu's arrest, the pressure is off, and Senior Park Sang-yeop is finally released. His employees are overjoyed to see him, but they're furious that not a single news outlet reported on his wrongful detention. Sang-yeop, looking completely drained, reassures them he's fine and immediately asks for Jin-hoo's location. He walks into the office where our boy is waiting, and Jin-hoo acknowledges the hell he must have just gone through. Sang-yeop sighs, recounting the absurd accusations they threw at him, confirming they used every dirty trick in the book to hold him. He places a stack of documents on the desk as Jin-hoo thanks him for his hard work. Sang-yeop then asks if he's filled in Assistant Manager Jung yet, but before Jin-hoo can answer, he reveals he overheard something big on his way in. Sang-yeop explains the sheer absurdity of the situation, still dumbfounded that they arrested the CEO instead of the owner, and the court just approved it. Jin-hoo isn't surprised at all, concluding they're all in on it together, and asks how Oh Taek-gyu is holding up. Turns out Taek-gyu is playing it smart, staying completely silent with his lawyer, but Sang-yeop wants to know what the official charges are. The charges are twofold: funding an offshore shell company and suspicion of insider trading during the Seosung L6 fiasco. Sang-yeop is livid, yelling that they should have evidence before arresting someone, but Jin-hoo calmly explains their real goal is just to stall until the US election is over. Realizing it was a tightly calculated move, Sang-yeop notes their one fatal flaw was arresting the wrong guy. Our boy agrees their mistake has bought them some precious time and decides it's time to take the next step. The scene shifts to the Chrysler Corporation, a company now in such dire straits that even calling it grim would be an understatement. A diagram shows just how screwed they are: conflicts with dealers, tanking sales, and a shrinking network, all thanks to the pressure Jin-hoo's team put on OTK and Karos. Jin-hoo then gives his next order to Sang-yeop: forget about sales for now and pour every resource into improving quality and developing new models. On a video call, Karos' CEO, Daryl Sagan, agrees to take charge of development, confident their tech will elevate Chrysler to the top tier. With that settled, Sang-yeop shuts the laptop, thinking everything is finally falling into place. But Jin-hoo suddenly stands up, declaring it's time to hit back. Leaving Sang-yeop, our boy reveals his audacious plan. They'll do the exact opposite of what the enemy wants and go all in on spending. He then turns to a map of the US, shifting the entire conversation to the ongoing presidential election. The race is neck and neck, with Republican candidate Ronald Stamper making unexpected gains in the Rust Belt against his Democratic rival, Diane. Sang-yeop confirms his understanding of the Electoral College, where populous states hold more power. Jinhu hones in on this, asking him to identify two crucial Rust Belt states where Stamper is trailing but still within the margin of error. Songyop thinks hard, realizing this is the key to Jinhu's next move. He names the two states, Pennsylvania and Ohio, and Jinhu simply says it's perfect, the targets are set. With a smirk, Jinhu drops an absolute bombshell. They're pumping an extra $5 billion into those two states. The enemy camp immediately descends into chaos, with Han Chanyong screaming into his phone, demanding to know what happened to the promised investment delay. The news gets even worse. His subordinate reports that Ronald Stamper is about to announce the investment himself during a campaign stop. Instead of a delay, the total investment has now ballooned to a staggering $25 billion, leaving Chanyong utterly speechless. The panic spreads to the top, as Chairman Han Minggu questions if the OTK CEO was ever really arrested, given these aggressive moves. His employee confirms Take-yu is under lock and key, not touching any work and just casually eating noodles, deepening the mystery of who's in charge. The subordinate speculates that it must be his older sister, Hyunju, who has taken over the company's operations. Chanyong's memory flashes to a news report of Hyunju, and he demands a photo, trying to connect her to the young man he's been dealing with. A photo is sent over to his laptop, but it only serves to confuse him even more. It's a picture of the real CEO, Take-yu, and Chanyong absolutely loses it, roaring that this isn't the man he met at all. Chanyong frantically explains that the man he met was a Korean in his 20s named Mr. Kang, not Take-yu. The horrifying realization dawns on him. Take-yu is just a figurehead, and the real power is our boy, Kang Jinhu. The scene shifts to a lavish mansion, where Ko Junhyung waits patiently as Yoon Seona plays the piano. A voice apologizes for the wait as another couple makes their grand entrance. Hwang Gyusang, the Prime Minister's son, arrives and proudly introduces his girlfriend, a rookie actress named Young So-hee. Ko Junhyung and Yoon Seona return the pleasantries, introducing themselves to the newcomers. As they all settle down for dinner, the conversation immediately pivots to the hot topic on everyone's mind, OTK Company. Gyusang scoffs, telling So-hee her info about the 20-something CEO is old news, though he admits it's impressive she knew that much. He finds it hilarious that a supposed nerd is the CEO and even named the company after himself. But Junhyung just smirks, thinking that while the puppet is amusing, the man pulling the strings is the truly interesting one. Junhyung then drops a bomb, casually mentioning that Kang Jinhu works under Take-yu, leaving Yoon Seona utterly dumbfounded. He explains that all the money Jinhu was flashing around back in the day, like that $5 million at the party, was all thanks to his friend. Apparently, Take-yu just handed him $1 billion and even leased him a top-tier luxury car under the company's name. Jung So-hee sighs with envy, remarking how lucky Jinhu is to have a friend willing to drop $1 billion on him. But Hwang Gyusang just scoffs, predicting Jinhu will be kicked to the curb soon since he's useless compared to a real talent like Park Sang-up. He sneers that Take-yu probably just keeps Jinhu around as an errand boy, maybe a glorified butler at best. While the others laugh, Seona feels a knot in her stomach. Something about this whole story feels completely off. She remembers the Take-yu she knew from her time with Jinhu, and he was definitely not the type to be leading anything this massive. As she puts the pieces together, her suspicion grows stronger, knowing the kind of person Take-yu really was. A memory flashes back of Jinhu walking away from her, cryptically saying he got even more, making her realize he was the one with the real power all along. Jung So-hee asks what's going to happen to Take-yu, and Hwang Gyusang smugly cuts his steak, saying he'll be out soon. He claims it was just a one-time warning to keep him in line, expecting OTK to just lay low until he's released. But Seona has had enough of his nonsense, cutting him off and stating he's dead wrong about the entire situation. She declares that it was always Jinhu leading and Take-yu following, a fact that leaves the arrogant Gyusang completely dumbfounded. Her mind flashes back to a moment that proved it, remembering Jinhu's imposing presence that could make even a Chibol son like Junhyung look down. Seona knew it in her gut. The Jinhu she remembered was no one's errand boy. He was a man who worked for no one, a man who would confidently declare that he'd be the one to get Take-yu out. Back in the office, our boy gives his orders to Hyunju and Jessica, telling them to gather the press immediately. Hyunju is taken aback, asking him what on earth he's planning to do by calling in the media sharks. With a smirk, Jinhu announces he's done hiding in the shadows. He's going to use his own name and hold a press conference. With his plan set, Jinhu hits the road, but his first stop isn't the press conference. He tells Hyunju that this is a necessary detour. His parents will be shocked, and it's better they hear it from him first. He then asks if there's anyone else they should give a heads up to before all hell breaks loose. His mind immediately lands on Shin Yu-ri. Yeah, she would definitely be upset if she wasn't in the loop. In the passenger seat, Ellie Kim lets out a tired yawn, the long hours finally catching up to her. Our boy notices, offering to handle things himself, but she waves it off, saying she needed a break from being cooped up in the office anyway. In fact, she's actually excited, telling him she's always wanted to visit Dongtan. Ellie proudly explains she knows the place from the news. It's where the US military base used to be. Oh, Hyunju has to mentally correct her that the base is in Dongducheon, as Ellie awkwardly pivots to admiring the weather. They finally arrive, and Jinhoo's mother steps out, welcoming her son but looking utterly confused by the two women with him. Jinhoo quickly introduces Oh Hyunju as Taegye's sister, and his mom is all thanks, but Hyunju humbly says she's the one in his debt. Next, our boy introduces Ellie Kim as a lawyer working with his team, and his mom greets the unexpected guest. Ellie introduces herself with a polite bow, leaving Jinhoo's mother looking quite impressed. But the real surprise is Ellie's fluent Korean, prompting his mom to playfully scold him for not mentioning it sooner. After the warm welcome, she thanks them all for coming out to visit their home. The pleasantries end there, though, as she cuts to the chase, asking Jinhoo why he suddenly showed up out of the blue. Seeing his slightly shifty expression, her motherly instincts kick in, and she immediately asks if he's in some kind of trouble. He just flashes a calm smile, telling her they should continue this important conversation inside. Meanwhile, the world outside is on fire. Right after the OTK press conference, the news cycle explodes with articles about the scandal. The media storm is so massive that the story has already hit the prosecutor's office, with internet news fanning the flames. The press corps goes into a frenzy, demanding answers about the OTK CEO's arrest and the search on K Company. A spokesperson for the prosecution tries to calm the storm, stating the search was by the book and he'll address the arrest next. But behind the scenes, Prosecutor General Hong Man-ho is having a meltdown, screaming into his phone about arresting the wrong person. He's in utter disbelief, demanding to know if they actually nabbed Kang Jin-hoo instead of Oh Taek-gyu. While watching the official announcement confirming Oh's arrest, a cold sweat runs down his back as he realizes how badly this could blow up. The grim reality sets in for Hong Man-ho. It looks like the entire prosecution is about to be the fall guy for Jin-hoo's master plan. The shockwaves of this incident have reached the very top, landing squarely at the headquarters of the National Intelligence Service. Inside, a man's leg trembles uncontrollably with anxiety, a clear sign that this situation is far from ordinary. It's none other than NIS Director Yoon So-won, who sits there dumbfounded, unable to comprehend such a reckless move. He dismisses his subordinate's apology, clarifying that his concern isn't about lost agents, but about what in the world Kang Jin-hoo was thinking. He's floored, wondering if Jin-hoo was actually surveilling the very NIS agents sent to watch him. The director's mind races, recalling the unwritten rules. When the government draws its sword, corporations are supposed to lay low. This whole dance is usually a predictable annual event. A few raids, some arrests, and then a quiet compromise behind the scenes. It's a system born from the inherent weakness of these massive corporations. With their tangled, circular shareholding structures, this vulnerability forces them into a symbiotic relationship, trading economic development for the government's political support. So a company like OTK, which grew at an insane speed, should have plenty of skeletons in its closet to keep it in line. That's what makes this so baffling. Jin-hoo's move to surveil the surveillance is a complete violation of the game's rules. But as Yoon So-won sits there, a terrifying thought begins to bubble to the surface. What if this isn't some crazy, reckless act by a cornered man? What if it's a perfectly legal threat? A checkmate delivered by a man who exposed every crime without committing a single one himself? The NIS director, Yoon So-won, frantically asks his agent how much time is left, only to hear the dreaded answer: 2 hours. He stares at his phone, the terrible realization dawning on him. He has to stop OTK before they expose something catastrophic. The panic has already spread to the highest levels of the prosecution service. Prosecutor General Hong Man-ho is on the phone, demanding to know if there's any way to shut the conference down. Yoon So-won suggests a desperate, illegal move. Now that they know the real CEO, they should just arrest Kang Jin-hoo. But Hong Man-ho explodes, screaming that the NIS already dragged their name through the mud, and now they want a warrant with zero legal grounds? Hess got a point. With the actual CEO already in custody, how can they justify arresting him again? It's a trash-tier plan. Besides, what about K Company's CEO Park Sang-yup or Golden Gate's manager Oh Hyun-ju? Are they going to arrest them all? Hong Man-ho furiously tells Yoon So-won to handle his own mess and hangs up, leaving the NIS director dumbfounded. Finally snapping, Yoon So-won orders his men to contact Jin-hoo directly, telling them to threaten him, or even cut the power anything to stop that press conference. Meanwhile, at the K Company headquarters, the stage for the final showdown is set. Jessica stands guard, coolly informing Jinhoo that she's handled the minor interruptions, no doubt the NIS agents, and asks if our boy is ready. Jinhoo adjusts his tie, giving final orders. If he doesn't make it back before the election, she's to execute his investment plan without fail. Just then, Young So-hee steps in, noticing a stray hair and reaching out to fix it for him. She gives him a reassuring smile, telling him he looks especially handsome today and to go blow their minds. Our boy then turns to Jung Ji-hong, apologizing for keeping him in the dark for so long. Ji-hong, though still processing everything, just grins and says they'll talk over drinks when this is all over. With his team behind him, Jinhoo takes a deep breath, ready to walk into the lion's den. But just as he's about to go, his phone buzzes a restricted number. He already knows this is their last, desperate move. He answers the call, and a voice on the other end immediately orders him to stop the press conference. The voice on the other end warns him not to do something he'll regret, but our boy is unfazed. The caller tries to de-escalate, suggesting they can resolve this through mutual negotiation. But Jinhoo has heard enough, telling the puppet to pass a message to the bastard who sent him. He roars that the moment they paralyzed the innocent K Company and laid a single finger on his friend, "Oh, take you." All negotiations were officially off the table. This was war now. He drops the phone and crushes it under his heel, leaving the caller speechless. His entire team, including Jang Ji-hong, is completely dumbfounded by his sudden explosion of rage. Young So-hee and Oh Hyun-ju can only watch, a mixture of shock and deep concern on their faces. Straightening his tie with cold fury, Jinhoo declares he'll be back and marches toward the press conference.